I have
Um,
I have a massive flight actually on the first. Is there anything I should look for while I'm flying?
Yeah, look at the windows on the airplane. And do so when you're on the runway. Windows usually on an airplane consist of three main layers. The outer layer is probably curved. The inner layer is maybe flat. And the middle layer is one that actually expands based on the cabin pressure. Again, even if you listen to the heliocentric proponents, who are obviously going to be used as hostile witnesses in this case, in this example, which would be that that shit's flat, even at the
Oh,
height.
man, I was gonna say it. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Even at the height of 140,000 feet, it's flat. You wouldn't be able to
That
see
stuff is
curvature.
flat.
I've even heard people say you can't see. Well, not heard, should I say? I've heard people from the ISS say that you wouldn't even be able to. You can't. Well, they can't even see curvature from that high up because of the
Okay.
Ron Jeremy fallacy, which is that
Uh,
Paul's too big. He's a porn
say
star.
I'd like to inject one. He brought up the shape of the window so that you would recognize that they're putting curvature into the view in it. But just look, forget side to side on the window. Look at what you see. The horizon is on the one side of the plane, and then look to the 180 degrees, and then look at that horizon, and they're parallel, and they're perpendicular to
Right.
plumb. That's what you should look for. If I were to tell you one thing to look for, it would be that.
The
I'll
ocean
give you this. when you're in the
Pay
plane.
attention
to the lack of movement of the runway on takeoff and
Damn
landing.
you, flat man! You stole my
yeah.
line. Pay attention to how fast the Earth is not moving.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Got it.
Is looking at the ocean a good idea as well? Because I'm going to be flying international,
Certainly.
so I'm going to be going over the Atlantic.
Certainly.
Take pictures. Do it. Take pictures. Send them in, and we're gonna show. I mean, again, I'm gonna repeat it. Look out one way and just focus at one point in the middle of the window and look straight. Forget about the side, the window imaging that's happening. Just look straight out, and you're gonna see the horizon at your eye level. Then look 180 degrees and just say to yourself, these are parallel. Because
Concerning the ocean you just mentioned, Coma, pay attention to how much the surface of the ocean does not curve.
Yeah. And especially early, as I fly, when I look down early on, it's totally level, man. It so comes across as so level. Another thing is any kind of when I fly over, say, mountains, as I'm approaching them, man, these things don't look like nothing, man. I mean, like nothing, right?
Yeah.
They don't look like a bump or a pimple even. But then we're seeing these features on the moon, and it's how much further? Again, angular size relationship, things get smaller in the distance. And there's evidence of that with any kind of a mountain that you might fly into. Just pay attention to how that appears in your view, because it struck me when I considered it as a flat earther.
I think someone has probably said it to you already, Coma, but concerning the behavior of water, this is very simple. Probably you haven't really thought about it self-consciously yet, but water doesn't conform its shape to the thing it's on. It conforms its shape to the thing it's in.
That's true.
And it's a natural level.
No matter what the shape of the container is, it'll morph in conformity with the container. But if there's nothing containing the water, it will not maintain any shape. If you pour it onto something, you pour it onto a sphere, you pour it onto a cube, you pour it onto a trapezoid, onto a pyramid, onto any three-dimensional item you could possibly pour water on without harming yourself or whatever. Any three-dimensional object you can pour water onto, it's not going to conform to the shape thereof. That's not how water behaves. You pour water onto a sphere, the water doesn't wrap around the ball. It pours off of it.
Sorry, Greg. Did you say you live on the coast, Coma?
Yeah.
So again, I tried to say this earlier. So when a boat is going away from you at the 12 o'clock position, so imagine it as a hand of the clock, right? You are stood in the center of the clock, goes away from you at the 12 o'clock position, right? As it hits the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? That boat effectively is supposedly now meant to be going over the Sagittarius, the leading edge of that sphere. It's meant to be going over the lump of Earth curve, right? To disappear. Okay? So then imagine that the distance to that horizon, okay, in that straight line to where it is from there, would be the distance to where that ball is supposed to now go over the lump of Earth curve. But if that boat, just before it disappears over the lump of Earth curve, so called, was to turn its
Maybe
nose
use this
at
claims
a 90-degree angle, lumpy
make
one
it
second,
empty clip
we will
left.
not make it lumpy. If the boat was to turn its nose 90 degrees, right? So that its nose was now facing in the 9 o'clock position. Lumpy, you're hot micing. In the 9 o'clock position. And it was to sail across that horizontal line, right? Think about it. You should start to see that boat disappearing. The ones that you see on the horizon, i.e., as a line, you should start to see that boat disappear just after a few meters, 100 meters even, less than that. But you can watch boats sail across the horizon line for sometimes in a field of view of 180 degrees from our, the way we see our vision. We can see that boats can traverse from one side of a horizontal line all the way to the other side, and sometimes that can be up to 80 to 90 miles that you can see left or right. Well, a ball curves in all directions. So if the boat would disappear just by simply going 100 meters further away from you at the 12 o'clock position, then they
Right.
should disappear a mile going across to the left at the 9 o'clock position or the 3 o'clock position. This is inducive of a ball that's curving in all directions at 8 inches
The
per mile
service
squared.
of the way from you downward convexly in all directions.
There you go, Gregory. Yep. It's a point that's missed. I bring it up, and a lot of people don't understand it, and they go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But yeah, there you go. The Earth is paper towel roll shaped, exactly, because it's curving only when you go away, but it never curves when we're going. Right. Yeah, that one. I've never seen that before, Donato. You've always got the right meme for my words as they come out of my bloody mouth. It's creepy. A shame you couldn't find the Pluto, thing earlier, but we'll let you off for that one. You tried your best. You tried really hard. I felt for
Practically,
you.
you already mentioned the fact that when you watch the boat travel away from you as the observer, you never observe the 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 pole. I don't know boat terminology, but you never observe the highest, the tallest object dip forward and down.
Yeah,
You never watch the boat dip forward and down for the curve.
No, it never does that. It just seems to like disappear.
they say bottom up first, and do you want to know why it's always the bottom that disappears? And it's very simple because you can do the
Very
same with
simple.
a ceiling. You can do it with a ceiling and make something disappear top down. If you place something on a ceiling, right? And you are basically, we've got to remember that your eyes are always closer to the ground than what they are to the ceiling in terms of when we're talking about a horizontal line, for instance, right? Because obviously there is no real ceiling, it's just the air above your head. But if you do put your eyes closer to the ceiling than that of the floor, you will, in a very long corridor, if someone rolls a ball along it, much like if you lay down on the floor and someone rolls a basketball away from you, you will start to see the bottom of the basketball disappear. That's just simply because of the incidence of that angle, how acute that
Right.
angle is to the eye. So what ends up happening is at a certain distance, right, your eye starts to essentially focus on the ceiling, or should I say the floor, that is, because of the acuteness of that angle, starts to
Right.
focus on the ground that is basically in front of you instead of the object itself that's now past that point. Your eyes only have a certain ability to focus at a certain distance. You can still hold the rest of the image in there, but it's the incidence of that angle, right? And it is how acute that angle is causes that limitation of the eye, and why we start to then focus on the ground in front. It's the same reason why, like people have said to you before, why railways start to, converge into a point, and why if you look down a street with lamps of all the same, of equidistant across the street and also equal heights, if you look down that street, they will appear to converge, and at the same time, they will also appear to stoop and get smaller and converge down to a point at the end of the street. It's that simple, and it gets to a point where eventually you start to create a horizontal line optically there, like in the last picture presented by Donato, right? We see where the lights are there at the bottom. Your eyes eventually start to focus in on the last thing that they can see, and the incidence of the angle to the last thing they can see is usually it's the ground, and thus that's why you end up getting a horizon there, right? I mean, that's just the idea of an optical horizon. People will tell you that on a flat plane you can't have a horizon, but it's simply just not true. The same thing here, like with these lamps, right? What we see is that because we can have some form of a ceiling with these lamps, and they start to converge down, it sort of proves my point. Is that eventually they disappear at the horizon also. But we know full well that we can see further than toward the end of that street if we had better conditions on the day. It's night time, so obviously we're not seeing that far. You got to remember this is all dependent on atmospheric conditions of the day mixed with other variables, right? I'm rambling.
Resolution, angular acuity of your eyesight, and the non-transparent object which your eyes are closer to.
There you go. And the
Like,
incidence and the angle in conjunction to that
right.
object and that non-transparent thing that your eye is focusing on.
It's so simple. Like,
Is,
I acknowledge this often when I talk to people when it comes to debating an issue and you hear the opponent talk and what they said is so simple and the error that they said is so simple and said so quickly, a lot of people don't catch it. But when you slow down, dial down the playback speed, and you critique what they just said, it's like, wait a minute, globalist, hello, you don't see the boat any longer because you can't see forever and you can't see through things that are not transparent. What's so difficult?
But then they would say, well, yeah, of course I can. That's why I can't see the bottom of the boat, Gregory, because it's a physical obstruction of Earth curve, right? What about the limitation of your eye and the distance of the angle to the base of the boat, right? The boat now is effectively further away than what your eye can muster.
Resolve, right.
What I can resolve, right? But again, we will continue to see examples using orthographical view in which we don't see in continually, and that's the way that globers like to sort of see the world. They see the world through a orthographical view, and they'll continue to do so. Never really
Which is hilarious.
it is.
The reason it's hilarious, epistemologically speaking, concerning the theory of knowledge, the epistemology, is because they claim to be empiricists and or scientists, and then they appeal to something that is not empirical.
Yep. Nor replicatable through the apparatus as well that they are endowed with.
Like they can't, they have no means. Like with Crack Villain just said, there is absolutely no means to have that perspective in reality. We do not see in Euclidean two-dimensional symbols from a third-person perspective. We see three-dimensional concrete objects with all their properties in the uniformity of nature from a first person perspective.
Notifications and all that. How do you get notifications?
Alright, it's getting pretty late. I think I'm gonna head to bed, but I'll definitely be in here some more, guys. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. God bless you. Good night.
God bless you. Good
God
night.
bless, bro. God bless.
Well, y'all did great. Good night, y'all.
You off too, Gregory.
Just working with you guys. And Gregory, really nice getting to know you.
Yeah, he's gone though. Anyway, Lumpy. Yeah, Lumpy. So I don't know why you didn't have the ability to. Can we just try something very quickly? I want to take away your image perm role because it may be redundant. Because I'll give you the valued role, and you got flat earther, so I don't see why you couldn't post. Let me just try. Can you try and post an image now quickly?
Let me see here. Let me find something. I get.
Post anything.
Let me get to my photos real quick. Oops.
Unless it's
Want to see a loon?
a what?
Share loon. Discord. I'm trying to live stream voice text. I'm kind of learning as I go, and I think right there. Let me know if I did it right.
Yeah, you did it right. Yeah, that works. You don't need the link and image embed role at all. Okay, sweet. But yeah, dude. Oh, cool.
That's a loon, man. I fish every day on that lake, and I'm trying to get a muskie, man. I never caught one in my life.
Well, that's on the top of the water.
Dude, these birds are really amazing birds. Like if you find one on land, you got to pick it up and you got to bring it back to the water. And they can dive. Uh, they're a Minnesota loon. It's our state bird, and they're just really an amazing bird. And they're basically an aquatic bird. Like I say, if they were to be on land, they're in deep trouble. They need to get back to water.
Yeah.
And they can't really fly, and when they try to fly, they run on the water the best they can, but they can't walk around on land. They're in deep trouble if they're on land. But they start running like something that's just not organized and flapping and trying and trying. They run and run, and then they finally get up in the air.
They're
It's
kind
just
of
the cutest thing.
They're like chicken ducks, where like chickens are not very good at flying, but like they're aquatic like ducks are.
Yep.
But yeah, so if we were to see them underwater, I imagine it would be like watching a very graceful penguin.
Or like a peregrine falcon or something.
Yeah.
Through the air rather than the water, or they consider them both fluids. But yep, that's a Detroit Lake in Minnesota. It's number 7 for muskies in this state, and they got big ones in there, man. Now water's level.
What is a muskie?
It's a fish. It's the largest game fish or predator game fish that I think in freshwater. So non-salinated. So they get up to 50 pounds and...
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And the thing about them is they are literally, they call it 1,000 casts per catch.
Oh,
these things are... Yep.
Oh,
so it is, I'm out there all the time, man.
I'm
working the rod, man. I'm trying. I love fishing, man. I really do. So anyway, that's what I do a lot. I'm out on that lake often. So often I'll be out there on the lake chatting with y'all. What's up?
I much prefer to go home with the fishermen than the hunters. Is a saying that goes all the way back to the Bible, I guess. Obviously, you had a lot of fishermen inside of in Jesus's camp, as it were, or Yahushua HaMashiach's camp. And the saying is obviously that hunting is obviously more sporadic than the ability to fish. I've seen people. Well, there's a guy, in fact, that he did this incredible challenge where he took himself and his trusty steed that he basically wasn't even broken in. I don't know why he did it that way. I think it was a last-second thought to get a horse, to help carry his stuff and everything on this journey. I think he was afraid to be on his own, so he just got whatever he could, and he broke the horse in on the way there. Almost, it seemed like. And I think he travelled across. I can't remember if he said he travelled from like one side of Australia to the other in the outback. But he was incredibly good at fishing in any sort of like lake system that he could find, and it was such a good. And he was just using spears and catapult spears for spearfishing. And honestly, bro, it was a very efficient method with these catapult spears. Oh yeah, pike. You got trying to get a muskie. But to say that thing looked like it had crab legs, but now I see what's going on. Don't worry.
Well, the one's upside down. Are you hearing me? Am I muted or
Yeah.
no? Yeah, so the ones upside down, you can kind of see the pike speckled pattern there, and then they were really good. And if you learn to fillet them correct, there's two sets of bones in them. The Y bone, which I just cut it all out, and then the rib cage bone, and that's after you fillet. They're in the meat.
Yeah. You have to
So
slide it out.
yeah. And then I did what QE suggested, man. It was fabulous. Soak it in mustard, and then bread it with golly, what in the world was it? It's in my cupboard, and I made it. Anyway, QE suggested a thing to put the fillets in mustard, and then to for the crispy part, it was a chip that was like a sea salt vinegar. Yeah, and I tried it and I loved it. Yeah, and then I make how do you say the fillets? Once I get the bones out, then I just make chunks, and then I fry them.
Nice.
Kind of a deep fry. Yeah, I love fish.
A lot of people say you can't eat pike. They say you can't eat catfish as well, though, don't they?
Yeah, they're
Wow.
terraforming our earth to screw everything up, and it's coming through the fish in a big way. We do the heavy metals, a lot of So I mean, I kind of limit what I eat, but then again, I just said, you know what? I mean, I'm not going to live through everything anyway. I'm not coming out of this in this body alive anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
So,
I wouldn't avoid eating any form of fish that.
older fish are more of a concern to me. So like,
don't eat old fish. 100%. That's true.
And then the slot is basically it kind of helps mitigate. So what I mean by slot, so say the pike, anything over 26 inches on the lake I'm fishing. Now some are designated, they got their own thing, but the state rule is 26 and over you can't keep, and 16 and under you can't keep.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by slot. And that's
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I come from a town that's got an estuary that flows in from fresh water that flows out into the sea there, and so we have freshwater fishing within 20 feet of like saltwater fishing, so which is pretty. But yeah, like I live on the coast of England, on the southwest coast, and England's got a hell of a lot of coast. It is a lot of coast because it's very jagged edges, right? Yeah, and the fishing here is brilliant. We get a lot of like sole, plaice, cod, haddock. We get a lot of flatfish, flatties, as well. You can get, I think you can get pike in lakes here as well. Trout, rainbow trout, salmon. Yeah, man, you can get quite a lot of different fish here.
It's a hobby, and it's something healthy to do, and it's really relaxing being on the water. I just really enjoy the time I get to have out there. God's blessed me to be able to.
Yeah, I bet, dude. Like, you've got the equipment. I had such good fishing equipment in my back garden in my shed, and this guy, who was helping with the garden and stuff, he stole all of my fishing rods, and all of my equipment, worth a lot of money. pissed me off.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took about like 500 pounds worth of reels, which would be like $1,000 worth of fishing gear, I guess.
Yeah, that's too bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then you sort of become a little bit disillusioned, and you're a little bit like, whatever, just not going to bother building that back up again.
Yeah, my
Dude,
boat motor isn't acting right, so I wasn't able to get out tonight, and I got to argue with it tomorrow. I'm probably just getting fuel lines and change the filters and check the plugs to see if I'm getting spark, but I'm having problems with it bogging down. And anyway, whatever, man. That's just
it'll
another
be
thing.
spark, it'll be spark, it'll be a fuel line. It's bound to be like boat engine motors. Is it a fixed motor engine or is it a pivot point engine?
It's a tiller. What I mean by that, it's got the
Yeah.
handle. So then,
Uh-huh.
and then it just bolts to the back of the boat,
Yeah,
and
pivot
and it's
point
a
tiller.
pull start, and yep. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's what it is. A two-stroke tiller, 25 horse. Um, um, I redid the lower the impeller, so I wasn't getting enough water coming through the motor, and then now I got to work with the carburetor. It's really bogging out. It was doing fine, and then the last time I was out, I had to use the troller to get myself in.
Oh man, that's a bit weird. Yeah, check the fuel and oxygen mixture, I guess, and the carburetor.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Go ahead.
It's like they said it like this, that the fuel lines, they start to break down internally, and then it starts to gum up things inside the carburetor. So I did buy a carb kit, and it's just a matter of doing it. I'm a tool and die maker, so I can work my way through, but I could build the carburetor, to be honest, but um,
Having the
from a
machinery.
block of metal. Um,
See
yeah,
it.
I mean, I've been doing that stuff for 27 years now.
Oh, cool, bro.
I like machining, and in fact, I tell people all the time. That was one of the more valuable things I got from high school was an aptitudes interest test, and I put tool and die, which is machining, at the top. And man, I have a good time at work. To be honest, I enjoy machining. It's I sometimes it's a little monotonous, and I'd probably rather be out on the lake fishing. But if I had to earn a living, this trade interests me.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Anything to do with metal. I love the medium of metal. I think it's brilliant. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Hey, you want to know? You want to hear something I thought of to tell Globers? I can't. I'll get fired if I look at the moon to measure my part.
Huh?
I'll get fired if I look at the moon to measure my part. I can't. I can't get the diameter of anything that I'm holding on to. In reality, a physical measurement by looking at the moon. What I'm trying to draw the parallel is that they always try to bring us up to the sky is the reason that they're the claim to knowledge of what the Earth is. So,
Of
anyway.
course it is. That's why I always say to
Anyway,
people, like, you can make the claim of proximity, right? That, like something what we're living on, because they argue, well, similarity, don't they? They argue similarity of the things in the sky, right? We go, okay, so because there's similarity between the things in the sky in order, well, with their shape being round, therefore we're round. And I say, well, okay, and they say there's lots of those things up there that do that. And I go, well, do they all appear to be the same? Is there light shining from out beneath your feet outwardly? No. Oh, okay. So, well, maybe you're not like that planet called the moon, or you're nothing like the sun. They don't all appear to be the same either, do they? But then I can make
right.
the argument of proximity, then, couldn't I? Like, we're more likely to be the shape of a tree, then, aren't we, based on the fact of proximity? If you can make the argument for similarity, then you can make the argument for proximity. So it's neither here nor there, but proving what's beneath your feet.
I'm gonna send you another picture of a loon. I caught one with babies. The babies were on the back of the mon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find that. I'll post it. It was cute as can be. I'm gonna find that one.
Yeah, do it, man.
I'm trying. There's no. Yeah, that's the one. Sure. You can see the little baby behind the head. They ride on their moms. That's what they do. So, you'll have to zoom in.
Okay.
Um,
I don't know if I'll be able to zoom in, but I'm on a
or
42.
just kind of like expand it if you can or whatever. But
Oh yeah,
on the back of that loon is a baby. It's so cute.
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
Might have
there's
to.
a little pup.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then another thing that these loons do for me, which is another reason I really want to be out in the lake, is they're coming shallow now. So at what you're seeing there was a few weeks ago, and the bait fish are like 40 feet in water at that point, and that's where all the game fish go because that's where the food is. Well, now they're in shallow, and that's where the muskies are now, and that's what I'm after. So these loons help me out. I
Yeah,
basically follow the loons around is what I do.
you Looney Tune.
Yep, right. And they got the prettiest sound, and it's just so nice to be out on the lake, and it's so much better than watching a NASA garbage.
Did you say so much better to watch than NASA?
Yeah, it's the garbage. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. So I go out there and I'm just trying to let people know because you know what? Maybe someone here needs a hobby. Maybe someone here needs some motivation toward that end or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I
Of
get a
course.
I get a lot out of it. So in fact, what the heck time is it? I could maybe the thing I'm kind of by North Dakota and Minnesota here, and one thing that it's North Dakota is known for is this wind because it's pretty flat there. So and there's not a whole lot of trees there. So we end up with this wind condition happening, and I'm a little boat, and I can't really get out there and be comfortable. Even at a 15-mile-an-hour wind, it gets real choppy for me.
Oh yeah, I can imagine you can't even bloody sit still. You probably have to stabilize the right position. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
and I'm landing the boat by myself, and then I got to park the car, and I got to get back to the thing, and it's being pushed into the shore, and then my stuff that I use to get it back out to the lake will get damaged if I drop it, and I can control all these things, and it's just too much of a mess. So
too
there's
many variables.
yeah, but then again, early on in storms, this is when I want to be out too. So I've been but
Yeah.
I don't want to spend $50,000 on a boat.
Have you?
I just don't. I'm just
Wow.
trying to have
Okay.
a hobby. Yeah. And
It's
I'm
exp-
after a
How much
muskie
did you
because
pay for that boat? How much did you pay for your boat? 50,000.
no, I don't want to. I've spent on the boat entirely because I bought another motor 20 to about 2,700.
Okay,
And
that's
then I
not
bought
bad.
$1,000 fish finder. My dumbass.
You what?
No, it's worth it. A hummingbird. It's a pretty good fish finder, and it gives you down imaging and side imaging.
Oh,
I
that's
bet you there's something flat Earth could benefit from these
yeah,
devices.
definitely.
I bet you anything it could. But anyway, so I get to see, and basically what it shows me is the weed structure. It gives me the depth, and it lets me know if there's things that look like bait fish in the area, or if there's fish that's in its view, and these sort of in structure. So like
Yeah,
when
man.
the this is where the fish will be feeding because they find protection in the cliff face of the wall where it gets deeper. So you're trying to find these spots, and having the depth finder really helps you with weed structure and the structure of the lake. And it's all
Def-
about these fish are trying to get something to eat. That's what they're trying to do. And they're trying to chill out and take a nap. They're trying to eat and take a nap, basically.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, that's true. So do
Yeah.
you use like a methodology for like turning off your motor of your boat or anything on your approach to your fishing ground? Do you like row
No.
out or
No.
that would be a
And as a
bloody
matter of
job?
fact, the motor can stir them into movement.
Say that again.
It can startle them up out of the weed bed,
That's
especially the
true.
predator fish. they get startled by it, and then that's what I want. I want them up and active.
You want them up and active, but if they're up and active and then moving away from you from the moment they're up and active due to the propeller of the boat, you know, they'd be up and active just via some smaller movement. Remember, they're predatory fish are going to be after small movement anyway. I'm just saying, maybe try and maybe even like post the last 20 to 30 meters out to your destination of where you're gonna like be fishing, or try rowing out, because I've got friends that fish, and you know, like they ended up like, you know, or using skiffs instead without any motors on them and just paddling out, because just
A fish that I would be, if I was on, say, going after trout, they're a lot more. They get they get uh startled, and then they want to like hide.
yeah,
The
they're hard.
predator fish, their activity causes them to want to do something, and when they do something, they jump after like their predators, and they're going after the fish. It but trout are entirely different. Yeah, I'd want to be quiet. I'd be whispering. I wouldn't be doing. You know what I mean? I'd be wanting to use a fly. Me, when I'm hitting the muskie, I got a 15-ounce lure. I want it to splash the water. I want to get that fish to become active. But say trout fishing, you want to drop the fly and make it totally indiscreet. You want it to be as natural as any other fly moving around. Not, you know what I mean? And I want to keep my baits moving quick so that fish can't tell that there's anything spooky going on. So I get about a 3-mile-an-hour retrieve. Anyway, I'm trying, man. I want a big muskie, man. I'll send you a picture of one. I find one online. Is that you cut? Is that you cut the? Is that you cut the S? Who I'm talking to? With the hummingbirds, dude. They're beautiful, dude. Who I'm talking to right now? Have you ever experienced hummingbirds? Shoot, where'd you go? Well, anyway, oh, there you are. You see the hummingbirds? They're cute as can be. Oh, I'm gonna find a muskie. Sorry. I'll send you that one.
Oh, what?
Oh shoot, that one doesn't come through like that, huh? Never
Can you
mind. That
as well? Would you be able to post what's it called? One of those muskies, like a picture, like you can find one somewhere.
I did. It's there on Images app, Google. Just type into Google and say muskie
Yeah, I can't
if
get
you
on.
can.
I literally I can't get on there anymore.
I'm
So
trying to find one. Anybody know how to post one of them? Because mine's a link.
if I leave this page, if I come off my Discord for some reason, Discord crashes, and it's not a slow PC either, but that's what's happening to me. Leave it, it
Yeah,
crashes. Yeah.
I don't have an actual picture of one on my device, so I'd be linking something else. I tried, and it just gave this address. So I don't know how to.
There, then that's right. Okay, let's try and add the link image embed, and let's see if that changes anything. Right, mate. Right there.
Okay, I don't know how to do that, but if you
Well,
do,
no,
that's cool.
I'm doing it. I'm a moderator, so I can do this. So right, roll link. Let me just try and find this a second. Right, try and post that same link again and see if it does what it's supposed to.
Okay. I'm gonna try Discord. And by the way, it just helped me get better at this too. So it's all good. I
No,
tried.
yeah, it's just posting a link again. You know when you save stuff into your like phone, you download an image, for instance, right?
Yeah.
When you actually go into Discord yourself, you don't always have to like share things like that and find the correct channel. You can
Yeah.
literally you can open it. You can do it the other way where you go onto the server. You can see where you can write into this channel in Livestream voice section. You can press the plus arrow as well. You know that, yeah, and it will let you access your gallery.
Oh, my own gallery. So if I like put the image on my device, then I can move it. I think that's. Let me see if I can come up with that. Good idea. Um,
You could save it,
ooh,
then
I
you load
think
it. To
Google Lens. Um, that's a copy check. I'm trying to Google Lens it. Is that wrong? Let me
no,
try.
don't do that.
Download image. Got it. I'm
Download
working
image.
on
There
it.
you go.
And now I got to figure out where. Oh, it's probably in gallery. There it is. Now
Yeah, but
share.
you do. Yeah, you could share it from your gallery, but there's also the way you can just open up Discord, click on live stream voice text, and then press the plus arrow. There you go.
And
Oh, that
there's a
almost looks like
muskie.
that looks like a gar.
It's they're a large pike basically.
That really looks like a gar. Okay.
Yeah, it's the largest that. Well, no, alligator gar maybe are bigger, and they are predators. But for say my area of living, we don't have any alligator gar here.
Oh
That's
no,
the
I know.
apex predator. And the thing of it is these things are smart or something. That's why it takes 1,000 casts.
Oh,
They're a
that's how they get
finicky
so big.
fish. Man, they get big. Man, they. I think I had one, but at this point, it's a fish story, and all I know is my lines broke. You know what I mean? All I know for sure is the lure's gone. Hey, but you know what they do nowadays? That's neat. Is the hooks are they'll break down, and
Yeah.
so like if they're in water for like a couple weeks, you're good. The fish will be fine as long as it didn't
Yeah.
swallow it. Then it'd be rough. That's why I never ever fish these things with live bait because they're likely to swallow. I just want to get them on the cheek or their, and I 100% release these. I've never caught one, but I wouldn't use live
Yeah.
bait to fish for them because the likelihood of it swallowing it rather than hitting it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
So yeah,
Unless you're catching it for food, then I wouldn't use live bait. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, yeah. So
I've, I've always used live bait every time I've fished.
I hear you. I hear when I'm after walleye, which is arguably one of the better fish to eat. Yeah, I almost always use live
Name?
bait.
What did you say the name is of that again? You said a
A
name.
walleye, walleye,
Water.
oh, walleye. Like
Yeah,
like a wall, and then an eye, and they get
yeah,
the name because their eyes glow in the dark and they're big. So there's definitely an eye. The eye when you catch them at night. This eye, there's no other eye quite like a walleye eye.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, they're- they- you know how animals light eyes will light up with the walleye eye is a different sort of a. Let me see if I can find an image that. Yeah, it's a
Different.
different. I don't think an image can do it. You have to see it with your eye.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
what you mean by that. Like, dude, yeah, 100%.
yeah, yeah.
There's a few different things like that, isn't there? Like when you see a crocodile or an alligator's eye, on the water, like even like if you're out and you're hunting a rabbit and you catch it in your spotlight, for instance, and its eyes like glow up or whatever, right? Like that's nothing, or like a deer in the headlights sort of effect. But yeah, when you see an alligator's eyes, like just there, like that's some pretty creepy and crazy shit right there. I'm telling you.
Yeah, so for the whole state, I moved to this town and it's called Detroit Lakes, and the lake is Detroit Lake, and it's number 8 for Minnesota, and we're the land of 10,000 lakes.
Oh
So
yeah,
number
yeah.
8,
You're under 10,000 lakes, and that's number 8. Wow. Okay.
yep, and the state stocks it. So I'm here trying. I'm keeping trying. I want one of these buggers, and I've been fishing, and I'm 46, right? I've been fishing since I could walk. In fact, my mom told me a joke that I said, I guess I was really little. I didn't remember it. But anyway, I said, I'm little. I need to catch just a little fish. That's what I told my mom. I need to catch just a, anyway, she told me that. I don't remember it. Oh, you want to hear another funny one about me being a kid? I had a speech problem, and I found a fire truck, and I was telling my dad I wanted it, and it came out as a curse word, or it sounded like. And I guess he was laughing pretty good, and people were like, it turned into because he wasn't responding to what I was saying, so I kept saying it louder. I wanted the fire truck anyway.
Sorry about that, dude. I cut out then a little bit. You have to start again.
Just one of my memories from being a kid. Or being told about being a kid. I don't remember this event. We were at Target or Kmart or one of these stores, a box store, Walmart sort of thing, and I saw a fire truck and I had a speech problem. So I was yelling at my dad that I wanted the fire truck, but it came out as a curse word. He was laughing, and yeah. Anyway,
A fire truck. I wanted
yeah,
a
but
fire. All
a
right.
fire fuck, a fire fuck, a fire fuck. It kept repeating it and stuff, I guess. And Dad was laughing his ass off. And no, dude, I guess. Anyway.
All right, man. That's
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I was innocent as could be. I just wanted, it was a fire truck.
Give me the fire fuck. I want the fire
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember it. I was told about it. But anyway.
Yeah, man, that's pretty cool. Yeah, where I'm
Yeah.
from, it's so it's pretty cool, really. I grew up well, not grew up on, but grew up visiting my father on the farm that he lived on, and like I guess there's a lot of sea fishing that's done there, the sea bass and cod and all that sort of stuff, right? But like I'm always more interested in like hunting in general. So there's a lot of grouse hunting and pheasant, rabbit, and all that sort of stuff, right? But really, just growing up on a farm, what's interesting is just like being around all of like the bigger animals, right? Like even like sheep and goats and stuff like that, but mainly bullocks and bulls. And there's this thing we used to do, right, with the bulls, which would be like we'd go to the bull pen, we'd get like a big a big thing of hay, and like we're talking like a 15-kilogram block of hay, and it's
Yeah.
obviously stringed together, right, and tightly packed. And I figured this out. It sounds pretty harsh, really, now you think about it. You realize how strong they are when they start smashing down metal gates nearly. But I would and it was basically, it was like this. He was like, it was like the other cows are in season, so the bulls are going crazy. So like I was just like messing around with them. I was only young, and I grabbed like one of these pieces of hay, and as the bull comes over to like the cage, the side of the fence part, right, stood on top of it with this bit of hay, and I chucked it onto the top of its horns. So now it's got like a hay bale just like stuck on its forehead. Just looked like a cube, like yeah, looked like a cubed, um, a cubed headed but made out of hay bull, and obviously it just kept running around, thrashing and just doing whatever it could, bucking, headbutting things until it was like breaking down more, and in the end it ended up looking like it had like a big long blonde wig on. Oh, it was brilliant, bro.
Right.
And that became like a tradition. Then every weekend that I would go there,
Uh,
I would
Oh,
get
man,
out.
I helped create steers at this. You know,
Steers
it was a little different, from what
are
you
for
described.
queers. Sorry.
Anyway, but he showed me how to create steers. But I mean, it's just a certain type of cow that you utilize. But it wasn't pretty. It was not fun. It was a little different than what you just described. But
What were you talking about? Say that again.
no, I worked for a large animal vet. He had cattle and created steers. Castrated.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, I've got a pretty graphic story about being on the farm. I should
Yeah,
say.
yeah. I have some. I have plenty of graphic
If you want to
stories,
hear
but
one.
I don't necessarily talk about them on it. Yeah, I mean, I worked for this guy for several years. It was like 250 acres, bro. No, he had several horses, and he was a large animal. He was a veterinarian, and so I sometimes his assistant. So it was,
Yeah, I've helped deliver some
yeah, it's pretty
cattle.
freaking crazy. Yeah, I mean, I've pulled
Yeah,
I
man.
pulled calves and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I remember when I was like 10 years old and I pulled a horse out of another horse and it just stood right up and I was like, what the
Well,
fuck?
I pulled. I only pulled one calf, but one's enough
I remember all the
because it
sheep,
was
right?
freaking crazy, bro. It was the most insane thing.
All the sheep, Helio, in one night. I'm kidding you not, over 60 different sheep started giving birth in one night. There were like, yeah, there were like 1,000 of them, don't get me wrong, in this huge like barn complex, but like 60 of them in one night started giving birth. And I helped deliver like, a good third of those, right?
Well, I mean, since I was a little kid, I mean, I've always had pets in the family, so I know like cats and dogs giving birth. I mean, it was always a thing. It doesn't matter. When I was 4 or 5 years old, I saw it's like, hey, kitty's having babies. It's like fucking eight new kitties, and then we're watching her have the kitties, and she's looking at us going like. Actually, the cats they wanted to be there. I mean, it's like be there. If you're like, hey, help me have these babies, because it's just like they can't stop it. It's just
Yeah,
like,
they don't know what to do.
so I was like 5 years old, like helping my cat have babies and shit.
Yeah, no, I've been there, dude. Because remember I said I helped birth those 60, well, not 60 on my own, but I did about 20, right?
Yeah.
Sheep, right? The little baby lambs.
Yeah.
One of
Well, I
them
had
was
to
given
pull.
to
I
me,
had to
bro.
pull that calf because it was coming out breech, and
Yeah,
I
that's
used a
always
come along. Calf puller. You have to put the come along on it, and you crank it out. That shit was gross,
well, I've done that with my
bro.
hands, bro.
Well, you
Like
can do it with your
with a
hands,
few
but I mean
dudes.
it's easier with a calf puller. But anyway,
Oh, of course.
but I was
But
I was
with a
working
few
with the
dudes.
doc. I was working with the doc. He put the big glove, rubber glove on his arm and shit. Reached in there and put the chain. And he's like, "All right, start cranking." He was like, "All right, start cranking." And I'm like leaning back and I'm cranking on this calf puller, man.
Attached it to the
Holy
front of
shit!
the
It was
Jeep.
insane. It was I loved it. Though I mean, it's one of the most
Attached the rope
amazing.
to the front
It
of
was
the Jeep,
freaking awesome.
Helio, and drove off at
Soon as
20
that
miles an
calf,
hour.
as soon as that calf hit the ground, like within 20 seconds, that some bitch was on its feet. It
Yep.
was awesome.
So yeah, quick little story, right? So out of the paddocks, right? So these were Belgian Blues, or otherwise known as Schwarzenegger cows, right? And they're really big. They're double muscled, right? They're very heavy, and because they were out to pasture and they got caught because of a flood, basically like a rain flood, they didn't come back up to the paddocks, right? They didn't come up to the barn to sleep in the dry. They just stayed stood up. So there was a lot of softening of the outer, keratin on the hoofs, and due to this, the cattle grid was already an oversized cattle grid, right? So all of the cattle cross, but the smallest female that had been out the longest, when she walked across, it basically sheared off the edges of her hoof and like
Oh, she got stuck in the grave.
degloved, and whole foot went down, broke, and the cattle was there screaming, crying in agony and pain. I'm 14 years old, right? Bear in mind, all we had was birdshot shells for a 410 shotgun, and the veterinarian guy, because we lived on, like I said, we was on the coast, and it's way out, right? These people have thousands of acres. This farmer had,
Yeah.
and the veterinarian's like, "Dude, I'm an hour and a half out," and he's like, "I can hear that cattle bellowing." He said, "Someone has to shoot it." I said, "We've only got birdshot." So he taught me how to do a cut slug, which is where you make a centrifugal sort of line where you cut him with a Stanley blade, but you don't fully. It's an offset centrifugal line where you have a little tab of plastic left over when you cut around the top of the gunpowder, just below the wadding, so that you're able to then put that in the 410 shotgun when you shoot, instead of all the birdshot coming out at the end of
I
the.
mean, if the cow was cut for very long, it's probably very weak. I mean, couldn't you just cut the jugular and
Oh, I could have done that at age 14, yeah, Helio. Sure. Of a Belgian blue that's kicking and screaming with one of its legs broken fully up at the shoulder.
No, I was just wondering, man, if it's already caught, if the neighbors are like, "Oh, it's bellowing and we can hear it."
It wasn't the neighbours; it was the vet on the phone that we'd spoken.
Okay,
Well,
cool, cool.
actually, on the sat phone we spoke to him. But
So what
so,
did you do? You had
well,
to
we got.
use you had to use a shotgun.
I used a shotgun, a 410 shotgun. I cut a shell with a circle around it, just below the wadding, just above the gunpowder, so that once you shot it, instead of it breaking through the plastic waxed wadding on the top of the star,
Right.
and all the bird shot coming out right there, it would keep it all together as one solid piece, the plastic included, right? Um, and all the wadding and all of the ball bearings in the bird shot, that all stayed as one piece. So it became a slug. Cut shells, look into it. You can make them into slugs.
No, I think
And
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, so I made 2 cut shells on a double-barreled 410 shotgun, and I took an umbrella out with me. And there were other men there. There was the main farmer wasn't there, but his son was, who was like 28 or something. And my father was there. And they couldn't bring themselves to do it, right? Couldn't bring themselves to
But
kill.
so
So I did it.
the farmers couldn't even
The
they
farmer's
couldn't
son.
bring themselves to kill the cow, even though it was already pretty much
The
dead.
farmer's son couldn't do it. He was
all
like
right.
20 years old, something, 20-something years old. I was
I
14.
mean, shit. I mean, well, if he
He
was
should have
raised
took
on a farm,
responsibility. Don't
it's
get me
like,
wrong. I
bro,
know that.
it's like fuck. There's many ways to kill that cow because, I mean, it's already dead.
Dude, it wasn't already dead. This Belgian
Well,
blue
it
had
wasn't
lots
already
of
dead.
life
I'm
in it.
just saying it won't be able to live as a cow anymore. That's all I'm saying. You have to kill it as a farm.
You'd have to get a crane in there, pull it out, and reconstruct
No.
shoulder, and everything.
Yeah,
Which
you're
would
not
have
going
been
to
way
spend
too much
fucking
money to do so.
$5,000 on a vet to
That's
reconstruct
what
the
I just
legs
said.
and
It would
shit.
have been way too much money, not worth it,
Yeah,
right? So it's
you
just like
have to
put
kill
it
the
out of
cow.
its misery.
But
But
they
to cut
wouldn't
its
do it.
neck,
They own the cow and they wouldn't kill it.
no, the owner of the cow was not there, Helio.
Oh,
His son, who was mid-20s, was there, but he didn't have the heart to do it.
not about, okay. I get it. But he's okay. I'm not judging the guy. I don't know him, but yeah, I mean, you have to.
My dad
You
could
have
do
to
it.
kill it. You have to kill it. I mean, at that point, you have to kill it.
Well, I did, and hopefully no one judges me for that.
I don't judge you for it. I mean, it's suffering, and it will always suffer for the rest of his life. Even if you try to save it, you're going to spend way much more money than you should. I mean, you just have to kill it.
Wait, no, who's this Zoom boomer guy saying he doesn't need? I don't need this server anymore. Wait there. But I used an
Somebody
umbrella, by
mad
the
at
way,
us.
Helio. Because obviously the 2 410 shotgun shells, what I did was I got an umbrella, right?
Well,
I
you
stuck
said
it.
like the way the shell works, it is essentially a slug. It's
It's a
birdshot with a plastic coating
Well,
or
yeah,
whatever.
it's called a cut shell. You can look into it where you make an offset circular ring where you cut into the plastic so that when it shoots, it breaks off instead of going through the front of it and breaking open the star shape, crimping. The whole
Okay.
piece comes out of plastic with the birdshot all inside of its casing, and it's wax casing with also the
So
wadding.
what's the range on something like that?
Not
Like
well, the range
30
on something like
yards or
that would be
something, maybe.
not very accurate. It's likely to
No.
tumble and stuff like that. But you know, home defense would work. It'd be better
Uh,
to use them than birdshot.
but I mean, it would be it would be efficient if you put it right next to a cow's head.
Oh yeah, well that's what I did with two barrels and one shot. So one trigger pull for both barrels, pretty much. And
Yeah, I
I
mean
used an umbrella.
that's like that's pretty sad. If this guy's 20 years old and he grew up on that farm and doesn't know how to put a cow down, then holy shit, that's insane.
It was technically illegal to do. It's technically illegal to put down
Oh,
a cow
okay.
that
Well,
way.
no, well, it's not like that in America.
But like it was sanctioned by the vet because he was an hour and a half away max, minimum.
Well, it doesn't have to be sanctioned by the vet here.
Well, he just basically said that you probably won't get in trouble for this because, like, you know, it's going to have to be an hour and a half or more before I get there. So put out of his misery in any way you can.
Sure. Well,
Kind of,
you have
kind
to
of
because
so
he's
it
going to
wasn't really an
suffer.
option.
He's suffering now and going to suffer for the rest of its life. You have to
Oh, the
put
thing found peace.
it down. You have to go put it down. I wouldn't even actually. You helped that cow because that motherfucker was. You had to put it down. So yeah, yeah. It's like
So you guys want to learn?
I've actually had to put dogs down. It was like, is that sanctioned by a veterinarian here in America? When a dog was poisoned by somebody, I couldn't prove that they actually poisoned my dog, or it was my mom's dog, and she's like, they're really sick, and it was just like the neighbors were pissed off because she had her dogs wandering in the neighborhood. They freaking fed them antifreeze, and I had to go out and
What?
freaking shoot him in the head and bury him. Wasn't sanctioned by a veterinarian.
No.
I didn't feel good about it. It was really tough for me, but I mean, it's just like they were suffering. What they weren't going to live, so I put them out of their misery. They weren't going to live through that, being fed antifreeze and shit. Had to put them down. Just do what I had to do.
Right.
You guys want to hear a fishing related gardening tip? I'll tell you. So in fall, if you have that ability, but in fall, take and bury fish like 4 feet down, and man, your garden it'll help.
Wait, dude, like fish, yeah, are you talking about burying fish under your plants?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely catch
In
fish.
fall.
Yeah. Put fish in your garden. Yeah, definitely do that. Yeah.
Yep. The worms come. It provides an array of nutrients for the plants, and
as a matter of fact, I mean, if you can catch fish that you wouldn't normally eat, because if you catch fish, if you want to eat them, but you can catch fish that like some certain types of fish that aren't necessarily good for eating. You can catch those and hell yeah, put them in the garden.
Yep. Go.
what's some fish that you wouldn't like alligator gar or whatever? I mean,
I've
when
never
I
got
was
one of them.
when I was living in Little Rock, man, you can catch huge alligator gar next to the dam, but I mean, you don't want to necessarily eat gar. You know, I mean,
Well,
they're
what I
really
what I
bony
do
and
is
they're just like
it's an invasive species, so I use the bow and then I go to dams and then I shoot carp.
yeah, carp. I mean, yeah, I mean, certain types of carp. I mean, it depends on what you can get. You can eat carp,
But
but
we want them out of there anyway because they eat the fish eggs.
so they're they eat all the eggs of the other fish and stuff. So
Yep,
yeah.
yep. They messing up our waters. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take a picture. Yeah, let's just buy this
Yeah,
realtor. I'm just
any
walking around town
fish.
right
I mean,
now.
all you can do is just freaking mince them up and throw them in the garden. Oh yeah.
Yep. But they got to be deep enough so that an animal won't come and dig them up. Because they'll come and dig them
Do
up
you
if it isn't deep enough.
should you let them kind of decompose a little bit before you throw them in the garden?
I don't think it matters. I don't. Yeah, you could. But it's a really great gardening tip, and for anybody that's involved in gardening and they're trying to do it organic, and they're trying to, and it will maximize nutrient availability for the
Yeah,
plant.
that's a really
And
good idea. I think that is a really good
it, yep, and it's
idea.
really
Yeah,
cheap. It's like,
go catch trash fish you would never eat. Freaking throw them in your garden, in your
mhm.
garden soil. I mean, that's a really good fertilizer. Yep, definitely. Yeah, I would recommend that.
So I'm
I'm
gonna
not
take
a
a picture of
gardener,
this.
but I think it's a good idea. I think
So here's a little map. I'm gonna share it. Uh, this is what I live around. It's coming. Wheels turning. There we go. Them are all the lakes. That's not even that much distance. I'm in the Detroit Lakes area, which is, um, man, it's got a lot of lakes. I would say what you're looking at there is probably how many square miles? I don't know. I'm going to say vertically up that wall, it's probably 70 miles, and then across it's probably 50. And there's the police after someone. We barely ever get police in town. I barely ever hear sirens. I had to get up here away from the Twin Cities with all the craziness because they going crazy down there, man. It ain't even safe. Minneapolis, St. Paul, they ain't playing. They're going nuts. So I'm way up in the boonies now. And if things get so bad, I can live in the woods and survive. You know what I mean? Like, what was it, Hank Williams? I can run a trout line, these sort of things. Country boy can't survive. And these sort of discussions, with the way we know things are going to go, are probably worth having. You know what I mean? Well, guys, I'm going to be quiet because I don't know if there's someone here to talk to that was a Glober, but I don't want to be too distracting or absorb too much of the time or any of that. So it was really a great time here. Thanks, guys. I need to find my way back to wherever. Sorry.
What? What did he mess? What? What did he mess me up? What? 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 Wait a cat freaking minute.
For the 200th time, Zanuck.
Hang on. He already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames, you can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you,
I
Chocolate
don't
Bar.
know
I've got
why
to
this
jump
is.
in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, that's going to be way better than fucking
Yeah,
with
behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the
Is he like
first.
famous?
I'll be what?
You'll be muted if you don't behave yourself.
I'll always behave myself.
Yeah.
Isabel got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames?
No more reference frames, please.
No,
My
just a
ears
second.
are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No one.
Maybe you could DM.
No one cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah. We are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
I'm not trying to confuse you, just letting you know about how you can't leave a reference frame. It's not possible, but you can go to another reference frame if you'd like to. It still exists.
Stop explaining.
Observation point.
No, we didn't ask you
Is this
that.
an all-inclusive
All about
reference
observation
frame that we can go to?
What's that?
Could we talk of rainbows while the Midwest is coming?
How about corpuscular rays?
How about these observations and long-distance measurements that are defying the very model that you are preaching here, Zanuck?
Okay.
How do we deal with those on a ball when they directly contradict the supposed curvature that we should be seeing, according to their story?
In the measurements of large mountains at a distance?
Well,
as well
yeah,
as
just long-range observations in general, right? I mean, there's
Midwest is coming. Sorry, got to reiterate, Midwest is literally coming in a minute now.
Nice. I'm ready.
Fantastic.
Hello, buddy.
So, yeah, those are interesting observations, right? And a lot of them aren't very accurate. They're looking at, I see the light that should be 100, 200 feet below the horizon. How do we see that? And the answer is, from my perspective, not perspective, no.
Yes, perspective.
Refraction has only a small effect, but there could be something called diffraction, which could actually allow those. Yeah, diffraction can actually
could be.
I'm admitting that I don't know, and I'm interested in that test in replicating it myself.
Could it be that we see what there is without anything?
Yeah, until it's shown otherwise, that's the logical base assumption. So that's where we leave it.
Well,
I'm sorry.
That's the first step in science,
It looks
right?
like a beaver. It looks like a beaver. It smells like a beaver. It has a tail like a beaver.
No, but how come? Then answer me this. Answer me this. So when I shine that same laser to an 11,000 foot peak, 123 miles away, what do you think we'll see when there's less refraction or diffraction involved? Do you think
I
don't know.
The fact that you shine the laser on something 100 and however many miles away just means there's no curvature.
If we use a laser targeting device to aim a laser at a target, we'll probably hit the target with a laser if you've got a direct line of sight to it. Okay. Now, refraction over vast distances will have to be taken into account because quite possibly if you're viewing this mountain over a vast distance, it's going to be refracted to you, the observer, anyway. So you'd have to take account for this, wouldn't you?
But you've shown 200 feet over 20 miles, so we got to see, a huge amount of refraction that's going on over 100 miles, right?
Well, yeah, more distance, more atmosphere, right?
Okay. Well, that would play into my case here in that when we show a mountain 125 miles away, why is it angularly much lower than it should be for that given distance?
I don't know, because you're comparing a geometric function to refraction.
Yeah, but
this observation of the mountain, you're observing it, the light is being refracted through that atmosphere. More distance, more refraction possibly, right?
3 degrees? We're talking about a refractive index.
Refraction over long distances is 7 to 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, if you're able to shine a laser on a mountain that far away, you shouldn't be able to see it due to the alleged curvature.
Refraction, two factors, right? You have your angle of incidence as well as the material you're shining light through. If it's air, it's very low refractive index. Then you have the angle of incidence on top of that. That no way accounts for the amount of sink those mountains would have at 125 miles. They're 11,000.
How come they're visible? How come they're visible?
We're seeing they should be we're seeing them being angularly at 7,000 feet. Where did 7,000 feet of that mountain go?
Mick West in the house, people. How you doing, Mick?
Yeah, Mick
Hello.
knows this. Mick knows this very well.
I know. Yeah, I do actually. I know all about the refraction problem. It's very interesting.
Awesome. Welcome to the server.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it too, Mick. It seems like the only time you can get light to bend down is in a tank full of sugar water.
Oh no, you can actually do it fairly easy in any type of thing where the refractive index is higher the lower you go down.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah.
Ooh, no.
mean
well, then do it. Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to see laser light bending down in air. Can you demonstrate that, Mick?
Okay. Yeah. No,
Just gonna make a small announcement, guys. Just to make a small announcement, guys. I understand we've got Danik and Mick West in, so if we could just dial it back 10% and try and keep them here as long as possible before we start getting involved.
Okay. Yeah.
Emotional
yeah,
conversation.
okay.
You should get married.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. Mick West here is very informed about the. No. Mick West here is really informed about the refraction problem. So I've asked something very simple of him. Can you demonstrate laser light bending down in atmosphere, not a tank of sugar water, please?
Yes, I can.
Cool. I'd love to see it.
All right. Well, I have a video showing how to do it actually, but really simply. The way to do it is just to kind of cool the air lower down, and the laser light will bend down towards the cooler air. And the easiest way to do that is with a large ice pack, just like the type of thing you put in a cooler or an ice chest. You take that
So,
and you shine the.
When it's really cold, and conditions are just right on the lake for us to observe a mirage of a skyline that's about 36, 40 miles away. So those are perfect conditions.
No, well, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously conditions vary, and sometimes they're better than others. But yeah, if a lake is very cold, the light will bend down towards that because it cools the lower air and makes it denser, and more dense air has a higher refractive index. A light bends towards the higher refractive index, though, towards the denser medium, which is why on a hot road, when a road heats up, the air expands, it becomes less dense. And the light bends up, which is where you get that kind of mirage refraction. It looks like a mirror, the typical, like mirage, like pool of water in the desert type thing. That's because it's hot down there. But when it's cold, it bends in the opposite direction.
Is it the same reason that I saw an experiment done with laser and iron? Iron was heated, normal, like an iron, what you iron your shirts or whatever. And iron was put next to the laser, and it changed the direction of the laser.
Yeah, it is. With hot things, it's kind of tricky to do because hot air moves around a lot more because it rises. Cold air just sinks, so it doesn't move so much. So you get a lot more turbulence with hot air. But you can do it. I have a video. Can I post links in here? So I've got a.
Maybe post.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll give you the
Livestream part
appropriate.
1.
Hey, Mick, I got a question for you.
Sure,
One
yeah.
of the things the flat community has done is they did an experiment out there at the Salton Sea. And they basically, it's really simple. Guy sitting in a chair with a camera, guy across the Salton Sea 20 miles, had a mirror and was changing the mirror angle up and down, up and down, up and down. And they were shining the sun off the mirror to the person holding the camera. And they did see a flash when they got the right angle from 20 miles away, which would be about 150, 200 feet below level. So my thoughts, and that's when I kind of was interested in, because refraction would only account for so much in air, as we know, 0.003 or something.
It varies though based on the conditions.
Right. But in this case, it was a fairly warm day. They saw the light flash from the camera. We all saw it. Is it a chance, because the light is traveling over an object, water, that there could be diffraction involved?
No, diffraction happens around the edges of things. It doesn't really work over a surface like that. Diffraction is when basically when a wave kind of spreads out when it goes up to a corner or something like that. So it's not really an issue, other than I suppose atmospheric diffraction, which is just kind of glow, which really isn't an issue here. What they're seeing there was an actual line of sight from the camera or from the guy's eyes all the way to that mirror, and indirectly to the sun, because it's reflecting an actual beam of light. But because the lake is cooler than the air, the water just above the surface of the lake is cool, and it curves around that that curve
Well,
of the lake.
it seems like given.
Hold on. So it curved that much around over 20 miles. It actually followed the surface.
Yeah, well, it's not really that much when you think about it, because the Earth, being so large, the curve really isn't very much. It looks flat because it's curving so little, so it doesn't really bend the light very much.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So the angular change is not that great, but over long distances, it was enough to where it would.
Yeah, exactly. So like over 10 miles, it's only got to bend like a few feet, which is hardly anything really.
This implies duplication of the image, a real image that is giving light rays that are coming more or less straight from the object, and a duplicated image from the light rays bending up and refracting. It's a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a duplicated image, essentially, of the actual object is being shifted up and over a curve with the actual object with the straightest rays possible coming from said object somewhere else.
There are no straight rays coming from it. They're all being bent. If you took like the object and drew a ray in every single direction, all these ones that go across the lake are going to be very slightly curved. The ones that are a little bit above that are going to be slightly less curved, and then the ones going straight up will not be curved at all. So the curve is so small.
What's it got
a bending of the?
This is
not on your regular air. We're not talking about sugar water, Mick West.
We're talking about the atmosphere, which is much less of a refractive medium than sugar water. So it only bends a really, really tiny amount. The reason you have to use sugar water to demonstrate it,
it's been proven it's not been. There is no refraction at night, Mick West. Are you kidding me?
There's refraction anytime that there's a difference.
No, there is not. No, there is not, Mick West. Quit lying.
Let's let West respond. We're starting to harangue him a little bit. Mick West, you had to respond?
Yeah. Lasers at night, no refraction.
Oh well, yeah. Why are you?
Yeah, right there. There's the there's the data. Show me where there's refraction in that data right there. It actually shows none from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Literally. That's why tests are done at night, Mick. That's why these laser tests are done at night. Okay.
I have a question.
There seems to be quite a lot of change in the angle for a lot of the time there. At some point, like over a small height variation, sometimes things equalize because at some point the refraction bends down, at some point it bends up. So there's some time during the day when it
laser light bends up. We've seen it. It bends up because of the humidity rising off the water. If it does, that's why they choose a frozen or a partially frozen lake to minimize that effect. Thank you very much. Prove that it bends up in our atmosphere. Show me, or it bends down in our atmosphere. Please do.
Well, yeah, like I said, I demonstrated it.
It doesn't. We can demonstrate it goes up, Mick.
But I've just said that I personally have demonstrated, and I have a video of me actually showing.
Not in the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I had to use like an ice pack to cool it locally because. Well, you're accusing me of lying when I actually have a video showing me doing this.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm accusing you of being very deceptive. Yes, you are.
We don't need to
just like Dr.
Dr.
John D called you out big time for your calculator and all the other lies and bullshit that you produce.
Oh,
I'm not going to take it lightly with a shill in here.
I have one question.
If you're just saying I'm lying, then like, how are you? Why are we even having a discussion here? Like,
are you a government agent?
No, I'm not. I'm just some guy.
Well, Mick, going back to the refraction, when refraction happens, not all colors. Oh, there's a bit of an echo. Sorry, but not all colors of light refract at the same time, which leads to an unstable, hazy image when there's been like miraging and different effects. Now, when you go to a cold layer of air, there is some stability, but you have what essentially amounts to a faded, duplicated, hazy image that is unstable. It is a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a stable image would refract and curve over air. And with the sugar water that you saw, that you showed in a video, or maybe somebody else showed in another video, you see what appears to be the laser hitting a critical angle and bending away after reflecting off of a layer versus, say, bending down through a cold layer. So you have slightly different phenomena. One where you have what appears to be somewhat of a reflection off of a layer of density versus going through a different layer and quality of air going through the medium. So we have a couple things here that are a little hard to believe is really happening with the atmosphere. You'd expect a hazy, unstable image, and you'd expect some duplication because some of the different colors of light refract differently if refraction is happening. So some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way. Some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, leading to an instability of the image, would it not?
Yeah, and that's why Dr. John D used two different color lasers on his test. He tested for your refraction and found nothing.
The amount of refraction with
Jesus
different colors
Christ.
is about the same. It doesn't really vary very much. Now, if you look through something like a magnifying glass,
no shit, and he took this into consideration over a distance.
I'm addressing the issue raised by the previous person, and he's saying that different colors refract by different amounts, but they really don't refract by very much difference. When you look through something like some glasses, the light is being refracted a lot. It's being bent a lot, but the colors really don't change very much at all. You get a little bit of coloring around the edges called chromatic aberration, which you see in photographs sometimes, where the blue is bent a bit more than the green. But really, the difference isn't very much. So the color thing isn't really an issue.
Yeah, but isn't that how we establish the difference of rate between a refraction that's happening is by using different colors? So it's not a matter of if it's happening or not. It's the rate at which it does. That's why we use different colors, right, Mick?
Yeah, well, that tells you basically how the wavelength of the light affects it. And that leads to a thing called the green flash. Are you familiar with the green flash on the sun?
Yeah, it's when the sun's setting, right?
Yes, we're familiar with green flash.
Yeah, and that's the difference there between the red light and the green light kind of shows you really how much the sun has been refracted. You can do the math because we know the different refractions. It's only like 1% or so for the difference between the red and the green. So you can tell by the size of the green flash how much the entire sun has actually been refracted. It turns out it's been refracted by an amount that's about equal to the diameter of the sun. So when you see the sun just above the horizon, in reality, under the conventional model, it's actually just below the horizon. It's being refracted upwards by the standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, another problem with the way that this refraction is applied, you can have 1% from the origin where the light ray is put out, or you could have 1% by the time it reaches the observer. And depending on if you apply it at the start or the finish, you're going to have differences of, miles.
That's not how it works.
If it just goes a degree off of the observer's eye, that's hardly anything. But if you started at the origin, that may go off a couple miles. So how's this refraction even being applied at the start or at the finish?
It applies over the entire path of the light.
That means which means that you're going to have a lot of miles that are going to be added to the calculation when really it may only affect the observer and be even less, even smaller than that.
You have to look at what the light goes through every single step of the way from the start to the end. You can't just look at the start or the end or something in the middle. You've actually got to look at the entire path of the entire beam of light, which is why I actually use ray tracing. When I in my more complicated calculator, the refraction simulator, you've actually got to step through the atmosphere one step at a time and see what happens to that one small step, and then bend the ray of light very, very slightly, and then move it again. And I do tens of thousands of calculations on that one beam of light to see exactly how it bends.
In Lemon, when I posted a picture of the ship disappearing, you see only the smokestacks of a 200-foot tall ship. You think if you had a laser pointed at the bottom of that ship out to shore, you'd be able to see the laser when you can't even see the boat from the shore?
Yes.
How much refraction would you have to see the bottom of that boat 20 miles away? All you see is the smokestacks up top.
It's still there. It's just compressing at the eye line of the observer. Something that's above your eye line physically will only compress down to the eye line and no further, and stuff that's below your eye line will compress up to that line but no further. Otherwise, you have an error condition where something can look like it's above you when it's actually below you. It's just the logic of the way that the eye focuses rays.
Okay, I get it.
There.
Lemon, and nothing has changed proportions. There's no compression. There's no distortion of
There's
the geometry.
compression down to the eye line.
No, there's nothing
Usually
there.
is compression down at the bottom.
The bottom's completely visible and not changing shape whatsoever from the moment it was seen 3 miles away to here it is at 20, 25 miles away.
How about this? How come the flat Earth just makes sense at all? How come it's not just the most retarded thing ever when you look into it? Why, just Mick and Zanuck? Why do you guys think that like we believe it so much? Why does it make so much sense to us? Can you like? I want to know if I'm wrong. Why am I so confused? Is it because our observations make it look flat and that I'm just wrong because I haven't been high enough?
Essentially, yes.
So when are we going to go high enough? Like,
you don't need to go that high. There's the experiments you can do at a fairly low level, like the Bedford level experiment done by Wallace back in the 1800s was actually a really good experiment.
No, this was even conflated in court.
No.
We can't go back and forth with these two scallywags. That's not going to happen.
No, but Mick,
And
let's
Dr.
talk about
Johnny
us.
redid the Bedford level experiment anyway.
No, he didn't do it. He didn't do it.
No, but
Dr. John didn't do it. He had bad weather and he's never been back. So,
but do I think it's? I've never seen the globe, so why should I believe it? Like, all my observations are of a flat Earth. Do you agree? Your observations are all of a flat Earth, right? Are your observations?
You've seen things like. No, my observations are of a globe. The observations I've taken show that there is.
Doesn't look flat to you, and it's just
you've never seen curve in your life or motion with your observations.
You've never seen anything. None of us.
Hollywood, I get it.
No, he just wants to beg the question and apply a model to it. It's like the model fee.
But you've never seen it, right, Mick? You've never seen the globe, right? Right? Like us.
See it every day. Here it is.
Nobody has seen the globe.
You see it every day, dude? Are you serious?
You don't see shit, man.
You go to space every day?
Hollywood, if you see the picture I just posted.
Guys, taking it out of hand. I think what you're trying to say is, are you trying to ask him what does he observe? Rather than just repeating the question and shouting it, just ask Mick, what do you observe on a day-to-day basis that shows a ball?
Well, I think Mick and everybody would agree that.
No, Zanuck, shush. That was directed at me.
My problem is I see a flat Earth every day, and I can't deny that anymore.
We understand that, but Mick, what do you observe?
Well, I see a lot of evidence that to me shows that the Earth is actually a ball. Like the simplest thing is
not the evidence, the observations. What do you observe?
Okay, the observations, like I observe, say, Catalina Island, like something I used to live in Venice, Venice Beach in California, and there's an island off the coast. It's about 35 miles off the coast, and it's about, I think, 2,000 feet high. And when you look at it from the beach at Santa Monica or Venice next to each other, you see that half of the island is hidden behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
I just posted.
Hold on, Zanuck, shush. What's the horizon?
Horizon is the line formed by the edge of the curve.
I can't hear. I can't. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
You're talking about.
I want to know what the horizon is.
Your horizon is about 3
my
miles
God.
ahead of you with the naked eye.
The horizon is a horizontal line.
Who's this
That's why it's called the horizon.
I'm asking Nick a direct question. What's the horizon?
It's not a physical thing.
I'm not asking you.
By the curve of the ocean.
Platypus. No one is talking to you,
what
dude.
You see of essentially
I don't think he can
sphere
hear
of the Earth.
anybody.
Who are you?
All right, so
Who's talking to you, bro? Yeah, shut your ass up.
Sorry, y'all. It's just that we have to collectivize a little bit because it's one, group against one man. We just have to collectivize a little bit.
Let Jedi ask his question to Mick.
But we should let Platypus talk at the end because he also has been and seen Catalina. So I want to hear both sides.
I live in LA.
Yeah.
I got a picture.
I want to know.
Check out the picture I posted in the chat of Catalina.
Well, you all know what the horizon is under the standard model. Understand.
I understand the horizon is the limitation of my view. So that's what the horizon is. You're reifying this apparent location into a real location, the apparent leading edge of your sphere. That's what you're doing. The horizon is the limitation. The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view over the Earth. It is not an actual location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere. Nothing is hiding behind it.
So this guy
but it matches exactly the standard model.
Wrong.
No, it doesn't match exactly the standard model. This is what long distance observations are. I mean, if you're at the beach and you're observing something that's 35 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of it, I'll give you your 6 foot tall. This is a very narrow angle of view to the thing you're observing 35 miles away across a flat surface.
You can see curvature.
That's not how vision actually works, though.
What do you mean? I've just pointed out you're observing something from 6 foot above the surface of the ocean that's 35 miles away. It's reduced the angle of sight.
You've been to Santa
The
Monica.
next person who ever talks to me is going to get
You've seen a
muted.
big bulge. You've seen the water curve up and block your view of the shore of an island 30 miles away. You're telling me there's enough curvature across 30 miles to see a giant curve and have the ocean bulging in front of you, and then you don't see the shore.
It's just a smooth curve of the ocean.
Well, hold on, because I hear this argument too, like, oh, I see the curve. Well, where do you see it? I see boats going over it straight ahead. If you're seeing something 35 miles out straight ahead, imagine how long a distance of horizon you're actually seeing, and how many hundreds of miles you're actually are in your vision. Like, there should be something else. There should be left and right curve too, if it's real, but it's not.
No, the horizon is flat.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's curving like away from you, it should also be curving left and right. Visually, you should be able to. If you think you can see the curve away from you, then you should also be able to see the curve left and right, because of you're seeing way more distance. You're seeing way more distance.
That's not how it works. It's a different curve.
It's a different curve, but it's still a curve that you can actually see.
It's based on your angle of view, is what it is. The higher up you go, the further you can see, and it's got dip to do with a curve. It's got zero to do with a curve. You can prove this to yourself by standing on your damn kitchen floor and laying on it. Put your eye next to the floor, and you can't see very much of it. You stand up or even raise up a few inches, you see more of the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the same amount.
This is what happens on a flat surface. Literally.
Yeah, but we're talking about the surface. We're talking about
0.05 arc radians at 30,000 feet. There's nothing to see as far as curve around you. We see the effects away from you. There's a difference.
Well, you know what? Here's the reality. No one has ever seen. Yeah, you're right. No one's ever seen the left and right curve, and no one's ever going to see it because it's not real.
Because you're not,
all you can do in any curve. All you guys can do. All you guys can do is take a perception.
0.05 arc radians.
Say that's curve. All you can take.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, hold on, Hollywood, hold on one sec. All right, guys. I know everyone's a little excited because Mick is here. Let's try to keep it constructive, though. Like if Mick's making a point or Xanix's making a point, let them finish and then continue with the point. Don't bounce a different idea because this is getting really hard to listen to. All right, guys. Let's stay on topic.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but it would be good if we could actually stay on the one question for a second. Like, say that the side-to-side curve. That's a great question. Why can't you see the side-to-side curve? You can actually see it if you go up about 700 to 1,000 feet and take a photograph of the horizon with a rectilinear lens, one that keeps straight lines straight and doesn't bend lines, and then you look at that in Photoshop. You'll be able to detect an actual curve. If you take a large straight edge up to about 1,000 feet. And you look along it carefully, you will actually see the curve of the horizon curving down a little bit at the ends of that straight edge. So it is actually visible. You won't see it from the beach.
Are you looking for an airplane? Are you looking for an airplane window when you make this observation with a straight edge?
No, you wouldn't be able to see it from an airplane window because it's
right.
too.
So you know that you've got distortion at the edges of those two planes of perspex that are convex in nature, especially when pressurized.
Nothing.
So you're making this observation through a curved surface.
Infrared photographs.
Not talking about. What I'm talking about.
Can I get a confession to this?
Yeah, at about 32,000 feet.
About what happens
through a curved lens.
An infrared camera to take pictures of objects that were about 1,000 miles away.
So really through a lens, through another two curved lenses.
A ball that's spinning, but for some reason we were able to do it.
Yeah. So through the camera, the aperture of the lens, which is curved. And then through the window.
That would allow us to see things thousands of miles away at only 32,000 feet?
It wouldn't. So you're misidentifying what you're seeing.
Platypus, I just need to make this clear. Do you hear Jedi?
No, I don't.
You don't hear Jedi? Yeah, you'd like to. You should unmute him.
You're misidentifying what you're seeing. If you think you can see something 1,000 miles away from 30,000 feet, you're not. You can only see about 250, 300 miles or so from 30,000 feet. So you are misidentifying what you are saying.
Why another moderator can't hear me, or why I can't hear another
Mick, I also posted a picture of a HUD display that shows the level line and then the horizon below the level line, which would only be possible if the surface below you is curved.
Dude, that gets
Because
so
level-
or sloping away from you. But yes, essentially, yeah. And this is something else you can take. You can take a water level, like 2 tubes that are connected, and you can see that the horizon drops below eye level, which would only happen if the Earth was a sphere.
It does.
So
parallel
2,800
horizontals
miles
that
away of the Himalayan range is not possible on a globe ever. 2,800 miles away.
I'm not sure what
from above Dubai.
The
above
question is,
Dubai in the air on an airplane, and even the pilot admits it. 2,800 miles away, and then tries to explain it away.
Hey, Mick,
Dubai.
can I just get
Yes, from Dubai.
Can I just ask Mick
Himalayas
quickly?
and Mount Everest from Dubai, 2,800 miles away.
I think that's probably misidentifying the mountains that you're saying, if that's in fact what's being
watch
claimed.
it. Watch
So,
it.
Mick, did you?
But you say that about Jay Tolan when he clearly pointed out the 700-mile one was perfect.
Hey, Mick.
I mean, but you're going to say though that was no, it wasn't clouds.
Jay Stolen actually shows the curve of the Earth. You can actually see the horizon curving in his videos.
Do you disagree with
Have you
Neil
measured
deGrasse
it with a
Tyson when
straight
he
edge?
says that you can't see curvature at 100?
Are you going to try to pull the crap like FTFE, where he tries to show curve by zooming in with a program that shows the actual table that the thing was sitting on curving too? Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but someone asked about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
man.
He was wrong.
So how did you come to have better knowledge than Neil deGrasse Tyson on this issue?
But it's not about knowledge. He just said something that was wrong. I'm sure that if you actually asked him in detail about what he meant, he would explain it to you.
Well, he was pretty clear about saying that from 120,000 feet you couldn't observe it.
Yeah, he
So
was saying that it
that's a
looked
big
flat, so you wouldn't see much of a curve. But it's
he said
technically
it was.
wrong. Yeah, it's
So
wrong.
you say
So he is
1,000
wrong.
feet. You say 1,000 feet, and he says you couldn't see it from
You
120,000.
you can't really see it with the naked eye very easily. You have to use like a long straight edge and look very carefully and have good conditions, like clear air and
So
a
have you
clear
done that?
horizon. No, but I've seen a lot of people doing it online.
Do you have
What
any?
about?
Do you,
Is it possible?
I'd
Is
be
it
interested
possible
to
that
see
it's
that.
a circle of vision what you are seeing, not the roundness of Earth? Because we have a circle of vision. We see in circle.
We don't have a circle of vision. We have eyes and we have cameras, and they share the same thing.
you have
Yeah, but
peripheral vision.
from your
though.
point of view, you see.
It's irrelevant though. Like, let's
You see
don't
the
talk
same
about
amount.
vision because vision's irrelevant. What's relevant here is photographs, because the photographs look like what we see. So let's talk about like how a photograph is made. You can make a photograph.
That's not true, Mick. A photograph is not what we see. A photographic is a distortion of reality, actually.
It looks
Did
like
hear that right, didn't I?
if you take a photograph of something and hold it up in front of you, it will look like the thing that you're looking at. Will it not?
But all lenses are curved, so they're going to add curvature. Even the rectilinear lens, it's going to add it after bigger distances and bigger elevation. All lenses are going to do that if they are convex and curved.
Whole camera.
Different cameras will take different images depending on the air clarity of the day. This can be observed with 12-hour time-lapse footage of things in the distance, and the midground and the near ground undulating throughout the day, including the horizon, depending on the air conditions, right? So it does appear that things do undulate. So you're going to tell me that everything that you see at vast distances is exactly what it is all the time? Or is refraction definitely coming into play?
Refraction is usually coming into play. But what I'm saying is that what we see with our eyes is just essentially the same as what we see with a camera. There's nothing special about our eyes other than them being round. If you take a pinhole camera, which doesn't have a lens at all, it produces exactly the same images as a regular camera.
Up close, but up far, not the case.
Yeah, at distance.
So, Mick,
why would it be different?
Hold on, real quick. Do you have any alternative viewpoints, or are you going to defend the official narrative on everything at all costs? Because I know the official story and all this stuff. Are you going to provide us with anything like, or do you have any like conspiracies that you kind of think are real, or anything like that? Like anything alternative?
Hollywood, you must be new to Mick West. Mick West was actually a big debunker for chemtrails and 9/11. So
He runs a website called Made
I think
Up.
there's a lot of corruption in the
Yeah,
world.
Mick West. Mick West is the antithesis of a conspiracy theorist. He's specifically here to shoot down any conspiracy and tell you that you're just an idiot.
So do you have any?
That's why I call him Michelle.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Do you have any alternative viewpoints?
Can y'all all
other than the
stop
official
talking at
narrative?
the same time?
I just want to know, do you have any alternative viewpoints other than the official narrative on everything?
Yeah, I think that there's lots of corruption in government, and I wouldn't trust
Give me
anything
an
a politician says.
Be specific. Like one thing that you're concerned about.
Well, like say the prison industrial complex. Like I think politicians pass laws to increase sentencing based in part on lobbying from the prison industry, and the prison industry gives money to politicians, so they will pass laws like the drug laws that end up with more people in jail.
That's his official narrative.
What about JFK?
Well, the thing is with these photos, they can add curvature, and even these gyroscopes off of which you have the pendulous vanes in these flight equipment can be affected by pressure and electrical environments that can change the way that the vacuum pump operates, which operates with the gyroscope to provide the high-powered spin for the gyro to operate. So the 3 inches up and down that you may be seeing may due to mechanical error of the gyro going through different pressure environments, affecting the vacuum pump and affecting
it with the water level.
precession and spin.
You can do it with the water level, though. You don't need to use like the gyroscopic level. So you just take up like 2 tubes filled with water, and you can view level, like the horizontal level from that point, and you see the horizon is below that.
Depends on how you're looking. Since there are no such thing as lines, you could be looking at the top part of the quote-unquote horizon line, the middle part of it, the bottom part of it, and if you're off by even a hair's breadth, it may add up.
Along local level. Say you get a carpenter's level. Like a big, you know what a carpenter's level is, right? It's one of those long, 4-foot long levels with a little spirit level in the middle.
Yeah.
And you set that up so it's perfectly locally level, so it's flat and horizontal. If you look along that, you will see that it's above the horizon. If you are high enough, if you go to say 6,000 feet or something like that, just look along that level, and you will see the horizon is below that. Easily verifiable.
Yes,
that is something I have done.
Done that, mate. Do you want me to get that video?
Distance, okay.
Can I just
ask a visibility concept that you're just totally disregarding?
Can I just ask a couple of questions again to Mick? So Mick, firstly, have you ever attempted to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct him on his misunderstanding about where you can observe Earth's curvature?
Yes, I did. I tweeted at him.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
long post explaining why he was wrong. I think if you search for Mick West, Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong or something like that, it will pop up. I'm
I'm interested to read that. If you post it, I'm going to give that a read. But also, because I think Platypus's question is quite interesting as a kind of starting point for some of these things. So if I just shoot a couple of topics at you, can you just give us your opinion on what you think the story is?
So, just posting a link to the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunk that I did.
Okay.
But Mick West in the chat.
Well, quickly, just let me finish. I just want to ask a couple of ones. So, what about JFK? What's your stance on that?
I think the Warren Commission was correct.
Okay.
You should see the video of the driver pointing and shooting him to death in the car.
Did I just hear Mick West say the Warren Commission was correct? On
Hey, Mick, was your dad?
Oh my God!
Right. Just a couple more, and I'll be done. The moon landings
happened.
Happened as they described, right? 9/11.
Yes, 9/11 was done by terrorists flying planes into the buildings catching fire and collapsing. World Trade Center 7 was hit by World Trade Center 1, caught fire.
You're an absolute buffoon. You're an absolute.
Just getting a quick gauge on that.
Hold on. On the link you sent, that 45,000 feet. Whoa, that's a curve.
Everything the news says is real and 100% true all the time.
Okay,
My name is Mick West, and there's nothing here
Let's
to.
go back to some flat Earth stuff because I just wanted to get a quick gauge on some of those. So, Mick, sorry, go on, Lemon.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're saying?
Hey, we shouldn't torture him because for all we know, he's literally he's being forced to do this.
Yeah, no.
So I kind of feel bad. No joke.
Right?
I mean, he makes some money
no,
off
no
of
one's
this.
forcing
I'm
it.
pretty sure
No,
the
I
government's paying him.
I don't make money. I'm
Mhm.
retired. I actually, I
He's
used to
just
be a
been
video game
he's just been
programmer.
threatened. He's just been threatened.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure he retired. They
But
probably
Mick,
pay
you
pretty good
agree?
sum.
You agree that right now people
Look,
around the world.
can I just address this real quick? Like you say, like I'm being paid, I'm a shill, and I'm scared, I'm being forced to do this. Can I just like, do you
I
know
said
like
that's
what
a
my history is?
possibility. I never said you were. I
Right.
said it's a
Go on, let him
possibility.
respond.
Okay,
Mick,
okay.
go on.
Well, let me explain like why I'm doing this. Like I used to be a video game programmer. I programmed a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was very popular
I
back
used to
in the
love
day.
that game.
I used to like that.
Yeah. So it was a very
fucking
popular
love that
game.
game.
I made quite a bit of money doing it, and so I retired from the video game industry, and now I just do things that I basically am interested in and enjoy doing. So I have a variety of interests,
Well,
and this is one of them.
So did you know that all video game worlds are flat?
That's not true. There's quite a few video game worlds that
most are
around.
flat. Though, would you agree? Most are
Yeah,
completely
they
flat.
are. But you
the
know,
water's flat.
as
Everything's flat. Like, yeah, I can show you a cool
Well, of
video
course
of
they are.
like
Why
a lot of
wouldn't they
different
be?
maps, and they're all flat.
Like I said, I used to be
Sorry,
I used to be a
Mick.
video game programmer.
Wait, so
Mick, could
what
I-
is this? Your
Could
dad
I
was
jump in and ask
FES?
a question?
So because the
Really?
video game is flat,
Hang
the
on,
Earth
guys.
is flat.
Hang on, guys.
I'm seeing this.
Anybody?
I've got to ask this question. Was your dad FES,
Anybody
Flat Earth
stop.
Society, Mick West?
No. Okay.
Huh?
There
My
was a
dad-
question. There was a question
My dad,
in the chat that wanted.
Because if he was, then you're part of the problem.
Hello. Can I finish? Can I just ask
Weird that
this
he doesn't.
question?
He can't answer that
Yeah,
question.
yeah. Hold on.
No,
let Emma.
Can you guys hear Emma?
They just asked him a question.
When
Can you
somebody
please answer?
pauses and lets me answer, I will answer.
Guys, just
All
chill.
right. My dad was a member for 1 month of the Flat Earth Society because he did it ironically.
1 month, huh?
Oh,
That's
that's
interesting.
ironically.
Emma, go and ask your question.
Well, I'll be
It's too late now. Everybody bloody jumped in and answered it anyway. So thanks, guys, for talking all over me. Bunch of assholes.
Yeah, guys, everyone,
I think
chill out
Mick
and
dropped-
let's try and do it one at a time.
I think.
Okay, well,
Well put, Emma.
the thing is, with the flat Earth, it looks like we have a bunch of lenses that are adding curvature. Even if you look up at that fisheye, fakery up there in the chat, that matches almost perfectly the globe that they give us. It looks like they go up as far as they can before they hit the firmament, turn around and take a picture of as much as they can with a distorting lens, put black background on the photo, and pass it off as the Earth and the blackness of space. It's so simple. Why didn't we see this before? We've been duped.
He's
We
gone
wait.
anyway.
It's funny. You know what's funny is that he's putting all these pictures that could be photoshopped.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask Mick a question here?
Yeah. No, he's gone.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
he's
what
gone?
happened? Did you scare him off with the question about his father or something? What was that?
No, exactly. We were all shouting over. Like, I think this is what I warned when I said
Yeah,
calm
I think
down.
maybe
I
it
think the
got a
fact that we
bit
were all
much.
shouting and talking at him probably made him leave. Which is the point why we needed to be
No, he
respectful
didn't
and shut up
just
and let
leave.
everyone
He
ask
got
the question
banned.
one by one.
What? Oh,
The
he
fuck
got
banned
banned.
him?
Yeah, this
You're
isn't
not
okay.
paying
Yeah,
attention
for
to
the
chat,
okay.
are you? Somebody
Yeah.
pulled the trigger.
Yeah,
Why?
for the record, just so people know, this isn't Mick West's first time here. Okay, he's been here before. He comes in very seldom, but he does come in here. Okay, and yeah, just before he came in here, there was like 20 people in the chat, and then when he came here, like 40 people joined. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a big deal when someone like him joins in. We all kind of want to get at him, because he's a tool. Mick West, the tool.
He's literally a fucking tool, like you said. Nothing but the guy sits on his ass and does nothing but try to debunk conspiracy theories all day long, which he fails at.
Well,
So,
he presupposes
he says he made all this
has a
money
reason.
making video games. Shit, how do you know that's even true?
Look,
He could just
look
be
at
sitting
this
there
picture.
being a paid shill.
I don't care
We don't
about
know.
that.
Look at this picture I just posted. Look at his leg.
He
His leg
presupposes,
on that picture.
he presupposes that the Earth is spherical and has a certain radius.
Dude, he just
Out of
told
that-
everyone.
Out of that, he builds up to what he calls the terrestrial refraction. I don't know if he's doing it personally or if some crew
Hold on.
Metabunk side is, right? But that's what he does.
Look at the picture I just posted from Mick West, supposedly with them and with Tony Hawk developers and whatnot. Look at his leg where he's sitting down next to the other dude. That is so.
What is it?
2:47 Central Time, whatever.
Do you know what got me? It was the 35-mile away island. I don't understand how I even got that. I mean,
well, these discussions are for people listening because they need to hear both sides so they can make an informed decision. Platypus, weren't you saying something about California or whatever?
Yeah, I was gonna say he set me off with that comment where he said that you're standing on the beach in Santa Monica and you can only see half of Catalina Island. That entire
35
idea
miles away.
that you're seeing curvature at 35 miles away at sea level, which is ridiculous. We'd see sideways buildings pointing in every direction. That just makes no sense.
Platypus, you know, he was kind of being a little deceptive because what he's saying is true. Because there are times during the year that you go to Santa Monica or something like that, and you can't see all of Catalina Island. You can see some of it because it's hazy. But there's very clear days we could see it perfectly from top to bottom. I know my friend Judas, he actually has videos where he would zoom into the shore from like Santa Monica and stuff like that, like the actual shore, and you can see the boats.
I mean, we have that video. Don't we have that video of that timeline about the water looking like it's rising and covering that island across? I forgot what video is that, but
it's a Skunk Bay.
Yes, exactly. That's Skunk Bay. So it would be the exact same thing. It's the exact same.
Dude, I can't believe you just told everyone with a straight face that planes brought down the towers. I mean, this is this guy. I mean, this is just unbelievable. I know Valley Girl's smarter than McWest. This guy's just an absolute tool. He should be banned on site.
What else did he come in here to talk about?
Yeah, true.
He just came in here to push his globe lie. That's it.
Although
That's
you
all
think
he
he should
came
be
in
a
here to
ban on
talk
site,
about.
not all of us have spoke to him before, and it would have been nice to ask him some questions that people haven't asked. Although you might think he's viable ban on site,
No, he is.
not all of us have
This is the
spoke to him
case.
before.
No, he's
It would
no,
have
his
been
dad
nice
was
for
a
us to
member
ask
of
him
Fire
a
Earth
couple
Society.
questions. There was
McWest
a
is
bunch
banned
of
on
people.
site. He's an idiot.
I didn't
Yeah,
finish.
I don't.
There was a bunch of people who were trying to ask questions and were getting talked over. A few people are really upset in the text chat because they were being screamed over when trying to ask a viable question.
Yeah, well, his dad was a Flat Earth Society
I don't
member.
give a shit.
McWest is a ban on.
Are
Yeah,
trying
okay. Yeah,
to ask
this is.
questions.
No, it's ban on site. Okay,
deciding who we
Flat
should
Earth
talk to,
Society
basically.
is ban on
But
site.
he
Yeah, Flat Earth
wasn't a
Society is
member
ban
of
on
Flat
site.
Earth Society, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's associated with anyone who.
Hold tight. Let's
Then
try
Mark
and calm this
Sargent
down.
wouldn't be
There's
welcome here,
gold three moderators. Come on, guys. We all know where this is going. Lots of people wanted to ask questions. Lots of people have, understand Mick West and don't want him here. But at the end of the day, it would have been nice to let him hang himself with words. He did twice hang himself because he was reifying an apparent location using misplaced concretism. Reification, right? Which is what they need to do when they presuppose are. So let's try and remember also what's going on as well. Not many people know these things, and it needs to be pulled apart. His Earth curve calculator. The presupposition that it works on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
The part is if he is in here, and although you might not like it, it's not as if he's here every single day. So if you don't like the current conversation with him being in here, he's not going to be here long. Feel free to jump out the live stream. There are people who want to hear this discussion who now no longer have the option.
Bambi,
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the good thing is we haven't recorded. We clip those and just start posting this stuff. So look how his dumb conversations are. I mean, it's just that was been perfect.
But what about our mission? This helps people see both sides. They need to see this themselves so they can make a proper decision. I mean, it's not like he's, infiltrating and destroying the server from within, hopefully. I mean, compared to most of the Globers that are, real zealots, this dude was a dream. He was calm. He was collected. He answered questions, I mean, we also have to be careful.
We could have got a lot more out of
He's
that.
better than Xanax.
Calm conversation.
Exactly.
There you go.
We could have got a lot more.
To be fair, I like Xanax more than Mick West.
True.
That whole conversation could have been much more productive, and we honestly ruined our time there.
I don't think so.
Never mind.
I don't
Listen,
think so. I
listen.
was talking. I
It
think
doesn't matter.
who banned
Whether
him?
come back or
Well,
not.
somebody message him and tell him to come
Here's
back.
the thing. Here's
Somebody
the thing.
banned
It's
him,
really
didn't they?
hard to. Yeah, it's really hard to have a conversation when there's 80 people in here and there's one McWest. Okay, so it's ideally, it's like, it's easy to say, hey guys, just one at a time, give them a chance. And there's 80 people in here wanting to get a chance to ask McWest a question,
But
and
you have to
he
take
left
control.
and got banned on his own volition.
Yeah,
So
I don't think you understand. There were people who wanted to ask questions, like myself and other people who were staying quiet until the opportunity
Right.
came around for them to
What
ask.
question would
The
you
Everybody
moderators
jumping
need to
on and
moderate
shouting
then.
questions at once.
Yeah.
Well, see, okay, so Bambi,
Moderators
so
were
now you know
trying,
though.
Guys,
So, but now
The
you know.
moderators
Now you
got
know.
talked
Now you know.
all over several
Hey, listen,
times.
guys, let's just move on because he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter. And if there's
I
50
doubt he'll
odd
come
people
back.
in here, there's plenty other people to speak to. And if anyone's got questions or topics they want to bring up, now's a pretty good time. So let's not.
Yeah,
dwell
you
on
really
it.
need to actually listen to what the moderators are
guess he can't
saying
come
when
back
it
if he's
comes to that
banned,
sort
so.
of thing.
Yeah,
I mean, to
the
keep
guy
the
has a huge.
conversation fresh and vibrant, we need to have people come in with all of their concerns, as long as the server doesn't get infiltrated and destroyed. So we need to be
But
able
Lemon,
to, honestly
Lemon,
deal
why,
with
why,
people.
Lemon,
Yeah,
why did he leave?
What was that?
Why did he leave?
I heard there was a banning, so I don't know. I was in the middle of a comment, and then I didn't hear a response, and I was like, "Oh crap, he probably
His
left or something."
statements were so ridiculous, and like 10 people jumped upon them. So ridiculous that he couldn't even answer it.
He was hanging himself anyway. So leave it to
That's
the
why people
mods to decide, and we'll see
Well,
what
I
happens.
mean,
but-
well, the thing is, we are Legion. I hate to have that satanic reference to the demons of hell, but we are a group. So we need to collectivize in a way that we don't just, overwhelm one person. If somebody has covered your question, then me included, be quiet, shut up, let it be covered by one other person so we don't have 10 people asking the same question. And, keep it down to one thing so it doesn't get repetitive. Eat up the airtime that is precious among 80 people and one person. We need to collectivize along certain routes so that we can have a productive 80-on-1 conversation.
Lemon, it wasn't that bad though. You just asked him a couple of simple questions.
We need to elect somebody to do one-on-ones. You just
And
that's
you
how
know-
you gotta handle it. You gotta get Eric Bay and.
Can I
To
just
be honest, we're usually pretty good with this stuff, but it's really hard when you get someone in like that to come in. It's bound to happen, man. It happens even when other flat earthers come in that are kind of well, no, and it's just something that can't really be avoided. But the best we can do is work for at least having a decent conversation, I guess.
Well, what I would like to point out, okay, because this just stands true. McWest, right? McWest.
At some point, I'd like to make a point. If someone will let me
Okay,
know
I
at
got
some
you.
point.
I'll wrap this up real quick, Emma. I promise. Okay, just to make this clear, McWest is this server's literally arch nemesis, and here's why. Okay, he doesn't believe in a single conspiracy. Okay, this is a server for a hotbed. Okay, this is a hotbed of conspiracy topic. Okay, so when we get McWest in here, okay, Mr. I don't even believe a single conspiracy, Mr. Iron Wall of Defense, that no conspiracy will get past me. Okay, it's just you're gonna get tensions flaring. He is the arch nemesis of this server. Okay,
Not a lot of globe earthers. Not all globe earthers like McWest either.
Asshole.
Yeah, I don't like them.
All right, Emma, can you speak
Okay,
now, please?
Emma, what you
sorry,
saying, sir?
Lemon, everyone, stop. Emma, can you speak now?
I would just like to say that we played right into their hands because that was planned. That whole thing was planned. You don't think Mick West just suddenly decided, out of the blue, on Twitter, to converse with Bev while everything else is going on. So no,
of course, there's an agenda. Either he was
it
trying
was
to
a
feel us
complete-
out or see what's up.
No,
nowadays.
it was a complete plan because they're all going on the everybody's nasty. And what happened? They came in here and now we've literally, it looks bad on us, even though it's
We
not.
proved them right.
I don't think it does that.
Well,
Well, you haven't seen what's been going on in the background. I'm telling you
that.
this. I'm telling you this from experience of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. That
Well, the
a few
thing
of
is-
us are watching, and he came in for a reason, and he got what he wanted.
Well, it's very disheartening because right now the move is to demonize flat earthers. Even O.M. Benjamin's appearance at the Flat Earth Conference may be used to peg, flat earthers as, crazy anti-Semites or whatever. There is a move to demonize flat earthers and push them out of society on some level. And if we can't get it right here in a friendly space, there isn't much hope for out there in the real world either, with people that are much less, prone to give us the time of day. We need to set the example, show that, hey, we can have a productive dialogue even if we don't agree with everything that they're saying.
I understand what you're saying, Lemon, but do you think that he didn't have productive dialogue? Did you hear the shit he was speaking?
It was very productive. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't ad homing. He was maybe his answers were BS or whatever, but he was answering and being productive. If we can have other people on here that a straw man even more than him, I just don't get it.
Well, that's,
I mean, even with the flatter society, with good information.
But the hard part is to find an individual like him because he's clearly trained in this. So he's well versed and good at what he does.
Right. Well,
so it's nice to it's nice to have a worthy opponent, but I kind of get.
Well, if that's the case, let's not give it more time than it deserves, especially when there's so many people in the room. Let's open it up. Is that Gem Panda in the house? It's a full party tonight.
I am indeed. I would be a very, very poor man's Mick West, I feel. But
well,
I'm here if you.
I wouldn't give it to these assholes the time of day. They're a waste of space. Gem Panda, total waste of space. Mick West, waste of space.
Well, here we go.
If you want to read
Gem
about
Panda.
what they talk, just go to school.
Gem
Everyone
Panda.
knows what all
Give us
this is.
Gem
Panda.
Hold on. Jim Panda. So you're saying you don't get paid as much as Mick West?
Yeah, are you just tag teaming in? What are you doing? Like, is this how this works? The Globe guys just tag.
The word spread through other Discords, guys. It's not a big conspiracy. This one.
I just thought it'd be interesting to hear what. I thought it'd be interesting.
We're under attack.
I thought it'd be interesting to hear Mick West get challenged on a few things and see what he had to say.
No, they do what I do.
Too bad he ran off with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, we've got people from Gems in here that watch what we do, and then you've got me in here that watch what they do. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Can anyone hear me?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did you?
I just want to say, Mick's been unbanned, so if he wants to come back, he can.
I don't know him. I don't have any line of communication with him.
I'm just saying, if anybody can get the word or whatever,
I'll get it.
It's been
Guys,
unbanned.
don't worry.
Anyhow, I also want to comment on him generally. He's obviously a crazy shill, and he does believe in conspiracy theories because he believes the official government conspiracy in 9/11. So he is a conspiracy theorist. It just depends on who the conspiracy comes from.
Ooh.
Yeah, she just let the guy talk, let him.
But he said a lot of things which are utterly just nonsense, and he needs to be challenged on them.
Yeah,
Things like
but he's not a conspiracy theorist.
Camera
Indio.
is just like an
His-
eyeball.
No,
his camera is just like a human eye.
Yep, this is for the
ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, this is for the audience, guys. So when they come in here, we want them to say what they say so that the people can hear them. The audience all the people who are listening. So when we challenge them on those ideas, they could hear how ridiculous it sounds when he's presenting the globe nonsense. So it would behoove us to let him come in here and kind of spew his nonsense so we could tear it down. One at a time even. Like Lemon had the right idea, so he was calm, collected. We could do this. I mean, just let him come back in here, let him say what he's going to say, take one question at a time, and then answer him appropriately. We could shut this down. I mean, if we do it collectively. I mean, I do believe that we can do it. You guys are very intelligent. And you're able to take any argument down. I've heard all of you, speak your mind on the thing. So it's not really a big deal to let Mick West come in here and, say what he's going to say.
Yeah, you guys have to understand what his argumentation is. He's the ultimate hand waver. He will just make claims and assertions without any type of evidence to back it up. Correct. And the best bet is to just expose it. Just demand his evidence for those things. That's people like him. You're not going to change his mind. All you can do is expose him as a disingenuous person. That's pretty much all.
Well, yeah, he does run a website that's an anti-conspiracy website. Yeah, he is like an ironclad wall who doesn't let conspiracy even get past him. So yeah,
I'm banned from his website because he had this long post about Canada in his forums. And I stated something about how Snell's law is not applicable in a single medium, and he banned me for that. So, you know,
yeah, he's totally
not an honest
mainstream.
person.
He's not. I don't like him. I never have, but
Sure,
he's
yeah.
way mainstream. Like,
Right.
won't bend at all. Does not have an open mind at all.
Right, and this is the place where, you know, Indio could have got his word in right here. I mean, when he comes into this server, he could have told him, "No, why did you ban me for, you know, putting this on there?" And people would have to, listen to his response for that, and he would have got exposed in that one single argument. So there's, you know, we got to let him kind of speak what he's going to say so that people can, you know, tear him down with the truth.
Listen, the title of the post had the word refraction in it, Canagoo refraction, something like that. And he banned me because he said Snell's law was off topic.
Well, what did he
Now
even
think
come in
about
here
that.
for?
If you
though?
look up Google refraction, the first thing I'll talk about is Snell's law, and saying it's off topic to refraction just shows, you know, he just muted me for no reason.
Asking to apply the refraction at the origin or at the end point, because you're going to have a huge angle if you do it at the starting point where the light, quote unquote, emanates, which makes sense. But if it just, affects the observer's, angle, it may just be like, half a degree, which is nothing, based off of the observer. So, there's a lot of ways that we can apply this. I like to build, him back up with the truth, for the people that are hearing this stuff and don't know what to believe, because there's a lot of stuff to dissect.
Why didn't you put him in Cogdish?
You honestly think that McWest is going to hear the truth?
He may.
Nah, I think he's a perpetrator.
Well, it's a conspiracy in and of itself to not believe any conspiracies. So by that, like, McWest is a total.
Yeah.
Well, and then
what caused McWest to come here?
Maybe he's thinking about it. But if there is infiltration, a healthy amount of paranoia is, possibly necessary. But, let's just use the truth to fight bad speech with a better speech.
But I mean, Bong has a point, right? Why is McWest, right, concerned with fleas like us, right? Why does he even entertain? Why does he? Okay, well, but dude, we're fleas. Yeah, no, literally, this is like a chat full of like 100 people. Like, this is nothing, right? Okay, so why does he even come here?
And to answer Indio's question earlier, to make light of what he was talking about when he was talking about how he didn't want to talk about Snell's law, with the refraction and everything, and it's because of what we were posting and what I've been posting, what Indio posted in here, was it earlier this week or last week, the refraction index. That at the time they took the photo of Canagoo, refraction was on its way down and it drops off rapidly. So the amount of refraction they would need for that photo to work out is not possible at that time of the day.
Mick is back.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, welcome, Mick.
Oh, yeah, Canagoo. That's one of my favorite photographs. It's actually amazing how much of the mountain is missing with Canagoo. It's just this tiny, tiny bit that's visible over the top. And it's very difficult to explain.
It's definitely more than 4,000 feet that's visible. You shouldn't even see the tops of them. If you actually calculate in the height of the mountain, too, and then put it in with the 16,000 feet of missing curvature, that leaves you with almost a mile of missing curvature to even see the tops.
I don't think so, but let's go with
it leaves 4,000 feet, basically, a little over 4,000 feet. How many feet in a mile? 5,280? Yeah, that's pretty close to a mile, man.
So what's with all the missing bits of the mountains there? Why is there
there's mountains in the foreground? There's mountains in the foreground.
So what about when you get
125 miles away? There's 1,800 meter mountains in the foreground.
Yeah, but there's other mountains which are only visible over the ocean, where there's nothing in between, where literally thousands of feet of the mountain are hidden apparently behind the ocean.
No, that's the blur line. That's where your eye can't make out what's going on there. Do you understand perspective?
Where do you
Holy shit.
I do understand perspective.
Where do you think Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let's do it one person, all right? Because this is getting annoying. Indio, go ahead.
Oh, if you look at the image, so I'm going to talk about the 443 kilometer one, right? So I'm sure you've seen that one.
From Peak
Fenestrel to yes, that one exactly.
Have that
where do you think
on my board in front of me?
Horizon is supposed to be in that image. The edge, this leading edge of the ball, you think exists? Where do you think that's supposed to be? In the
it's that kind of like darkish line you can see just below the peak.
But okay, so that's what you think. But if you look at the math, it's supposed to be 128 miles away, and 128 miles away is the far shore of the ocean.
I'm not sure. I have to see the actual picture you're looking at, but the real issue here is that there are many thousands of feet that are hidden that should actually be visible if the Earth was flat.
And I told you why, because there's 4 mountains in the foreground that are 1,800 meters high.
Not with the Pic de Finistral to Barre de Ecrin's photograph. It's all ocean.
If you look at the topographical map, right, and actually look at it, there's mountains that are 1,800 miles. Or 1,800 meters tall in the foreground. Before that mountain,
is this guy?
So if you get the angular size, it's going to block off 3,000 meters of the other mountain.
Hold on, but is this guy asking it with the naked eye, or is he asking with some type of optics?
Naked eye. It's an image. It was taken. I think that image was taken with a apochromatic telescope and a Nikon.
Yeah, but what the guy's asking, he's saying it should be visible with what?
You should be able to see the whole mountain.
Visible with the naked eye. Is that what you're asking, guy? Or are you talking
if there's mountains in the foreground, you can't see the whole mountain. That's impossible.
Yeah, but if there are mountains that you can't see over the top of, but we're looking at things that are over ocean.
Flat. Yeah, he's saying it's flat, so you should be able to see all of this. How?
If it was flat.
That's what I want to know.
Hey guys, hold on a sec. Let Indian have a little exchange. Let him get some groundwork because you guys are interrupting and throwing in other ideas, and it's taking away from the points.
Well, I'm going to just give my general opinion, and then I'm going to shut up, right? So my general opinion is you guys only taking. When I say you guys, I mean people that believe in the globe. When they look at these images, they are only looking at one particular data point, right? They're not looking like the whole prediction of the globe. Where's the horizon in this image, and where is it relative to the peaks, right? And what distance is it away? So we can look at topographical maps. Well, yeah, just listen. All you have to do is come up. You can use your own calculator that you have, right?
Good.
So get the
Google Earth
distance
is
to the
actually really good for
horizon.
this type of thing.
So you can get the distance to the horizon, and you can figure out where that would be in the image. And if you look at it, it's basically the far shoreline, right? And then if you go a little bit further, looking at a topographical map, there's foreground mountains that are 1,800 meters high in the line of sight. And as you know, things that are closer have a larger angular size than things that are further. So if you have mountains that are 1,800 meters high, and there's a mountain that's another 125 miles away, it's going to obstruct a significant portion of that mountain.
But that's not what we're seeing in this image. So in this image, it's basically water pretty much all the way up to Barre de Ecrin's from Pic de Finistrals.
If I may suggest you apply a negative color filter, and you can see all the foreground mountains.
No, I have the picture. I actually have the picture pinned to my wall in front of me. I've had it there for several months because it's one of my favorite photographs, and I can see quite clearly. You can see the water going all the way up to that mountain in the distance, Barre de Ecrin, and you can see that all you can see of that mountain is this tiny little bit on the top, like 200 or 300 feet. Out of I think, like 13,000 foot high mountain. So there's a huge amount of hidden mountain there, if you look at it carefully.
If I may,
we have a different subjective opinion about what that image shows, obviously. So
we should try to find the image, and so we can be looking at the same thing.
Well, if I may, very quickly,
just go to Beyond Horizon. Just go to their website.
Well, if I may very quickly, things tend to converge down to the eye line of the observer. Now, if you've ever held a coin up to you in the sky, you can block out the moon. So based off the stuff that's in the foreground, you can block huge amounts of what's in the background in a way that seems to kind of go against what we would expect with stuff converging down to the eye line with perspective. And so with the focus of the camera, you can make the stuff in the foreground back off like the coin in front of the moon, and the stuff in the background loom up like the moon looming up past the coin, depending on your angle. So I think it's the zoom lenses and foreground stuff being zoomed in, zoomed out, raised and lowered by the zooming of the lens.
But really how it works though, that wouldn't make the bottom part of a mountain be vanished, because the bottom part of the mountain has essentially the same angular resolution as the top part. Why is it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Why does it have? Well, when you've only got like a few hundred feet. when you've only got a few 100 feet of the mountain visible over the horizon, that portion has a way smaller angular size than the lower part of the mountain. So why can you not see the larger part of the mountain?
Up to a point, you are correct. But when the light rays are so smushed and so compressed, no amount of zoom can bring it back unless you have a highly powerful optic that can somehow
you see the
separate these light rays that are so smushed and merging from two rays into one. So all of these are very complicated interplays.
Why can you
see more than the tops of those mountains?
Can you? Why is it only the top of the mountain above the horizon?
Equal elevations, equal angles. I don't think you're understanding that. Like,
I understand. And
No, you don't. You have no idea. Listen, you can look this up in a book called Trigonometric Delights, right? So the equal angle. So So say I have 100 meter space, right? If it's at eye level, so if it's at eye level, it subtends one angle. But if it's below angle or above eye level, that angle subtended is going to reduce.
This math, what you're talking about, is what I used to do every day for like 20 years.
Now, you're not addressing anything I said.
Hold on, Fraud.
You're just like appealing your own authority, like you're using yourself.
Can you map the boat that I've posted a video of that's disappearing over the curvature of the driveway? Can you map that? Can you tell me why that boat is disappearing from the bottom up?
I'm looking at the wrong thing here. So I'm just looking. Oh, yeah, I see it now. That, like, if that boat disappears behind something, that means that the ground isn't flat.
But if it disappears from the bottom up and the surface is flat, and it also creates some, other atmospheric effects at the horizon.
Do you know how cameras work?
Yeah.
How do they work?
It's time to propose a new model, Mick. You need to talk about the compression at eye line. So you need to have an eye line go out 180 degrees to the flat plane and talk about convergence rates with angles to that eye line.
Right. I think the issue here is that people are talking about optics and cameras and looking at things, but you don't really understand how optics work and how cameras work.
No, I see. In the demonstration, I see a boat disappearing from the bottom up, which appears to be a flat surface. That's just happening.
Flat surface.
Well, I use my eyes.
Is it flat there?
I use my eyes.
Can you get it with a laser?
I mean, laser's different. We're talking about observing something.
I observe.
Go ahead.
Hey, whoever's talking, let Jedi talk.
So it's a different function observing something and shooting a laser at something, because this is an optical phenomena. You observe this happening, and you shoot laser at it, you probably have a direct line of sight. Now, how many videos of this do you want for you then to assert that there's a radius value within every single floor?
What I would like is for you to demonstrate that the floor is in fact flat, and then show the boat.
How level do you want the surface? And don't remember that we're making observations over the sea, which is not flat.
I would like you to make, like, say, you just use a laser, and just show that it doesn't deviate within.
When would the laser start refraction?
1 millimeter. With a floor, you would hardly get any refraction, so it's irrelevant.
Okay, what if we shot a laser over a distance of water?
That's a different thing. What we're talking about here is you demonstrating that your video, in fact, shows some kind of optical way that a boat would disappear below an apparent horizon on a flat surface, which is kind of what you're saying. That's what the video shows there, isn't it?
I'm showing you an optical phenomena, which appears to be, as the angle is decreased to the surface of the oil.
If that's true, that would be great, because that means you could actually disprove all these this nonsense optics that apparently people are using in the real world. So why don't you do a bit of work and try to rigorously demonstrate?
I'm just making an observation. You're the one who's come along and having to map and apply a model.
What I'm saying is that your observation is wrong.
What, my eyes and the camera are wrong? So you are declaring that this can only happen over a curved surface?
Obviously, what you see is what you see. But your interpretation
over a curved surface. You're saying it can only happen over a curved surface. Even though I can probably go away and give you another 30 demonstrations, which you will just hand wave away and claim there's an R value in the surface of the floor, even if it's a supermarket floor or an ice rink.
It could be an inclined surface with an angle in it. It doesn't have to be curved as such. But yeah, a flat surface, inside a building, anything like less than say 100 feet, then you would always be able to see the floor from any position above the floor, because there's a line of sight from your eye to that point. If you can draw a line from something, from your eye to something, then you can see that thing. That's a fundamental law of physics.
No, that's not always the case. It's demonstrated.
I have tried it in my home. With
First of all, that's not true at all, and you know it's not true. I don't even know why you would say that.
It is entirely
so
true.
So the Sirius, it's supposed to be 2 stars.
That's
so why do I see 1 star?
But if
there's a line of sight to each star, right?
Because there's a difference between being able to see the light from something and being able to resolve the individual thing.
How come I see that the sun and the
moon? You just
said
we could see it
in the sky.
But if you can't if you can't distinguish the difference between 2 objects, then you can't see the object, right? If there's 2 objects there and you see it as one, it doesn't have to be obstructed by something else. One of those things, right? You
so
just
there's an
can't
angular
resolve the separation
size.
between it.
Yeah, there's an angular size below which you can't resolve things, but you can't say that the top of a mountain, which is smaller than the bottom of a mountain, is visible, and that the lower part, which has a larger angular size, is invisible because of that angular size. If it's bigger,
there's also an angular size where you cannot differentiate 2 objects from one.
Sure, yeah. That's the resolution limit.
So saying it's like a smaller size. That's one aspect, but the other aspect is differentiating two particular points of light and seeing them as 2 distinct objects versus 1 distinct object.
Mr. West, as you know, if light rays get too close together when they're refocused, the object effectively disappears as the 2 rays merge into one, which means at your eye line, you're making angles going up and down, and as those light rays are converging up toward that line, you're going to get disappearance and convergence, which would make stuff appear to disappear over a curve if you had that paradigm in your head, or just simply converge at a horizon line optically over a flat plane.
Horizon line is kind of like an irrelevant thing for that, though. Like, let's say you just were looking up at 30 degrees. Where's the horizon line now? Is it always at the same place relative to your
direction, Mr. West? If you look infinitely in that direction, that would be your new horizon line. But over a flat plane, guess where your horizon line will tend to be? In the forward direction infinitely.
So if I were to look down at the ocean instead of looking at the horizon, would that mean the mountain would now be visible because it's now above my horizon line?
You still need a wide enough angle. Are you looking forever in that direction, or is there a flat plane beneath your feet that is limiting how big the bottom half of your vision is? You're only 6 feet tall-ish, so you're only going to have 6 feet or less from your eye line down for the bottom part of objects to converge up toward that horizon line, going straight out over the flat plane.
Not actually how it works, though. Like, what if you were to look up so you can't actually see? What if you were to look upwards so you can't actually see the ocean at all? So the horizon is just below your field.
Wait, you're saying the way we see it is not how it works.
Below is there a 6 feet barrier below your feet angling up 30 degrees as well, infinitely in that direction? Then yes, you would see the same behavior. But if you're looking 30 degrees up and the ground is not in the way, the convergence changes. Now you have infinite room up, infinite room down. The only limit would be how fast it converges toward that point.
Why does it look the same regardless of which direction you point the camera?
Hey, real quick, Mick West, we have 2 members here that have been wanting to ask you some questions. I just want to make room for them before we get onto another quick topic that might last forever. Edna or Bambi, feel free to ask your question now.
One.
It's okay. My question was answered way earlier.
Okay, sorry about that. It's because they've been asking on DMs.
Sorry, I was muted and trying to talk. That's embarrassing. No, what I wanted to know was I've heard a lot about you and communicating with Dr. John D.
Yeah.
What kind of flaws did you see in what he was doing? Like, what do you go against?
Well, he seems to have this really strange misconception of how refraction works, and saying that you can never get downwards refraction. And when he actually did his experiments, he was quite good actually, the way he did it. He measured the temperature at various levels, but the temperature variations he actually showed in the video were actually enough to create the amount of refraction needed to bend the laser light around the curve. This is the.
Oh my God!
He did.
Holy shit!
So wait, lasers.
This was the
I didn't know. I didn't know that lasers are able to bend around curvature.
They don't.
They are. Yes.
Yeah, but
No, they don't.
Good
God, man.
On a molecular level, can you show me lasers bending around a curve?
Well, I can just show it. I can show it in my garage. It's quite easy to do.
All right. Yeah. All right. So, all right. Let's
Let me explain. I want to hear the explanation. How do you do it?
All right. You does anybody here actually have a laser?
He changed the temperatures around the laser, trying to create a refraction, is what he did. But the thing is the temperature medium at night,
it's not.
The air has already mixed and is stabilized, and you're not going to get that change.
That's not the question, though. The question was like, can a laser be bent by the air?
Upward, but not downward. No, she was asking about down and around the globe.
So
yeah, I was asking
why
if it could bend around a curve. It's not going to bend upwards around a curve. The Earth doesn't curve up.
Bend down. So you know the basics of how refraction works. Like things get bent towards more dense mediums. Like when something goes into water, it bends down towards it. Yeah. So
the problem is the light has to go from the.
Can we have him answer it, please?
Oh.
Go ahead.
I'm not really sure how to answer it because, like, it is quite demonstrable. A laser light will bend towards cold air, and you can demonstrate this. Like I said, I do it in my garage all the time. You just take an ice pack, you take a laser beam, and you shine it across the top of the ice pack, and it will bend down. Now, you do have to be careful doing this. Like, you have to actually have a very long line of sight because it doesn't bend very much. But you can actually demonstrate it. And we do know that at night, like the ground is colder. Well, no, at night. Like during the day, the water is colder than the air. This is something that is known. Water is colder than air.
Not in the South Pacific.
Most of the time.
Not in the South
obviously
Pacific.
There is, yeah.
Not where I live.
All right,
Excuse
Brighton.
me, I live in Florida. It's the opposite of that.
No, listen. He just backed himself into a corner. So when we do this, when the air is colder, then I guess you're going to have a new excuse, right?
Yeah, no. It varies. Like sometimes the light will bend up, and sometimes it will bend down. And this is something that Dr. John.
This is why you guys get called pretender clowns. You're just pretending that you know this. When did you become the expert on refraction over water? After the flat Earth took off, right? Yeah, coincident.
Yeah, Flat Earth Society is in the heezy.
Oh God!
Anyway, he has no argument with Dr. John D. He can't even argue with the guy. He's a total joke.
Mr. West,
one at a time.
We have to argue with Dr. John D. Like he has some other photographs where he took pictures of a headland, like a cliff.
You do realize that we have somebody that was here for that test, the peer-to-peer laser test, in this Discord right now.
Well, no, that's great. That's great.
It's actually on site for it.
Yeah, I thought the test was
none of your shit's going to fly when you talk about all this garbage about refraction. When they were there to observe this crap.
Being there doesn't actually change.
You're also forgetting this shit doesn't happen at night. I already showed you the refraction index. But you're going to refute what mainstream science shows you, right?
Oh, no. It's a very simple thing. It's the temperature gradient of the air, and that varies throughout the day. So,
at night it mixes and it becomes stable. And that's why it's nil at night, Mick.
No,
that's what that graph literally shows.
But no, that's not what Dr. John showed, though, is it? No, just one second. Just one second. I want to address this one point. So this one point first. He said that there was no refraction at night, but his actual own measurements showed a temperature gradient of about like 3 degrees over the first, I think, 2 or 3 meters.
Okay, and they accounted for that. They took in account for everything.
They did
found, and guess what? Yeah, they did. Yeah, he did.
Couldn't be any.
Ask CJ. CJ's right here, man, in the Discord. Just ask him. Just ping him and ask him.
Hey, Mitch. Mitch, I have a question for you. So all this talk of refraction, why not get a test that doesn't have refraction? It's such a major component. I posted one in the chat. I'll do it again real quick. And that shows high altitude view of the horizon versus the level, with the moon in between the two. Then you get rid of all your refractive problems, right? We're in the high atmosphere, very little air. Level.
You still get refraction if you're looking towards the horizon.
The horizon could be all over, but you still see the moon, which is quite a bit further than the horizon. So you know the horizon has to be below it.
Hold on. I have to add, that's a heads-up display.
Correct.
That can be. You can take a camera and point it at a different angle to the heads-up
No, you
display.
can't. That's not
You're
how they
supposed
work.
to view those things directly. They're not
You
from
can't-
angles.
If you're not looking at it directly, you can't see it. They go invisible. That's how they're designed. Otherwise, planes would be crashing.
Hold on,
when pilots are slouching in their seats. It doesn't work that way. This is
can
a way.
still-
Yeah,
you
that's
can
the
still-
thing.
you can
Pilots
still
would
put
have
a
to
camera-
not slouch at all. That would be
No, they
unrealistic.
It's not. No, it's not.
Unrealistic.
Yeah, their eyes
That's
are allowed
making
to move
it dangerous.
inches. How
Okay, yeah, one at a time.
Sorry, I
One
had to
at
say
a
something.
time. Yes,
That
one
makes
at
it
a time.
dangerous. So why would they design something like that that's dangerous like that?
That's why
it is. It's bad. It's
they're very
poor
safe.
designing. That's the way it
If you
is.
understand how they.
Mr. West,
Tired of
back
hearing
to
your
the
garbage anyways, man. You spew that shit in here every day, man. We don't need to hear anything from you right now. Literally.
Mr. West, back to the refraction. The conditions that we typically find these laser tests in are over water, and water absorbs heat faster than the surrounding air. So you're going to have a warmer layer of air over the water typically, which is going to lead to
Only
upward
if-
refraction with cooler layers above. So
Only
in the
if the water
type of
is
condition
no,
of these lasers,
no.
that's going to be your typical
You
condition.
can't just keep talking if I've said something is wrong. If something is wrong, there's no point continuing. If you made a mistake, like you said that water is going to be warmer than the air, the water is not always warmer than the air. It's quite often it's cooler than the air. If the air above the Salton Sea is 100 degrees, you don't have water that's 100 degrees, do you? You have water that's about 70 degrees.
That's because the air above it is warmed up by the water, which absorbs heat from the air, releases it into the air, leading to a warmer layer over the water.
You get a cooler air over cooler water. If the water is cooler than the air, it's going to cool the air.
We have somebody that wants to ask a question. Bambi, I think, was in the middle of asking her question. Go ahead, Bambi.
Yeah, it was about the experiment you did. Like, I was going to get you to explain it and what you did and if you've got any proof of it, but we started shouting over about how lasers don't go up. But that wasn't the question I asked. I wasn't talking about lasers going upward. I was going to ask if you've got any evidence that you've done, or do you want to explain it and break it down to how it
let me explain just what I did in a little bit more detail, and I can post the link to the video of me doing it. What I wanted to demonstrate is if a laser is shone over something that is cold, it will bend down. And this is because the air is cold and it's bending down towards the colder air. And the way I did this is I set up a laser at one end of my garage, and I set up a mirror at the other end of the garage. And I set the mirror up so it reflected the beam of the laser back, so it was right next to where the laser was. So you could very easily see any deviations in the beam of this laser. And then I took two things. First of all, I took a lighter, like a cigarette lighter, and I held it next to the laser beam. And I saw that the beam was deflected away from the hot air, because the hot air is less dense. Then I took an ice pack and I held it underneath the laser, and I saw that the laser beam was deflected down, because it's deflected towards cold air, because cold air is more dense. And we know that in the atmosphere, these two types of things exist. We get hot air, we get cold air, and sometimes we get air which is colder lower down, and sometimes air that is warm lower down. So it bends one way or the other. So we can demonstrate that this bending actually exists, and that hot air and cold air can bend laser light. And we know it exists in the atmosphere.
Consideration the temperature and the heat of such things. What if we were to take that into consideration and
that would be great. That would be great. And the problem is that Dr. John didn't actually do that. He did these measurements, but he basically said, and the measurements showed that there was no refraction. But that's not true.
You've done this to prove it. If you're making that claim, you've done these measurements.
Yeah, you said you had a link. Are you going to post it?
Every meter you've done these measurements, Nick. Every meter you've done these measurements, Nick.
Also forgetting the fact that the air is already mixed after the sun went down, so you're not going to get your damn refraction, Mick.
Dr. John did the measurements.
You keep avoiding that one specific point.
Nick, where's
Dr.
your
Dr. John. Dr. John.
For you to prove refraction, where's
Wait,
your
no,
measurements?
like,
What? Come on, Mick.
You are saying that Dr. John is an expert.
I am asking you where your. Tell
Well,
me.
he has a PhD in spectrophotometry. What do you got, Mr. Gamer Boy?
I just have a BSc.
Oh, yeah. You got nothing. Exactly.
The experiment you're talking about. The experiment.
That's what you got. Now you tell me where your experiment is. You tell me where you have measured the atmosphere to prove that it is happening. You say he hasn't measured it, so he can't. It isn't. Tell us where you.
Mate, can you put your link in the live stream, please?
Yeah, sorry.
Can
I
you
was
put
trying to answer
video
this guy, but he won't let me get a word in.
Well, first of all, you haven't even looked at the
You
experiment.
will answer what I told you to answer now, or this is over.
Hold on. Because I still haven't got the link of him doing
I'm not
what
sure
he said he was doing.
what you want me to do. Like we know that.
You to show us the measurements that you have taken to prove it is happening.
right. But like, do you think that the air doesn't get
The
colder?
measurements you have taken, Mick, where are they?
Well,
The measurements you have taken, come on.
the measurements of what?
The measurements you have taken.
Well, let me post the link to my video.
Happening.
Let me
That's
find
what
it.
I want. That's what I want. The fucking video. Post it, please.
Yeah. Let me
You
see.
tell me.
Uh,
You tell me. I'm
Refractor.
driving. I'm not watching a video. I am driving.
Okay.
You will tell me.
He can explain it to you in a
describe
minute,
it.
mate, but I want the fucking video, and I've been asking for a very long time. Please let him send the video, and then he can explain it to you.
Mame, you're also coming in a bit distance. I understand you're driving, buddy, but you're a bit like far away. Not coming in very loud.
Yeah. Pretty loud.
So yeah, Mick, if you can please send the link into the live stream and then just explain.
No,
your
I am. I'm
numbers
just
and
looking for it.
stuff
I have
to
so
me.
many videos
I
that
know.
have the word reflective. I had it. I already posted it before, but I got booed. Oh, here it is.
Dude,
No, just post it when you get it, and then for me,
I got
because
it,
he's
I got it,
driving,
I
can
got
you
it.
just explain it to him? Thank you.
So Nick, real quick, where we post things, I don't know if you're familiar with this Discord, but there's a channel right under the live stream. It's called Livestream. Oh, it's above the live stream. Sorry, it's Livestream 1 voice text. You can drop it in there, and that's where it's.
I just did.
Awesome.
He's got it, Jose. When I gave him PC Verified, I explained that.
Yeah. So that it's basically it's what I explained earlier, and it's showing that that that's my garage, and it's showing the light bending towards cold and away from hot.
No, where have you measured this across the great distance we're talking about?
I used Dr. John's measurements. He posted it in his video. The temperature gradient. He actually measured it. I haven't done it. I'm using Dr. John's measurements. Why? What's wrong with his measurements?
I'm asking you about Dr. John's measurements. I'm asking you about yours to prove that it is happening.
Well, I haven't done a long distance laser measurement like
Thank
Dr.
you.
John measuring the thing.
You haven't done
But
anything.
he has though.
You haven't done anything. Yeah, but what I'm asking
you haven't.
is, where is your measure?
I've done
to
experiments
prove that it is happening. It's just
You know,
saying
yeah.
it. It's just you saying it. It's just you saying it to counter something. That you
I think
say
you're
you should
repeating
be
yourself
accounting
now.
for. When
I
you
think
don't
you
have
made
to
your
do
point.
it,
This is
even there.
this. Can I ask a
just
question
made him
now?
mad,
Can,
that's all, dude. And
can
then-
I can I have a
That's
real
fine,
quick
that's
one
fine.
question for Mr. West? Mr. West,
Good, yeah.
please. So I heard your father was part of the Flat Earth Society, and I was
Only for a
wondering,
month.
is the
Only
Flat
for a
Earth
month.
is the Flat Earth Society like a bunch of globers that are actually going around trying to make Flat Earth look stupid, or
Some of them-
and how are you not part of it? You know what I mean? And what do you think of Flat Earth Society?
I tried to make you look
Thank you.
stupid.
Question.
And my dad just did it ironically. I think he did it in the
He did it ironically,
70s.
but he told you that the other side needs to be done. That's what you said on JRE. Don't you lie? Don't you lie? You lie me.
What am I lying about? I'm not sure what you mean there.
You just said he did it out of irony, but that's not what you said on JRE.
That's what I said. I said.
Well, I'm curious where your loyalty is. I'm
I said he
curious
was doing it as a joke.
I'm wondering if you're more, if you're Flat Earth Society,
He's
if
not
you're,
going to tell you his loyalty, Bone. He's not going to tell you his loyalty.
right, like
That's
I'm
his-
just wondering.
Let's just break apart his fucking stupid experiment first. Though, let's just do that. That'll get him out of here. So let's get back to your experiment, supposed, right? So your laser, what's the intensity of that laser?
Well, it doesn't really matter what the intensity is. It's a visible laser. It's just a laser pointer, but
Okay,
it
so
works exactly the
all right,
same.
so right, it's more exciting. So you said you held it up to a flame, right? You're next to a
Yeah.
flame. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Is
that's,
that
like
flame
40
putting out more energy than that laser? You would consider at that point it
Uh,
connects.
Probably, yeah. Because it's just heating the air.
All right, but can a
The
laser
ice pack
heat air?
isn't putting out any energy.
Here's a question for you. Can the laser light heat air? Is that possible?
Not very easily, no, because its air is transparent.
All right, so if you continue to increase the intensity of that laser, what will happen?
I'm not sure where you're going with this. Could you explain what your point is?
I'm trying to. If you can answer me that, what will happen?
What? Can I increase the intensity of the laser? No, it's a Logitech laser pointer.
All right, but
he's asking, what if you did?
Right,
It wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. Zero difference.
Wow, you hear this guy? Wow.
Well, Mr. West,
It's true.
it's a problem because if you take the supposed globe and surround it with concentric rings of air layers, then you would have, say, what you're trying to say is basically a warm layer under a cooler layer toward which the light refracts. Okay, that's fine. But over long distances, you're essentially saying that that light goes up into the second layer and goes back down into the first warm layer to hit the eye of the observer. That's a little hard to believe because that would have for the thing to go
I'm
up,
not sure what you're saying.
But he just doesn't. This guy doesn't understand lasers. There's no point arguing with him. He just doesn't have. No idea
Wait.
It's got to go.
Here's the whole problem, guys. With his whole entire thing, he's changing with the experiment that he's doing. He's changing the temperature around it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, but what's going on at night with these laser tests is it's stable. It's not changing anymore. So we're not going to see this. This is the problem. You're inducing this refraction. This is not happening naturally because there is no mixture of air where you're having night anymore. Literally, you're not having that much change. So guess what's not going to happen? The refraction.
But Dr. John,
Jesus Christ, this is why we posted that damn graph, man, that you're going to deny again.
Well, are you going to deny Dr. John's
This guy
measurements?
doesn't know what he doesn't know.
No, the graph he's talking about, Mick West, is I forgot who did it exactly, but it was a bunch of people that got together and they were trying to test the refraction. They tested it for about 72 hours, 3 days in a row, and they got the conclusion that I believe that the most amount of refraction they got was when was it, Reg, exactly? That they got the most?
The day is when you get the most amount of refraction, and in the evening and in the mornings it drops off rapidly, and at night there's none.
And that's why we have to match these conditions one for one, Mr. West. Otherwise, they have a theoretical sugar water abstraction.
And if you look at the reason why, sorry, Lemon, hold on. If you look at the reason why, you'll notice it's the temperature difference, just like you said. The reason why, though, it goes and it bottoms out and it's nil is because the temperature in the air has already mixed, and now it is constant. There is nothing changing.
But would you agree, then, that you would have to measure the actual temperature gradient at that time?
They did take the temperature at the time they were doing the laser test.
They did do it, and they found that there was a temperature gradient.
But do you understand that there's different types of
Excuse me? Not at night there wouldn't be.
They found it in Dr. John's experiment.
Hold on. Do you know that there's different types of lasers, right? Do you understand that?
Well, sure, yeah. Different wavelengths, different ways of generating them.
And
different kinds of Logitech
lasers. What are different types of lasers used for? What can be the use for a laser? Can it be used as a weapon? Is that...
They used to illuminate things and they used to heat things. And they used for a variety of other reasons.
So why would a laser that's used to heat things be affected by what the fuck you're talking about?
Well, this is the thing with lasers. They're targeting devices. We can use lasers to point at shit and paint targets and say paint because that's what the military do. Now, military use lasers. Yeah, so military use lasers to paint targets over distances that should have to take into account the curvature of the Earth and now your light refraction. These are from vessels that now it seems, with a little bit of research, that quite a lot of their ordnance and weapons that they use for the shit out of stuff requires a direct line of sight targeting system up to and including about 100 miles. So if they can aim lasers at shit up to 100 miles away, that's got a direct line of sight and is directly in front of them from a vessel at sea, and the targeting device is somewhere about 40 foot off the surface of the water. Excuse me. So if that's happening, practical, everyday use, I think we're fine shooting lasers over 25 miles, right?
He wouldn't be shooting things that are at sea level because he wouldn't be able to see them.
Well, according to you, but right now I've just pointed out, I said military, I should have said Navy. I did say vessel. I did give you a height of 40 foot above the surface of the water, aiming at a direct line of sight to a surface-based target. Now, this is 100 miles, it seems, with a little bit of research. Many of the ordnance they use require a direct line of sight.
I think you're probably referring to rail guns. I think you're conflating two different things.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not talking about railguns.
All right, so post a link then.
Yeah, I'll go and get through. But what I'm referencing is military do seem to have lasers that paint targets that require a direct line of sight at distances where Earth curvature and refraction should have to be taken into account.
That's great. Let's go with that then. Let's post me that evidence, and that will prove it.
Yeah, okay. I'm surprised you haven't looked into this before yourself, Mr. Mick West, who knows everything about light refraction and what lasers do. We're talking about a test that's done over 25 miles, or one that's done over 10, or any other laser test or line of sight test that requires, like I just said, a direct line of sight. That's easy to understand light refraction. No flat earther is denying that light refracts through the medium of the atmosphere. Can it be demonstrated to curve around the curvature of your Earth? Not just a little box where you've got an ice pack underneath it, because we're talking about the majority and most conditions, depending on the air clarity and conditions of the day. Direct line of sight is required when shooting lasers at shit.
Oh, it's
can you hear me?
Yeah, line of sight is, but not a geometric line.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I want to put in my 2 cents about this. Like the experiment, that would be what you would consider a special case. That is not the general case of the atmosphere. So the basic claim of globe proponents is that the general case, generally, that air will refract light down because of the weather conditions. And that has not been demonstrated, right? Not been demonstrated in the environments that these tests have been done in. Now, of course, you can make a special case test. I think it was Greater Sapien did one over CO2 in frozen ice, right? So, but he didn't take into account that CO2 has a higher refractive index of air, and it's way colder than any environment on Earth. So these are special case experiments. These are not the general case conditions that we find ourselves in. And I think like just showing that light can refract says really nothing. We all know light can refract. Okay?
So you got to look at the actual conditions.
Did it refract in this situation? And what do actual measurements and tests of refraction show?
Look at the actual measurements that Dr. John did. I can post them if you want. I've got them right here.
Mr. McWest, I have one point in your carriage test that is wrong, or I have a question for that. You said that in warm air, it's
just posted the temperature readings of Dr. John, by the way, if people want to check out them. Sorry, but carry on.
Okay, in your carriage test, the laser.
I'm sorry, like you said. Oh, my garage test, right?
Garage.
Yes.
Sorry, my English.
Garage.
The laser starts in warm air.
Yeah.
Like maybe 20 degrees Celsius in your garage.
Yeah.
And it goes nearby the ice. And it goes into the colder air. Maybe, I don't know, minus something. The ice was
probably like minus 20, minus 15, minus 20, or something like that.
Exactly. Where does that happen in nature? That your laser starts from a warmer temperature and goes through the colder temperature when you point it across the lake.
If you're on the shore of the lake, then the air around you is say like 90 degrees.
How many degrees
Fahrenheit
difference is in the where the laser starts?
What do you need actually? It's quite interesting. You only need about 1 degree of difference to curve like over the surface of a lake. It's quite interesting just how little of a temperature gradient, because the gradient it's not really the amount, it's the amount per meter. So if you've got a gradient of say 1 degree per meter, that's actually a huge gradient. But because it's very close to the surface of the water, you get this very, very steep gradient just at that point, which is why you have these issues with the lasers, and it's why you also get this very thick line of compression at the bottom of the images just over the horizon, because closer to the water you get this steep gradient.
Okay, so I'm looking at
Which is
this,
what Dr. Don showed.
Yeah, well, he didn't measure at 2 meters. He didn't measure at 1.5 meters. He didn't do his measurements at 1 meter. He did them at a single elevation, right?
No, it's this 5 measurements there. Oh, sorry, 4 measurements above the water: 0.5 meters, 1 meters, 1.5, and 2 meters. And the difference between above the water
those are the measurements.
is 1.5 degrees.
The elevation that he did, the laser was at, the laser itself.
No, it doesn't matter there because at some point the laser is going to be skimming the surface of the
vertical,
water.
Listen, it does matter because this is a vertical. Chart, right?
So either the laser's got to hit the water, or it's going to skim the horizon.
So I think.
So if it's skimming the horizon, that means
this chart is vertical. He didn't shoot the laser vertically.
Correct,
he didn't. He didn't cross this gradient.
No, it shoots when you go along the gradient. What happens is that the light bends towards the more dense, the air, the colder air in this case. This is something.
There's some boundary. There's some boundary.
No,
right?
no. It's actually a very difficult thing, and it took me a while to understand.
I mean, this is all theory, dude. Like,
no,
when it comes down to it, like, where's like the data sets that actually show this happening? You took an extreme case, 70-degree Fahrenheit, going over, minus 20 Fahrenheit. I don't know what type of environment that is in nature, because I don't know of it ever existing.
It's an extreme example because it's hard to show. But Dr. John's own measurements
just said it was easy. You just said a 1 degree temperature difference will show a significant amount of refraction.
Over that distance. It's hard to show in my garage because my garage is only like 40 feet long.
1 degree, right? So say you have 1 degree per meter difference. Okay, so you shine a laser 15 kilometers. That's 15,000 kilometers. Or 15,000 meters. So if you have a 1 degree difference, it's 15,000 degrees at the other side.
No, it's the vertical temperature gradient. It's again, it's like a difficult thing to explain
if
here.
You're crossing the vertical gradient.
No, that's the refraction. Look up a thing called gradient index optics. There's a difference between. There's a difference between light going from one medium to another and light going through a medium where there's a gradient. It's actually a very different type of thing. Light, even like you know about Snell's law, and the amount it bends when it goes from air to water. Now you think if something was shining parallel to the surface, there would be no bending. And so you think that if something is shining like at right angles to the temperature gradient, intuitively you would think there'd be no bending, but there actually is, because a light actually bends towards the more dense medium. It doesn't matter about if it's actually going into a more dense medium; it just bends towards it because it's not actually a line as such. It's actually a wave front. Light is a wave, so it will still bend down, even though the temperature gradient is only vertical.
So
it's
so a
kind of
portion of the
confusing.
cone, a portion of the wavefront will go to the medium, and another portion won't. Right?
No, it will.
This is layers, right? This is 4 layers. I'm at 1 meter, so I'm just going off his little data here. This little data set from John D. So say the laser's at 1 meter. He's shining exactly horizontally. Now, and we assume that from the target from the source to the target, the laser is always at 1 meter elevation.
Yeah.
How is it crossing into the 1.5 meter?
No, that's the thing. That's the fascinating thing about it, is that it doesn't need to go.
I'm asking you how it's done. How does that happen? I know that there's beam divergence, right? So there's going to be spread. A portion of the wavefront is going to spread out and go higher and lower. But the centroid of the beam is not going to. That's not going to happen.
Light,
the main
light is like a wave,
right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Light's not a wave. Light's a particle.
Right, it's a particle that acts as a wave.
No, it doesn't. Particles don't act like waves. Particles act like particles.
Water is made of particles, and water.
Yeah, but light isn't. Light is made of particles. Light's not water. You false equivalence fallacy, knucklehead.
Water is made of molecules, which is
light is made of particles. It's not water.
And
clown show.
It acts like a wave.
Photons are particles.
Act like waves.
They don't.
Stop screaming.
Why do you get like interference and things like that then if they don't act like waves?
Yeah, QE. Look, dude. Okay, we're talking about something else entirely, dude. And you come in here wanting to talk about waves and particles. Look, dude, you're not going to interrupt the conversation and take this in an entirely different direction. McWest, continue talking about refraction.
All right, so yeah,
he was
like
it is
like I said,
relevant though.
Hold on. Hold on.
Something.
Mick made a claim. Mick made a claim.
From ray
Huey's
optics to wave
refuting his
optics,
claim.
right?
Huey is refuting his claim that he made as part of his argument.
that light acts like a wave, which it does. I mean,
No, it
most of
doesn't.
it-
You can keep on saying it, but you're wrong. To refute light as particles, you have to refute the photoelectric effect, number one. Number two, Compton scattering, number two. Number three, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You ready to do that right now?
I don't think any physicist would argue that light does not
Anything
act
you
like a
can't
wave.
speak. Objection, Your Honor. You
Okay,
can't
QE.
speak to any physicist.
Dude, if you QE, if you
Let
if you
him go.
don't,
Let him
yeah,
go.
hold up, no.
Thank you.
So,
Question and answer.
Say again.
Dude, QE,
I
stop
had
yelling.
kind of
Okay.
Hey, shut. Who are you? Who's
didn't
giving me
understand this,
instruction?
at first.
Who's giving me instruction?
For the sake of conversation, like, let's try to keep it civil. You know.
Hey,
like,
Indio, are you in here?
What?
1 second. Indio, are you in here?
I'm in here. I'm taking care of it. Just chill.
Okay.
All right. So, can I carry on?
No, you can't. Just wait.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because you sound really stupid.
Yeah, because just like when you stop Living Bird, when he says something wrong, QE is doing exactly the same thing, so don't get mad about that. Or Mick, sorry. Mick what?
What is a science communicator, Mr. West? Because you are a science communicator, and so is Neil deGrasse Tyson. What is that?
Someone who popularizes science and explains it to people, I guess. It's like trying
Stupid people, right?
You don't even know what science is. What's
Oh,
up?
no,
No,
just-
wait a
just-
second.
just
Wait a
regular.
second.
Yeah,
He's a
you
science
don't even know what
communicator.
lasers are. What the fuck is wrong?
Wait a second. Wait a second, folks. He's a science communicator. Do you even know what a scientific
Yes.
hypothesis is?
Asking me what a scientific
Yes, I'm
hypothesis
asking you. I'm asking you. What is a scientific hypothesis? What is an Let's keep it simple. What are the
hypothesis
three
is,
constituent? Hold on a second. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Well, off the top of my head, I don't know. Like, I guess.
And
you
you're a
would have
science communicator.
Yeah, but this isn't the type of science that people want to be communicated with. I mean, you have
There's
like
only
the
one
independent
type of
variable,
science.
you have the variable, you have
here we go.
hypothesis.
I would
Wrong.
I would
Where's
argue
that
that,
now?
hold on, I would argue that communicating a scientific principle is different than communicating a scientific experiment.
Wrong.
Science is
Everything, the
method.
whole basis of the scientific method is based on experiment.
That's why, like, Dr. John's experiment was actually a pretty good one.
Dr. John didn't perform an experiment. He even told you that. Now, let's
he
get
didn't.
back. You didn't. You're a science communicator, and you don't know what a frigging experiment is? You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Well, I don't think that's really relevant here. Like,
It is very relevant.
He is also an expert on debunking on what contrails, chemtrails.
Would you
What was
stop
that?
changing
You're an
the subject,
expert,
please?
right?
but like, you talk about like
He
stuff
has
like dependent
dedicated
variables.
his life to debunking and making conspiracy theories look stupid. I just want to know what is.
Hey guys, Bong, let's stay on topic. Let's not switch it up.
So we got two subjects on the table. One, you don't know what the hell light is. Number two, you don't know what an experiment is.
No, I do know what light is.
No, you don't. It's not a wave. It's a particle. Now,
That acts
if you
like
want
a
to refute
wave.
that, listen. If you want to refute
He
that,
has to appeal to physics, to physicists.
I'm
He's
appeal-
not going
what
to
physics?
answer
What physics?
Why
Oh
are you
my
saying-
God!
because
Why
you are
you
not
Every
qualified
single
to answer the
my
question,
God.
Mick West,
You can't
because you
fucking-
are paid. So you're not qualified to answer that question. Am I right?
I'm not paid. No one's paying me.
Not
So you
paid,
have
he's
to
just got
appeal
an
to
idea. He's got
physicists, right?
bloke who's
So you
got an
can't
idea.
answer the question.
Why are you asking me questions?
All right, listen, let's deal with this right now. Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate physics. The first thing Newton believed, light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view, and it was then explained that many of these strange properties was because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. Turned out he was right. It was a particle. Richard Feynman, lectures on quantum electrodynamics.
Wave. Yeah, I know. It acts like a wave.
It doesn't act like a wave. Particles aren't waves. They don't act like waves.
Can someone mute him for fuck's sake?
Yeah, QE, can you stop yelling like a fucking kid, dude?
I'll tell you what, brother, Mr. Kid. Let's meet up, man. Me and you. Who said that? Who said it?
I said you should be muted, you fucking.
All right, you know.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, everybody. This is what's going on. Hold on, everybody. Look, we got a bunch of the people that hate QE in here interrupting. All those people are getting muted because literally I'm trying to hear this discussion between Mick West and QE and everyone else. Kind of let them go at it for a while and stop interrupting. Please.
Yeah, I'm going to pull over up here. I'm going to go ahead and ban everyone who's been interrupting QE like that because I know y'all don't like him. Okay, congratulations.
From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons, protons, neutrons, they are all particles. So let there be no doubt about that.
Of course, yes.
Clown
everyone
show.
Agrees with that. I'm not disagreeing with
it's a wave.
that. I said it acts like a wave.
That is horseshit.
It's demonstrably true.
It's okay, demonstrate it.
Well, constructive interference, for example.
Oh, here we go.
A wave. The wave function is not a wave. It's a mathematical construct. You're talking about the wave function, not a physical wave.
So Young's slits, the Young splits experiment.
Young splits. It's not a split. It's a slit.
I know slits. Young slits experiment.
Yeah.
Demonstrates the wave-particle duality of the nature of
light.
There is
no wave-particle duality.
Well, the experiment seems to disagree with you.
Oh, really? Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. So we have to play this game in two waves. It is particles, but its future is determined by a wave. But the wave is purely mathematical. You cannot put an instrument to measure the energy due to that wave. It's a construct.
You can see the effect.
It's a construct. You're mixing up the concept of a wave with the wave function.
If you can see it.
Misplaced concretism. Reifying something that isn't real into something that's real.
Reifying the wave function. It's not a physical reality. It's a probability amplitude of possible outcomes. That's all it is.
Exactly.
There's no physical reality.
Exactly.
But you can see it, though. You can see the effect.
You can't see it.
Young slits. It's visible.
Right now.
Someone posted.
I can see the green codes falling down like Neo from the Matrix.
Okay, let's not yell and hurl insults, man. Just for the PR.
From the University of Tennessee, in one dimension, wave functions are often denoted by the symbol psi. They are functions of the coordinate x and the t time. But psi is not real. But a complex function does not have real. See, don't rumpus me, you clown. You don't even know what an experiment is.
You're denying reality. You can actually see.
Kiss my ass! I just pummeled you. Pummeled you.
Are you denying that you can see the effect of Young slits?
Oh my God. But the wave function itself has no physical interpretation.
That is a physical interpretation. You can actually see
the University of Tennessee, the professor of physics at Yale, Richard Feynman, and now we got Mick pseudo-fucking West telling us the opposite.
All right. Well, if you want to deny the evidence of your own eyes...
Deny the evidence? Fine. Bullshit. You don't have any evidence. You just got clobbered, and you already denoted... You don't even know what an experiment is, Mick.
Wikipedia.
You want to know what denying the evidence of your own eyes is, Mick? It's looking at the sun and the moon and thinking that they're different sizes. That's denying your own eyes.
This guy doesn't even know what an experiment is. He doesn't even know.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird that you don't know what an experiment is, and you just said that you teach it.
The thing is,
science. You don't know the parts of an experiment.
the vernacular of an experiment is just something that you do to test or to demonstrate a hypothesis.
Yeah, but you need things in this test to conduct it, right?
Oh, you don't. This like you get the idea that you need a dependent variable, an independent variable, and control.
Idea. That's a scientific method. Yeah, we get that idea from the scientific method, and we're trying to demonstrate cause and effect relationships without personal bias.
No, he said
but
you don't.
You can demonstrate very simple things, like you say. Does light does it act like a wave? If it acts like a wave, then if you did a double slit experiment, there would be constructive and destructive interference, and you do the experiment.
That's a wave function for the 10th time.
It's something that actually happens, though. Does it?
What's
does
a
it
function?
happen or not?
Happen.
What's a function? Hold on a second. What's a function? Hold on a second. What's a function, Mech?
In what context? A function is it's basically a mapping of one variable through a mathematical operator to another, like a sign.
It's a mathematical construct. It's a function, a complex function, Mech.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is this QED?
You ain't asking me shit. You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
Hey, Quantum.
You don't have to know all that stuff. You can still do some decent
Quantum, we're on the same side of this fence. But I realize it's like sometimes you have to realize when you're dealing with people that are trying to disprove like
concern trolling with just like that.
Jedi, you hear me, right? It's like you start.
I hear you, mate. Yeah, I get you. But
day,
come on.
These guys came here to try to prove to us something that we can prove ourselves with math and logic and science. But at the end of the day, we don't have to start to get upset or like get rivaled or triggered by that.
Yeah, but they're pretender clowns.
Oh, I already know.
He's just doing his job.
At the moment, what we're doing is we're talking about light and it acting like a mathematical model.
But
now, a mathematical model isn't real, is it?
It doesn't matter if it's real. When you drop an apple, it acts like the mathematical model of gravity.
See, that's exactly what I just said. I just said that. I was like, that's like fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, "This is gravity drops the mic." Are you serious? Is that it?
Bong, I'm on.
Is that all you got, man?
But I'm trying to say, like, at the end of the day, like, if we're on this side of the fence, we should be sitting back in our chair and chilling. Like, we don't have to sweat them.
Hey, you should be.
Like, we have to let them fucking sweat because we already know we've done the math and they haven't done the math. So,
done the math?
I don't give a fuck
done the math?
Yeah, done the math.
Bring Neil deGrasse Tyson here, West.
Okay, Mick said he doesn't have to have independent and dependent variables in an experiment, right? He just said that.
Well, it depends what type of. If you want to have a strict interpretation
Penn State University. Let's go through these. Can we go through them, Mick? So we have Mick that says you don't have to have Mick.
Yeah, but
can I speak?
You don't have to be frustrated by guys that are just talking shit, trying to fucking waste our time.
Can I speak, please? I'm gonna refute Mick.
Go.
Pseudo McWestian 2 space. I'm gonna refute him right now. Are we ready?
Space. We live in 3 space.
Not according to your friggin' fairy tale gas model, but I digress. We'll get to that in a moment. Experiment. You said you didn't need Mick. You said you didn't need a dependent and independent variable in an experiment, right? That's what you said?
For the common understanding of what an experiment is.
Yeah, I got you on tape, so that's what you said. Here we go. Experiment, Penn State University. There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment. Dependent, independent, and controlled. The Institute of Physics.
That would be great.
That would be great now, wouldn't it?
That's just one definition of.
That's okay. Let's get another one. Institute of Physics. When planning an investigation,
you're giving the same definition.
Please shut up, Mick. When I'm pummeling you, please shut up.
You're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I'm going to keep refuting your dumb ass.
I'm going to take control, John. Going to take control. If you're just going to turn around in a minute and say, no, I'm just going to keep over talking you, then that's not helping the conversation. Just let him finish. I'm sure he'll finish much quicker if you stop interrupting him.
Yeah, but I know he's going to do the same.
Don't even appeal to me. Next person's going to speak is going to be John. He's going to finish, and then you're going to answer.
Institute of Physics. When planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment will need to be kept constant during the investigation. The variables are independent variable, dependent variable, and controls. Anne-Marie Helmutstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. When you design an experiment, you are controlling and measuring variables. There are 3 types of variables in an experiment: controlled, independent, dependent. Is that enough yet? Do we need to go a little further for you, Mick?
It's fine by me, because I already said that. That's one useful definition of an experiment, scientific experiment. Yeah. I mean, it's the type of thing that Nathan Oakley likes to go on about it. Because when people talk about an experiment, they don't necessarily mean that very, very precise thing.
Doesn't matter what they mean in the colloquial sense of experiment, just the broad umbrella experiment.
We were talking about scientific communication.
When I meet a girl at the bar, I want to experiment.
Scientific experiment.
Science.
And you're saying you don't need an IV, DV, and a CV. That's what you're saying.
I think that if you're trying to communicate science, those are not useful concepts to discuss with the general public. Because
the experiment and breaking it down into a very easily formulated method of where your dependent variable comes from, your naturally observed phenomena, and then how you build your hypothesis.
Generally,
you're answering the question of what causes that. So there's your independent variable. And then obviously you've got a control sheet. So there's your controlled variables. You then got to take this forward in your experiment and test your hypothesis. Without these independent variables that are very easily explained, if that you just hand away from away about them in an experiment. Your point doesn't involve something that you're trying to manipulate to prove a cause of an effect.
Right, and the gold standard is basically that when you change something that you know is the cause independently, since you're independently changing the variable, you get a dependent variable that acts in accordance with your hypothesis to prove with as much proof as possible the causal relationship. And you have controls in the experiment that shouldn't change. If the experiment is properly controlled, all the factors have been factored, and nothing weird is changing in the experiment. If one of your controls changes, well then perhaps there's another explanation you haven't explored or controlled for. Take with gravity.
Let him answer. Let him answer because hold on. Calm down. He said that you didn't need an independent or dependent variable in an experiment. I provided many citations here that said the opposite. Let him answer, please.
We're talking about scientific communication. And when you talk about things like dependent variables and independent variables and control groups, it confuses things for the general public. It's usually better simply to describe what the experiment does. You can keep that other stuff in the background as useful information. Like, this is why we need these things. We need controls. We need this independent variable. We need a dependent variable. But in terms of scientific communication, it's usually best just to describe what's actually going on and what it shows.
Mick, you baited. Mick, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you. You baited and switched us. I didn't ask you what you were teaching them. I asked you personally, what are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment? And you didn't know.
I couldn't remember off the top of my head at the time, and now I remember.
Man, can I quote you? Can I quote you from Wikipedia? It all stems from a fundamental distrust of science and authority. Are you not trusting science and authority when you say those things? Like, you don't have to explain the variables. Like,
so you're quoting Wikipedia? Like, if you look at the Wikipedia
are these your words or not? Are those your words or not?
Which words?
The word on Wikipedia.
Which ones? What? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Read them again.
I didn't write anything.
Right. Yeah, just read them again.
It all stems from a fundamental distrust of science and authority. You are always going to get a percentage of people who are true believers. My goal is to minimize that as much as possible, to stop people falling for it and help them get out as easily as possible. What does that mean?
That is what I said.
So we're talking about the scientific method here, and we're asking for the variables, and you're saying, what are you saying? You don't need those, or what?
I'm saying it's not productive. It's not productive for communication to the general public.
It sounds to me like he's describing atheists when it comes to religion.
But people asked me about science communication. They said, you're a science communicator. What is science? And I was trying to talk about it in the context of science communication.
Do you even know what that is? Do you even know what that is? Makes you a show.
I'm scientist.
That's such a corporate little turd term. You know that, right? I'm a science communicator. I'm a product communicator. I communicate what the product is. You're an advertiser.
I don't say I'm a
I
science
create
communicator.
synergies between.
You're an advertiser with a stick down your throat.
Well, propaganda is important even in science, saying proof for evolution or, proof of the God particle. Part of it is how you disseminate it to the masses to get funding and get support for your projects. But with gravity, we don't really have an experiment that's properly controlled to say we can tell that this is gravity versus, say, electromagnetism or something else. We don't even have proof that it coalesces things into balls for heliocentrism or makes orbits for heliocentrism's extravagant claims. So that's why these experiments preferably would be properly controlled with some decent variables, and sometimes you have to revisit the experiments if you discover something after gravity's formulation, like, say, electromagnetism. Just to see if
we're getting off into gravity and electromagnetism. Hold on.
I think you're getting off into semantics as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get back to
semantics. Words mean things, Mick.
Actual
so let's summarize. Yeah, words mean things, Mick. But let's summarize. You are a science communicator that didn't know the constituent parts of a scientific experiment.
Off the top of my
You
head.
fail 5th grade general science. Just to let you know. Okay? Thanks.
That's fine. No.
And light isn't
Well,
a wave.
that's the general pattern. I mean, he knew what we were talking about in general. That's not what's important. What's important is the shape of the Earth and these experiments that are used to undergird gravity. Light appear not to have been very well controlled, and so we may have bad theory, built on top of bad theory, built on top of bad theory, leading us to where we are.
You don't have bad theories, Lemon Bird. Just stop. There is no bad scientific theories. Scientific theories are validated, confirmed hypotheses. There's a lot of things that go under the term theory that are not scientific theories.
To the general public, the word theory and the word hypothesis are pretty much interchangeable. Sure, not for scientists.
Yeah,
for the general public.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Not scientific
that's
theory,
intentional.
man. You're talking about colloquial theory
That's intentional.
or
That's
scientific
politics.
theory.
Yeah, and this is why words mean things.
That's just you changing the meaning of words so you can weasel it around and make it mean whatever you want. And that's been intentional. And politicians,
how people use them.
Politicians have been doing that for a long time.
Really? What?
There's a word that we use quite often, just band it around, hoping it's going to do something that it probably won't because you can't demonstrate it. Refraction. Words do definitely mean things as well. Yeah, go on. Let's get back to this bending of light, and you tell us what light is. Let's go.
All right, excellent. So the problem is that, like, I brought up the idea that light kind of acts as if it is a wave.
Wrong. You're wrong,
thing...
Mick. I just drug you through the friggin'. I just drug you around by the short hairs for 20 minutes over this. Okay, please tell me in the photoelectric context how light is a wave. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, what I'm saying is that it appears to act like a wave.
Appears is not reality. I just told you the wave function is what you're talking about. The wave function is not real. How many more times do I need to go through this?
I thought that the entire flat earth thing was that appearances are reality.
Oh my
Can't you
God.
just know what you see?
Well, to be fair to Mr. West, the wave function is based off of activity in reality and is a close approximation, ideally, as possible. But it is a mistake to reiterate it as reality if it's math and numbers. It's a model of what we think happens in reality. That's all.
Let's forget this whole wave thing then. Let's just ignore that for now. Let's just go back to just observable refraction. Like you would agree that...
hold on a second. Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Talking about refraction as a physical phenomenon.
On Earth, you're using terrestrial refraction. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm talking about light passing through a medium and how the refractive index gradient affects.
Okay. Can you please post? Light. Okay, I got you. Can you please post? Let me pull Discord up in the live stream. I want the formula for refraction, please.
Which one do you want?
Which one?
Because that's not the one that's actually applicable.
Which one? No, we want refraction, terrestrial refraction, Mick.
Ah, dear. So this is where we get into problems with science communication because it gets quite complicated. Refraction happens because of the refractive index slows down light. So light...
I don't want to, Mick. What did I just ask you for?
the equation of refraction. But so I guess if you want an equation, I've got to know what are the inputs to that equation and what's the output.
You're the one that claimed refraction, Mick. What do you want me? It's not my job to support your claims. So please give me how they compute terrestrial refraction. That's all I want. We're going to evaluate the formula to see if there's any begging the question fallacies in it.
Right. So fundamentally, the refraction is governed by the speed of light in a medium. The speed of light in a medium is the speed of light in a vacuum divided by the refractive index.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You don't know this. Don't go into the speed of light, Mick. We want the terrestrial. Go to Wiki for fuck's sake. At least
that actually is. The underlying formula.
Oh my god!
It's a simplification.
Refraction.
That's actually a simplification.
All right.
But we're not seeing light travel through a vacuum. So why would you invoke that? We're talking about here, right? There are no vacuums here on Earth.
What you're trying to do you know what a refractive index is?
Well, the refractive index
unbelievable
travels through a medium, but we've seen 7.6R, we've seen 1/16 of it, R or whatever or a degree. How about the one that gives the biggest amount of refraction? That'll help hedge in the discussion. How about the equation that gives the highest amount of refraction? Let's go to the limit. How about that?
We just want to see the equation they use for refraction. That's all I asked for.
That is the equation that you use for refraction. It's the speed of light divided by refractive index.
Where do they get the refractive index from, Mick? I want to see every variable in this equation. See, Mick, with equations, right? Every mathematician will tell you that every variable in an equation must be rigorously defined. I want you to post that friggin' equation right now, and I want you to define all the variables. You claimed it. You support it.
You're a programmer. You know that.
There's only two variables here, which is the speed of light. Well, it's not a variable; it's a constant. The refractive index is the only actual variable.
Oh my god!
Now, it varies based on the density of the air, which kind of varies based
Optical
on temperature
density.
and pressure.
It's the
and,
optical density, not the mass density.
Humidity. Yeah. The optical density, which defines the refractive index.
There's a square root of epsilon times mu.
So the refractive index
electric
curves around the
permittivity of free
globe
space,
perfectly.
and mu being the magnetic permeability of free space. So that's the actual refractive index. Values the values of vacuum is 1, and every other medium is set relative to that.
But I think the thing that's missing here is,
obviously.
I think the thing
that's actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah, hold on a second. I think the thing that's missing here is people are assuming that the refractive index is perfectly following the curve of the globe. Over 20, 30, 40, 50 miles is following perfectly. The refractive index within, water or whatever medium that we're talking about is going to be whatever it is. But to assume that it's going to follow the globe perfectly all the way along at whatever distance we're talking about is ludicrous.
It's not what anybody's saying.
It's laughable.
Nobody is saying that. So you can laugh at it all you like, but no one's saying it. So you're laughing at ghosts.
So then at what point does refraction become a moot point? At what point?
It never becomes a moot point.
10 miles? Give me a number so I know, okay, refraction goes up until this point.
Refraction is always there because the atmosphere is always there, but usually you get extinction.
There's no demonstration.
It's actually
that it's always there.
It goes into infinity. Give me some numbers so I can put my numbers to it.
The refraction you should have is 7 inches per mile squared. I think the max with 7.6R is 6.8 inches per mile squared. That's why it helps to put this discussion within certain boundaries.
That's a simplification.
Yeah, exactly.
I was explaining earlier.
The boundaries matter.
You have to look at
the boundaries don't matter. It's
no, they don't. They don't matter.
Let's put these things within boundaries. Where does refraction bend? How much does it bend? And to what limits does it bend? And if it's beyond the limits of refraction, if we're talking about something that's beyond the limits of refraction, then we shouldn't be talking about refraction anymore.
We need to look in history for the greatest refraction seen in history, and let's put that down as the refractive index. Let's try that, and put this thing within certain boundaries.
Exactly. Yeah. Well
That's
said,
not how it
Lemon
works,
Bird.
though.
Well said, Lemon Bird.
You have to use
That's
ray
not how,
tracing.
of course, that's not how it works. We don't understand.
Oh God, Ray, you still haven't answered my question though. Mick, do you see the live stream?
Yeah, I see the chat.
Do you see quantum eraser? Do you see my post right in there? Can you scroll up?
Atmosphere is curved, follows the shape of the Earth. Calculations below. Rough value.
Of course it does.
What are you asking here?
Well, I'm not asking anything. I'm showing you that terrestrial refraction takes into account the radius of the Earth.
Well, that's because the atmosphere is curved.
So, okay, so that's you have to prove that the atmosphere is curved.
Wow.
Listen, can I bring up a point?
Well,
hold on a second. Let Mick prove that the atmosphere is curved.
We know that if the surface of the ocean is curved, we can see that.
Oh, so
wait.
We're not using refraction to curve the curvature of the Earth.
Here, right? That's the only curvature you're about to find.
I don't know.
You just said the atmosphere. Now it's the ocean.
Let's say it's not curved. Then let's say we don't know if it's curved or not.
Sure.
Everybody knows that water does not curve. Everybody knows that.
What I was saying, Mick.
People know that.
What I was saying, Mick.
It's not actually true.
What I was saying, Mick, in the beginning when I said terrestrial refraction, I was trying to lead you to the definition and the equation for terrestrial refraction. As we can see, terrestrial refraction. I'm not done yet, Mick.
I know,
just one second.
I know what you're going to say. So
just one second. Oh, yeah, but this is for the audience.
Okay, go ahead.
What I wanted to say was I was trying to lead you to give us, because you claimed it. I just wanted you to support it. And as we can see, that terrestrial refraction is computed by already assuming the radius, i.e. curvature of the Earth. So to use that, you must first scientifically validate the radius of the Earth, and then we'll let you use your terrestrial refraction.
Yeah,
okay.
So go ahead.
That's fine. No, that's not a problem.
Is that fair? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
but we're not using refraction to prove the curvature of the Earth. We use Earth.
What are we using? Are we using measurements over land?
Okay, we've been talking about refraction all this time.
So why were we talking about So why were we talking about? Hold on.
Right,
one at a time.
Cut that out. Timestamp it. 2019. Mick West. Someone quickly.
Well,
that's hilarious.
Okay, let's listen. He's under. Listen. He's under great stress. We're all pounding on him.
I'm not worried at all. We use observations that are high up, that get above like the worst effects of refraction. So you stand on something like a cliff and you look at a distant mountain. So you're not looking too close to the surface of the ocean. Where you need to use refraction is to explain things like these laser tests or these mirror flash tests that go very close to the surface of the ocean.
Of course. So the ones that are actually measuring the ground of Earth, that's where we
I just want to ask a simple question.
No, they're not.
What model of refraction can make predictions? Is like what you just said. That's a post-diction. That's the Earth is curved. I see this, therefore my model, I'm going to fit that observation to my model. As opposed to, I have a model, I see an image, and now I know how much refraction, and I'm going to make a prediction based upon weather conditions on what I should see and what I shouldn't see.
Yeah,
that type of
prediction. And the assumption that refraction is going to follow.
That's a great question, and I
because
have the answer.
There are hundreds of models of refraction.
Yeah,
you are aware of that, right?
Listen, I think that the thing that we need to focus on is the fact that they're trying to assert the fact that the refraction is going to follow the curvature of the Earth perfectly without any fucking deviation is insane.
Hold on, guys. We're doing it again. Hold on, Mick. Sorry, one sec. We're doing it again, guys. Someone makes a point. Someone brings up another point. Now Mick has 2 points to address. Can you first address what model you what model do you use or can you use to make refraction predictions?
You use one that incorporates the temperature gradient, and then you use ray tracing. to trace the path of rays through that through the medium. And the more detail you can get in the variations of temperature, the better. But if you simply do a vertical temperature gradient and then do ray tracing through that, you can predict what things will look like. And I actually programmed a simulator that does exactly that, which I can share the link with.
So,
Let me look
can you
it up.
show us actual measurements or tests to validate that model?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so let's see them.
Well, you want me to actually? I did it with Dr. Johns.
I know they don't exist because I've seen every experiment on refraction ever done in the last 150
The dog
years.
ate them, Indio.
Used Dr. John's numbers, and it came out to be like basically matching what he saw with his numbers.
Indio, he said he had scientific evidence of this.
On a curved.
Indio, he said he had scientific evidence of this. Can he give us? I'm sorry, Mick.
I'm still wondering how it gets sucked. It's sucked into other layers. I'm still wondering that. You got a vertical
that's
gradient and a
what we were talking
horizontal
about
laser.
earlier. That's a great question,
Well,
and I love talking about that because it's something that I didn't understand myself at first, and I actually wrote to this famous refraction expert, Andrew Young. He kind of explained it to me, but yeah, it seems like it shouldn't. If something's going kind of between the layers, as you say, it shouldn't actually get bent down, but it does because
it does because the math says it does, or because it's observed.
No, you can actually demonstrate it. You can demonstrate it.
It sounds like we're assuming curvature.
I just want to see these demonstrations, dude, of these models. Right?
Well,
these
the problem
models
is
that actually make predictions that are accurate.
Yeah. All right. Let me get my refraction simulator link up so you can see it.
Wait a second.
Wait, you wouldn't even give people data on your calculator, but yet you're gonna expect us to believe that crap? Really?
I'm saying
sending
there's
you
models,
a link.
right?
I've got
And then
a link
there's reality,
called.
and we validate models by experiment, right? So where are the experiments validating the models?
Yeah, we want the
So
hypothesis,
I know
sir.
who A.T. Young is. I've read everything he's published, right? So I know who these people are.
Where at
Right,
San Diego
so,
State University?
Use ray tracing. You're going to get a bend just from the nature of the equation, right? But that's just the equation. But that's fine. That's a model. So where's the actual experimental validations of these models?
Dr. John's experiment
Controlled
validated it.
experiments.
Dr. John,
I don't
hold
think
on a
so.
second.
First of all,
Hold on
I
a
don't
second.
think
We
so.
already talked about Dr. John. Dr. John didn't conduct an experiment. He already said as much. You don't know what an experiment is. That's the problem. Hey, Indio, he said scientific evidence. Can you please have him post the natural phenomenon? Go through the steps of the scientific method, please, Indio.
The natural phenomenon that he observed. There is.
There isn't one. What's your dependent variable?
Let's see the temperature gradient.
Of the Earth.
The temperature. So the temperature grading is. Hold on a second. Hold on. So I'm going to write this down, Mick, because I want to make sure that I got this correct.
Temperature.
It's just what changes. Are you doing the changing or is something else changing based off of your changes? That's it.
Hold on a second. He said hold on a second. Hold on, people. Relax.
That's the dependent variable. Actually, will be the image itself.
So we're going from the temperature to the image now.
Get them mixed up. But it doesn't matter.
Wait, 1 second. So if I manipulate the image, what will I get?
No. If the temperature gradient changes and the image changes as predicted by the model, then that validates the model.
Mick, you have to have a hypothesis because a hypothesis is a scientific prediction. So we're only at the first step. Mick. 1 second. Now, the dependent variable, your observed phenomena, is now the image?
Yes, the image.
Okay, what's the independent variable?
I don't know. What would you give me an example of an independent variable?
He doesn't even know.
The temperature, the
oh my God, Mick! Thank you.
Just want to make sure we've got the right terminology here.
Mick,
so yes, the temperature gradient.
Mick, it's your experiment. You're asking me for the independent variable for your experiment, son.
Yeah. So
somebody clip
the
that?
Temperature gradient varies. It has an effect, which is changing the image. So an hypothesis. The hypothesis is that there's a model The Earth is
no.
Every time you start real-time shit.
It's over 5 dozen people in here.
We're already on a ball when this is happening, right?
This is a clown show, Mick.
The hypothesis. Wait, did you really just say the hypothesis is it's a model?
Have you seen my refraction simulator?
Let him describe it. Let him describe it.
Hold on, everybody. Please let him finish. Could you please let him?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mick. Go ahead.
Mick, I'm gonna have you over for a beer.
Cool. So the model. You want me to describe the model that I use?
No, let's just summarize.
Yeah.
1 second. You said the dependent variable was the image. The independent variable was what?
The temperature gradient.
Temperature gradient. Okay, give us your hypothesis.
That if you ray trace light through air that is curved, with the temperature gradient being like the same over every point on the curved surface, then you will get images that match reality.
So I thought you said the temperature gradient was your independent variable. In your hypothesis, I didn't see any temperature gradient being manipulated.
You would take two different temperature gradients.
No, Mick.
You can't manipulate temperature gradients because that's just what they are.
Then it's not a viable independent variable because your independent variable is number one, your cause. Number two, you have to vary and manipulate it.
You vary and manipulate it by waiting to a later time in the day.
Waiting.
Very
manipulating anything, that's waiting.
So is this proof
yes,
of
but
time?
it changes. It changes.
Are we going to prove time? If your hypothesis is time, is that what we're trying to prove?
Hypothesis is that you can see better in
you can manipulate the
Would
distance.
this have anything to do with the flat Earth?
God, he's Doctor Who!
Flat Earth.
Guys.
So,
All right, guys.
We have to...
Mick, thank you very much, sir, for showing what a complete imbecile you actually are. Thank you very much.
This isn't
That'll be
about
all for me.
Midwest. This is about the flat Earth. But we have to assume curvature, so whether or not there is curvature on the Earth. And so if we do not have reliable sources, say because NASA is lying, or because lenses are adding curvature, we may need to revisit the very basis of our hypotheses that we're, making these experiments off of.
Sure.
I think my simulator does actually fulfill the criteria for an experiment if you apply it to real-world situations.
May I ask a quick question, Mr. West? What caused you to join our server today? Like what?
I was invited by somebody. I can't remember his name. It's somebody flat Earth literalist. Not flat Earth. Level literalist.
Horizontal.
Thanks, Ben. I thank you for gracing us with your presence. Yeah.
Welcome, man.
Even
I'll
though,
talk about this stuff.
Did he happen to
very,
ask you
very
if-
interesting. I like the
Did he
variety
happen-
of feedback that I've got, and I know that you think that I'm wrong, but I would disagree. And I would encourage you to have a look at the refraction simulator because it's quite detailed, and it simulates a number of different things.
So
it even does lasers.
Does this refraction simulator simulate the distance with which refraction starts to divert from the curvature of the Earth, or does it just follow the curvature of the Earth all the way around 360 degrees?
Well,
when does the refraction stop? Is my question.
It doesn't stop.
So it goes all the way
It
around
doesn't
360 degrees.
conform. No.
So when does
look at this?
If it doesn't
Look
go
at this, and you'll
if
see.
it doesn't go 360, it has to stop somewhere, right?
It stops because of atmospheric extinction and scattering.
Okay, but where does it break?
Theoretically,
Where
the problem
does the
is
simulator stop working? Is my question. Simple question.
my simulator is only set up to go to really about 200 or 300 miles because I didn't see much point
we
going
have a
beyond that.
limit to the simulator. Okay.
Yeah, actually, let's see. I think you can set it to be quite a long way, but it's kind of pointless because you wouldn't be able to see that far anyway.
200 to 300
And there's
miles
too much
of
variation.
Is that a flat surface or 200-300 miles of a curved surface?
You can do both. You can set it to be flat or curved, and you can turn
No, I mean,
refraction
no,
on and off.
on your simulator.
What's the drop on 300 miles?
Either.
What's the drop on 300 miles? It's that's a crazy amount of drop, right?
Yeah, no, there's a crazy amount of drop. That
So,
would be,
so,
I don't
so,
know.
so you're trying to say a laser that was shot over that?
Oh
distance
no, I'm not
follow
trying to
the
say that
drop
at
all the
all.
way around and still hit a
Not
target?
at all. No, no.
It's not going to hit a target.
No, you're not.
So then how is it accurate if it won't hit a target over that distance?
It will show you not hitting it.
It'll show you not hitting it, but then it's not accurate. So that means that the distance that it's actually accurate is less than that. Am I wrong?
If I showed it hitting it, would it be accurate?
At 100 miles.
I'm asking you the refraction indicator, whatever the device you're talking
Simulator.
about.
It's a simulator.
The
Have a look at
simulator is
it.
going to tell us refraction up to a certain distance.
Let me show you a
If the
screenshot
if the
of it.
laser, don't interrupt me. If the laser does not hit the target within that distance, that means the simulator is wrong at that distance. That means we'd have to scale it back because the simulator is shit. Maybe the simulator only works for 200 miles or 50 miles or 100 miles, whatever it is. But there's a distance where the simulator breaks and it stops working. So we need to know
still
what
waiting
that is
on that data to support
with a
it,
laser, because if we're talking refraction bullshit right now, there's a limit where the simulator is going to stop working, and my laser's not going to make it around the curve. What's that distance? If you're telling me it goes 300 miles, I need to know what the drop is at 300 miles, given the numbers that NASA gave us. If it doesn't add up, something's broken with the simulator or something's broken with NASA. Nothing's broken with our math on this side. So somebody has to set straight for us so I get what's wrong here.
Simulator uses like real world situations, so it's trying to like demonstrate what you actually see.
That can go 200, 300
No, it
miles,
doesn't.
but if it doesn't go 200, 300 miles, then something's wrong with the simulator. Is it?
The simulator uses real world conditions to an extent, right? Until you invoke that radius, right?
Well, did you account for the temperature of the water, if there's water in there, and the gradient temperature, whatever, of the atmosphere? Did you account for all that? Like, probably not.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't believe
because you just spoke about how you did an experiment where you put cold, the hot pushes the laser towards the cold, right? Did you account for that?
No, that's not an experiment.
It's basically
Listen,
built into the simulator.
None of that is
It's
in
part
your
of the model.
simulator.
Lasers shoot straight to my eye.
No, it
I'm
is,
calling
'cause
bullshit on
you can-
refraction altogether. I don't give a fuck about a simulator.
The
That shit's
temperature
bullshit.
gradient.
Yeah,
You
he
can't
didn't
just
perform.
simulate something you don't have all the variables for.
Refraction is
Yeah,
bullshit.
he didn't
That's
perform an
something-
experiment.
that's
We
something
already
they fucking threw in to
established
try to
that.
fucking distract us. Refraction is bullshit. Straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, and he has no experiments. He doesn't even know what an experiment is.
I'd love to see this fucking
hold on a
simulation.
second. I just want to finish up. Mick, friend, sir. Hello?
Oh, I'm here.
Yep. You have been erased. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank
you.
Terminated.
The problem with refraction is usually it's only talked about in one terms going up and down. But if light goes in all directions, we should talk about, the image refracting this way, that way, left, right, up, down, in all directions. So
Well,
the model appears to be inadequate in some ways theoretically, does it not?
Yeah, makes sense.
It's pretty much up and down there because of the gradient usually goes vertically. You do get some side to side. If you look at things like the air over a bonfire, you will see all this kind of shimmering, and that's a bit of side to side movement as well. But in the atmosphere over long distances, it's really only up and down.
Sure, but by the simulator, 300 miles, it follows the curvature of the Earth flawlessly. It's laughable at this point, man. The fact that they
What
say it out
curvature
loud
of
is
the Earth?
embarrassing.
Who's saying that?
I don't know who said it. Somebody said it. I don't know. I didn't look at the names, but like somebody said out loud, like 300 miles.
It's a little bit of
simulator's accurate.
special pleading because the
That's embarrassing.
picture should be unstable, hazy. How is it stable going over the curve of the Earth in one direction, up and down? I mean, this is just, too much special pleading. And we
Yeah,
haven't
way
even
too
factored in perspective at all and how things can, compress to the eye line of the observer based off of the angular resolution of light and the angle that the observer is viewing the object at over possibly a flat plane.
It's all built in. It's built in
Of course it
because
is.
I do proper projection.
What curve of the Earth?
Making
What
a
is the
claim
curve
and
of the
actually
Earth
providing
measured?
the data is two
Did I
totally
miss
different
something?
things.
Built in.
Your bullshit claim means nothing
Holy
without
shit,
data
this guy's
behind it.
fucking delusional. Or he's
Prove
just
your
fucking walking
calculator's
around.
even worth anything. Where's
Bro,
the data that John
dare
D's
you,
been
bro.
asking for months?
How dare you?
I was
You're
using
speaking to
his
fucking
data.
idiots here. You're
No,
not
he's
speaking to
talking
idiots,
about
kid.
no. Did you? Wow, you're not even paying attention.
I don't need to.
I'm talking about your atmospheric refraction simulator. It has not been validated yet. Dr. John D and you had a thing going around about this.
All right,
you never answered him. You never gave him the data on it yet. So we can't trust that simulator.
See what I just posted? See what I just posted in the chat?
What a photo is not proof of anything.
Oh, that's what Dr. John uses as evidence of things. What I posted is
he's asking for the data for your simulator to validate it, to make sure your simulator is following the proper laws. That's what he's asking for. You're not providing it. You never did.
I gave it.
No, you did.
You can go. You can.
Really? Where's the video of him going over it then? Because it's not there.
He obviously did not. Let me find it. My email that I sent to him.
I have a quick question. I just want to know, Mick, when did you start debunking conspiracy theory?
It's about 2005, but it's kind of stuff I've always been interested in since I was young.
And don't forget, we can find out if he actually communicated with you or not. You know, we have.
Yeah, I've got all these emails here. You a screenshot of my
screenshots of what?
My exchanges with Dr. John.
Screenshot of what? Like I said, it could be anything.
It could be, but
it doesn't have to be you and him. Literally.
But yeah, it could be all lies.
We need to validate that you actually made this conversation with him and not through you. I need to hear it from him.
All right. Well, you can.
I can't trust
CC you on an email if you like.
You kidding me?
No, that's true. That's true. I would encourage you not to trust me. I'm just trying to find where I sent him.
That's a weird statement.
Hey, I just looked at the values in your little calculator here. Is that in degrees? The beam divergence?
Which one? Oh, yeah, that's. Let me. I think the
degrees are radians.
I'm tired of the math that they're handing us, bro. I'm just tired of the fucking math they're handing us. The only
beam divergence for the laser.
It's just a bunch of magic tricks.
Only math I want to talk about is the curvature of the Earth math. No other math.
The laser divergence is the standard laser, which I think is like in degrees per 1,000 meters. I'm not entirely sure though. But whatever, like the standard units of laser divergence.
Large. Well, I'm just going by the screenshot.
Yeah. So it's or per 1,000 feet or something like that. I can't remember what it is. I could look it up, but I was looking up something else.
Well, I mean, there's only going to be one angle
in that screenshot.
It isn't going to like. Listen, if it exits,
on the screenshot,
25-degree angle, it's going to stay at that. It isn't going to get crazy.
Divergence is greatly exaggerated on the screenshots. You can actually turn that off. Of the options, side zoom. It turns it to flat.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
But anyway,
in that. I want to talk about the measured flat Earth and like why that 8 inches per mile squared. At least that parabolic equation doesn't fucking ever come out the way NASA told us it should. Like that's the only thing I want to focus on.
Because of refraction, basically.
I'm not even interested in talking about. I don't want to talk about space. I don't want to talk about refraction. I don't want to talk about shit.
The problem is
8 inches per mile squared. Why is it found by the people that
you've got a big problem? You've got a big problem.
That's all I want to talk about. Everything else is bullshit to me. Everything else is word salad. Everything else is obfuscation. Everything else is bullshit. Where's the 8 inches per mile squared? Let's talk about that.
Catalina.
Explain that to me in simple terms, because I'm so dumb. I don't get it.
We know how far away Catalina is. We know how high we are off the ocean. We know how far away Catalina is.
What do we know?
How far away Catalina Island is from Santa Monica. Santa Monica.
And what's the distance?
I believe it was 35 miles.
35 miles. And what does that equate to in terms of curvature?
You mean in terms of how much should be hidden?
Droppage.
Well, droppage isn't the important.
No, it is. I should not see how many feet should be obfuscated from my view. That's what I.
Well, that's not the same as drop. That's the hidden value, which is different because that depends upon the viewer height.
If I can't see it, that means it's no longer in my view. It's obfuscated from my view because it's past the curvature, right?
All right, so 35 miles.
How much miles? How many feet?
You should have 682 feet hidden.
682 feet.
Or 576 with refraction. Yes.
Is that what we observe?
Yes.
And that's what we observe. Mick, I got a picture in the chat for you that shows your point.
You can't invoke terrestrial refraction, Mick.
In reality, Zanuck, hold on, I'm talking.
Hold on a second. He invoked refraction again.
Is that
we can ignore that if you like.
Mick, is that what we observe in reality, or can we actually see Catalina Island?
We can see Catalina Island.
See what I showed you part of the picture.
Well, that's a problem.
If you
can find because Catalina Island is like 1,400 feet high or so.
Okay, well, how much of it can we see?
I just did a
the amount that is expected. Look at the photograph that Zanuck posted.
Let me show you what it looks like without when you're closer in the shore.
I found a video. I just did a quick search Catalina flat Earth, and here's a video that shows flat Earth and Catalina Island from 48 miles away. So what do you have to say?
I'd say I've looked at many photos of Catalina.
What distance is this?
About this guy he has a video.
Listen, but there's an up close picture.
But his video is just showing that you can actually see Catalina. Of course, you can see the top of it.
48 miles away. 48 miles, not 36. 48 miles.
Did the observation from
not
across
48
the water
miles.
Catalina Island.
This guy
order in the court, guys. One at a time.
You can see the amount of Catalina Island that you would expect.
Useless. We need someone that actually did the entire experiment across the water.
I've been there.
Measured the shoreline, measured how much we can see.
That wasn't an experiment.
Right, so do you deny the existence of Catalina Island, or just how big it is?
No, it wasn't an experiment. Is the problem?
An experiment.
Right,
observation.
You're taking a picture of like the mountain, like look, Catalina
Twin
Island.
Harbors
Like,
there.
what does that have to do with anything?
See the
We're talking
picture
about
from the shore
the curvature of the Earth.
What about the video I posted where there's 2 minutes of a guy zooming in from farther away than you guys are saying? And there should be no Catalina Island at all.
Let me look at that real quick.
Oh, we could do the math on that.
From Santa Monica Pier, how far it was?
You can say your little observation, but I just posted a video with the alternative.
I got the video. I'm watching it now. What are you saying?
See, but here's the thing. It's like
you're seeing exactly what I showed you.
Here's
from
the thing.
48 miles away.
Here's how.
Can you hear me?
What you would expect to see.
Here's the thing.
It's showing exactly what I showed you. See that?
Hear me out on this one. I'm not even gonna watch the video. Let's be honest. Like I'm not even gonna waste my time with the video. There's so many observations that people have shown distances that we should not see. So if you post a video that I can see it, I'm like, well, now I'm like, did you doctor it just to fucking make a point? Because like. If we have observations after observation after observation after observation of shit we shouldn't see, why don't you reconcile the shit that is on our side? Don't bring me another video that I've never that I didn't reference, that didn't come from one of us, didn't come from an independent observer. Give me a video that I've seen on my own. You know, make the Chicago skyline disappear, and then we'll have a conversation. Until then,
where are you based?
The Chicago skyline disappear.
Do you have a place where you could go? Do you have a
and then
well? Do you have a place you can go? I mean, I've been to Catalina and done it myself many times.
Skyline? That's not you can just disappear. I don't know where your video came from, nor do I trust it.
There's lots of videos of the Chicago skyline being hidden.
I'm going to trust you. I don't know who you are.
No,
I don't know who you. I don't know how you make your money. You think I'm going to trust you?
Do an experiment,
Tony Hawk.
The Great Lakes.
Do an experiment, Mick. Wait a second. He said do an experiment. Mick, you didn't know what an experiment was when we first discussed this.
But you're saying that experiment has to have an independent variable, a dependent variable, and a control.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And okay.
Penn State, Colorado State, the Institute of Physics, the National Science Teachers Association, though they're saying that.
Let's say my independent variable here is my height above the ocean.
Height is not a viable independent variable because it doesn't cause anything, Mick.
But your changing position changes how much you can see of an object.
The independent variable is your cause. Height doesn't cause anything, like depth doesn't cause anything.
Height changes your view position.
No,
it will change what you see.
It doesn't cause anything, Mick.
It's a variable which is tied to a result. There's a direct correlation between the height and what you can see.
Correlation is not causation, Mick. And height is not an independent variable, Mick.
Seriously?
Yeah, height isn't an independent variable.
Well, what is independent?
Time. It has to be something you manipulate and then you see a change
No, it has to be your cause. Not only it has to satisfy. Shut up for a second. It has 3 criteria it has to meet. Number 1, it must first exist. Number 2, it must be able to vary and manipulate it. Number 3, it is your presumed cause.
It seems very definite. Very definite.
Go
you
on,
got it wrong.
I'm out of here.
You are able to manipulate height because you're able to give the variable height different values dependent on the angle.
Are you listening to me? It had to satisfy 3 criterion, clown.
It's a variable. Basically, you vary the inputs.
Clown.
You do a different experiment. You take
clown show.
Let's see if it hits all 3 criteria.
He just won't shut up.
Let's see if it hits all the 3 criteria that we've spoken about. So the first one, height. Is it real? Discuss. Is height real?
It's real. It's a real variable. Something you can change, and it has an effect. When you change the height, things change.
You clown! Let me ask you a question.
Stop calling him a fucking clown. Stop insulting him. The fucking behavior here is goddamn ridiculous. Shut the fuck up.
You clown.
I'm a fucking mod here.
You're a
so
clown
shut the fuck
too.
up. Stop.
Yeah,
Fuck you. I'm a goddamn mod here. So shut the fuck up. Stop insulting.
Okay, so listen. So listen. Let's do it the other way.
This is the Wild West.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah. Height is an independent variable. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Clown.
Fucking children. Shut the fuck up.
The output is how much of the island you can see. So that's the dependent variable.
You see what you've done.
There's a mathematical relationship that you can measure.
What's your naturally observed phenomena?
What?
See what you have caused.
The hiding of islands behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
Persuaded by these
It's
guys.
the edge
What's
of
the horizon?
It's the
What's the horizon?
It's the edge of the ocean.
No, what's the horizon? Is it the lead?
Just told you what the horizon was.
I suppose
told you where the edge
of the sphere.
Edge of a sphere, yeah, that's a
Not
good way of
actual
putting
though,
it.
is it? This horizon. It is the limitation
Sure
of
seems
your
to
view
be.
when you observe across the plane of the Earth. It's not
Why does
actual.
why does the
But
definition
no.
say apparent? Why does it say apparent
Which definition?
of horizon?
Probably they're saying apparent because refraction is a factor.
The line at which the Earth
It's not
the line
actual.
listen, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Appear.
Yeah, that would mean because it's
I guess
not actual.
someone cut out there,
not
but
because of
did they say
refraction.
appears to meet? I mean, they don't. They appear like they're meeting, but they don't actually meet. Obviously, one is just obscuring the other.
Yeah, that's why they call it apparent, Mick. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. It never does.
Yeah,
That
of course
means
it
it's
doesn't.
apparent, Mick.
Hey,
Yeah, of course.
Can I ask?
Obviously.
I'm dying to ask this question before he gets banned again. Mick, do aliens exist? Yes or no, please.
I don't know.
That's
I have a question.
Go on.
Is level curved?
Let me do that, chocolate. That's my,
I'm sorry, man.
Not even had a chance to go yet.
Bev, get in there. Get in there.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Listen, anyone that wants to ask Mick, since he's our guest here, a question, like just speak up and so we know who wants to ask.
I'm going. It's my turn.
Give it back.
Okay.
Get it.
I want to ask Matt. Do you want to ask a question next? No, wait till Bev and then you go next. Okay.
Put him on the list.
All right, yeah, I'm good. Go.
Sweet Mick, you still here?
Don't forget the KY.
Yeah. We're going to get onto the level being curved.
Just the reason I invited you here and the reason you came onto the thread.
All right, yeah.
Is like, let's take it right back to basics, right? We want to know about the curvature, right? So my thing is, I'm trying to get people to give us the best method they have for measuring the curvature of water level in a canal.
Yeah.
A mile long, let's say.
That's too short. There's very, very little curvature over a mile. You need to do about 5 or 6 miles.
No, how much curvature is there? Your calculator?
7.9 inches.
1 mile.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. The
Not a
drop
lot.
over 1 mile is only 0.66 inches.
0.66.
Yeah, that is 7 inches, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh,
0.67 feet. 0.67 feet.
Okay, so that's noticeable, like, isn't it?
It's hard to see.
So what would your... No, I'm not asking you to do it or anything. I'm asking you, what would be your method
that's a
for
good
measuring the curvature of said water level in a canal?
I would use what's known as the Wallace method. And the Wallace method uses raised targets. It's something that Jeranism did in Beyond the Curve at the end of Behind the Curve, their documentary, which you've all seen, I imagine. And basically what you do is you set 3 targets up. One is the camera, one is in the middle, and the other one is at some long distance. And you get them as high above the waterline as possible, but you make them all be the same height above the waterline. And then you look from the camera through the middle target to the end target. And you will see, if you've done it right, that the middle target is above the end target, which shows that the water is raised up in the middle.
Would you not, like, call a surveyor and use a level?
You could do, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that would be a little bit more accurate than setting things?
Essentially, it's doing the same thing. Essentially, it's doing the same thing.
Looking or actually measuring.
Well, that's what surveyors do. Essentially,
they measure stuff really accurately.
They do.
So then, how do you handle the discrepancy when people measured across 25 miles
0.04
and
degrees
measure from
drop
from their
in water
boat
level?
and the laser are,
yes, 0.04 degrees of drop of the horizon.
Of what? Of an apparent location.
No. Stop. No horizon. We're on water level in a canal.
Yeah, so
we're not going to the horizon. You don't need to do that.
Yeah.
You would just after the best method for determining the curvature in the water level.
That's then exactly what I said. Then you would set up these targets high above the water, so you get above any refraction or minimal refraction.
Yeah.
How high above
and
water?
Then you see where the line of sight from the first target to the last target intersects the middle target, and you'll set up like a
datum. The datum you are using is going to be your sight.
I think Jedi was asking how high above the water, because refraction is obviously to you guys a big deal. So we want to make sure.
No, you don't need refract. There's no refraction in when we're measuring level of the water.
The reason why I'm asking how high is because the higher you get off the surface of the Earth, you're increasing the radius value. So, for example, if you have 3 lasers, one foot above the surface, one, pardon?
Enough to make a difference. It's like a thousandth of an inch.
It will eventually, with altitude, start making a difference. But especially, hold on, I haven't finished. If you're presupposing you're on a curved surface, your target is going to be angled away. Also, if you have a low target, a mid target, and a higher target, because of the speed of light, having to traverse a longer distance across an arc, you wouldn't necessarily notice this speed of light change or the time that light would take to get to the top target, because you've increased the distance between the two. Keep doing this with altitude, and that's exactly what you should find on your ball, and increasing the time it takes light to get from the laser to the target, and the target is curved and angled away over a distance of an arc.
We're doing 12 feet, all at the same height. So if it was flat,
I want this one now. I want this one now, because you're saying that we're on a ball. So if you increase the radius value of that ball, then this demonstration would take into effect, correct? You will be able to prove your curve if you could demonstrate with altitude it took the lights longer to get from a target which was further away, because it's on an arced tangent, right?
Yeah, you could do that, but that's not a very easy thing to do. Like we're talking about an easy demonstration, like which you can do if you've got a 5-mile long body of water. You set up these targets 12 feet above the water surface, and you look along them, and you see that the middle target's raised up.
What would your datum be, though? Like, in order to measure a curvature or a drop or something,
The water surface.
The what?
The water surface.
And I call
the water surface is level, being
because the ground's going to rise up as it goes out. Anyway.
It smells like a lot of bullshit going on.
What you're measuring,
that's perspective coming into play. So the object in the middle is going to look like it has risen up anyway.
Dude, did you not just hear what he said?
What did I just say?
The datum that you are using to determine drop is a level.
It's the water level.
The water, yes, which is horizontal.
It's level.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, it's level. Which is not horizontal, it's level. Sure. Different things.
Here we go.
Yeah,
There's
they are
two
the
types
same
of level.
There are two types of levels.
What? Yes.
What, the real one and the fake one, right?
No. There's true level and there's apparent
the one
level.
you can see and the one you can't see. Right.
True level,
and then the one that they
I've
say.
done construction since I was a kid. Level is fucking.
There's the one you can see and the one they say is curved.
In construction,
There's the one you can see, and the one they say is curved that you can't see.
Construction, apparent level and true level are pretty much
Probably
the
haven't
same.
lifted a fucking hammer in your life, by the way. I can tell by.
No, they haven't. Anyone who talks like this hasn't had a
I
job.
own a lot of hammers.
I can show you a
I
hammer.
don't believe you, bro. By the tone of your voice, you've never lifted a hammer in your life. I'm a worker.
I've got a hammer.
I probably own more hammers than you do.
And I'm a worker. You've never lifted a level in your life.
Can the real
I
level
own like 5 different levels.
Doesn't matter if you own them. Do you know how to use them?
Yeah.
In order to say that level is curved, you have to prove R, which you failed to do tonight.
We're talking about like what water.
Bullshit is what we're talking about.
Water's always
right. It's gonna be relevant.
I can hear by the way these guys' voices cracking. They're fucking just feeding us bullshit, man. I can already smell the bullshit coming out of them, bro.
Think my voice is cracking?
I know it is.
No,
Mick,
he's a professor.
I don't think. Hold on, guys.
I was laughing about a hammer.
Sharp ears can hear. People that are lying or just too dumb to realize they don't know what they're talking about.
Vagabond.
Vaga. Give it a second.
Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
We all know.
Insults.
We all know. Whatever. I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are.
You broke up though.
I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are, but you won the dim, and you know you are.
I'm a retired video game programmer. I program Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
So AKA,
yeah, that's not all you are.
Your fucking life.
What programming language?
That's not all you are.
Video game programmer.
Hold on. Language you use.
Oh,
guys, Anderson Cooper, he's just a reporter, guys. Anderson Cooper is just a reporter.
What programming language you use?
I do actually have a lot of hammers.
He is a programmer. He is a programmer.
What programming language you use? That should have been like right off the bat. You should have been like, "Oh, I use C++, you C, you C Sharp."
You broke out. C++ in programming video games. I mostly program in JavaScript now, though. If you look at the refraction simulator link I posted, I'll post it again. You can do a view source on that, and it will show
time, bro.
all the code.
We don't need your simulator. I'll just play Skyrim.
Out of your fucking mind, bro. I'm not gonna waste 30 seconds on that shit.
I have a question.
Killing your own stuff.
What happened to Fallout 76, Mick? Damn.
Mick worked on it. That's what happened.
Hold on. He said he used C++. What was one of the
Mick for 76?
What are the things you use in C++? Main things.
What do you mean? What do I use? I programmed in it.
The release.
Get him.
That is probably the only true thing about him is that he programmed.
Hold on. No, I haven't heard a legit answer on development right now. I'm a developer. I develop in C#, but I know some C++.
C++ you use new and delete, or you can use malloc and free.
What is it called when you release resources? What is it? What is a deconstructor for that?
you're freeing the memory. So it could be a dereferencing, and it could be garbage collection. But it depends what you're talking about. There's lots of different ways of doing these things.
All right, so you give me the garbage collection. All right, what are pointers?
You're breaking up there, so
what are pointers? No.
He's questioning him.
He's verified. We know he's a programmer.
How do you know? What are
I like
pointers?
talking about programming.
Garbage collection is easy. One of the easiest things you can figure out. What are pointers?
Pointers?
Just ask him what's a stack.
That should have been a 2-second answer for you right
what's
there.
Buffer overflows?
No, sorry, you're cutting out, so I can't hear the question. So can you repeat the question?
You already repeat a question.
I hear everything.
You just repeated the question.
No, I was asking if that was a question.
Buying time.
Okay. Now you had the time to look for what is pointers.
You have the guy in his ear explaining.
What?
Yeah, your programming skills are very.
I can't hear what you're saying. Why don't you type it in the chat or something? Because I have no idea what you just asked me.
Yes, because you're gonna search and look it up.
I've got a website called Cowboy Programming. It's cowboyprogramming.com, and I've got loads of articles I've written in there about programming, and they're all really complicated and technical. So if you doubt my programming abilities,
don't make it real, bro.
And if you want, you can go and look at the credits for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, and I'm listed there as the lead programmer.
My God, I could hire a fucking writer to write me a fucking article with a fucking neurosurgeon tomorrow, bro. Doesn't make me a neurosurgeon.
You could go to.
You're asking me I don't know, high school level questions like what is a pointer?
Exactly. Exactly. So this should have been like, oh, dude, the pointer is this, isn't that? It's garbage.
No, I know what a pointer is. I started programming it in Z80 or 68K, well later 68K, and a pointer then was just one of the registers, like one of the address registers in 68K. It's a location of a variable in memory.
Order this now.
Yeah, but where's the
address? You finally looked for the answer, did you?
Yeah, bro, but where's the curve?
I know what it is.
He knows what it is. We know that you're good at programming and manipulating stuff, and you can show it on your simulator, but you're not really, because you can't, list the variables. Like you're just gonna give us a simulator.
I'm telling you the variables. The variables are they're right there in the simulator. But the temperature gradient would be the one that you'd want for doing an experiment.
Yeah, but where's the curve at though, bro?
How come water is always flat in video games?
It's just the easiest way of programming it.
Or is it because
that's way more complicated?
Yeah, because
it's because it's the easiest way of programming.
It would be a little weird if you programmed it with curve, right? Because
it would be complicated. It would be hard to do.
It's not real.
Yeah, if you want it to look like it does in real life, when you look at the water.
It is actually programmed with curve in things like Microsoft's Flight Simulator or X-Plane.
But how does it find its own level?
I've been tracking the simulator, and it's not what you think it is.
With a lump in the middle.
It's like saying, how does a pendulum find its own level?
No, it's not. It's like asking how does a fluid find its equilibrium. That's what they do.
Because if it's in disequilibrium, then it moves towards equilibrium. That's just
it doesn't have a big lump in the middle, does it? I think that's what it means.
It doesn't have a big lump in the middle. It's a sphere.
Water curve? How does a body of water at rest curve?
By being attracted towards the center of the Earth by gravity.
Gravity. Here we go.
Gravity.
So how come gravity? So how come no scientists can demonstrate gravity and replicate it?
I've heard that word.
You can demonstrate the effects of gravity.
Sure, no, but they can't demonstrate what they're actually claiming. It only works at a planetary level.
Excuse me, Hollywood. We really wanted to give Most Mad the opportunity to ask a question as well. We seem to be veering off again.
I have to be going soon anyway. So
next up.
Can I have one question?
If Matt doesn't want to go ahead.
Are you
Matt, you got something?
Sorry, he must be AFK.
Let's give Mick a little breathing room. How are you doing, Mick? You all right?
I'm fine. This is all fascinating stuff.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah. Okay, good. Professional.
Understand that people are passionate about their beliefs and they get angry sometimes. Not a problem.
Who's getting angry?
All right, next.
I heard a few raised voices.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some people who just yell all the time, so it doesn't necessarily mean they're angry either.
I just don't like liars when I figure them out.
I'm angry.
Oh yeah, I'm angry.
Does someone have a question?
Once I figured out this thing was a lie, I'm furious. So anybody that comes in here, they better have their shit correct.
Waterball, go ahead and ask your question.
Hey,
man.
sorry, I was my phone got frozen.
There he is.
You good? You good? If you got a question, go ahead, man.
Yeah, are you familiar with the heliocentric?
All right, go ahead, James.
I have a question, if that's okay.
James. Hang on a minute. No, James is going.
Mad philosopher,
Go, James.
please. Mad philosopher, please.
All right, so Mick, you're obviously aware of everything that happened post 9/11, correct?
I wouldn't say everything, but I'm familiar with things. Yes.
Right. Sorry, I guess I should have reworded that question. Everything, like the wars that have been fought since then.
Yeah.
Since like we invaded Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, all of them.
Against it.
Right. Well, I'm asking. So, do you know what those countries were doing prior to 9/11?
They were just sat there with a bunch of oil.
Right. No, that's not actually correct. That's not all they were doing. Each one of these specific countries, the ones that have been invaded post 9/11, all back their money. All of those countries backed their money in gold and silver, and denied central banking in their country. It denied backing their money with the U.S. dollar. Since then, every country that we've invaded, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, all.
Hey, someone cut out the.
He broke up.
Hey, James, we lost you.
Oh, sorry. Since then, all of these countries have backed their money in gold and silver, in U.S. dollars. They no longer back their money in gold and silver, and each one of them have incorporated Rothschild central banking. So, I guess my question to you is, how the fuck can you turn a blind eye to all of this shit and not see how evil the Federal Reserve and these Freemasons, the Rothschilds, all of them are, and you just go to all of these conspiracies trying to debunk them instead of seeing all of the evidence right in front of your face?
Good question, and I'd be happy to answer it. I think the reason I don't turn a blind eye to it. In fact, I think that things like that, the corruption that's endemic in the American system and their foreign policy, is something that we really need to look at. I might not agree with all the exact details of that link.
What do you think about it? Don't say we need to look at. Sounds like a political statement. What do you think about it?
You're asking, like, why do I debunk? The reason I debunk is that I think people need to focus on things that are real. I don't think the flat Earth is real, and I think people spending all their time. I know
you need to focus on things that are real, but you keep reifying things that are not actually.
Yeah,
real.
wait, this is
exactly. That's why.
Because what I see myself doing is I'm kind of like a force multiplier, for want of a better word. If I can actually help a lot of people not spend their time on nonsense,
well, then
they'll be spending their time on real news.
Wait, hold on.
Who are you to dictate what is nonsense and what is not?
Yeah, what's related?
The genius of the group.
This is related.
Obviously, it's what I personally decide to focus on.
Are you,
for example, like the flat Earth?
Save us.
Hold on. Do you not see this world,
my friend? Are you the intellectual that can save us?
Hold on, let me finish.
I'm trying to help.
Help.
So then, do you not see this world organization, this world secret society or world government trying to establish itself? Do you not see that?
I don't think there's a single organization. I think there's lots of people with their own self-interests. There's lots and lots of corruption. There's lots of powerful people who are doing things for themselves.
Cool.
Under one banner. They're all doing a bunch of things under one banner. Do you not? I'm asking you, do you not see that?
You think the Chinese are all doing the same thing? You think the Russians and the
I
Japanese
think they're all
are all doing that?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. This guy just doesn't have the balls to wake up, bro. Fuck him.
Have you looked at the Forbes list of billionaires?
Forbes.
Dude, that doesn't include everyone that has trillions in private.
I thought you were
lives.
busy with important things, not Forbes.
Well, so look at them. Look at the variety of people that are billionaires. There's over 1,000 people in the world who are billionaires, and they're very, very different people.
Publicly billionaires.
Well, yeah, but that's all we have to go with, isn't it? So if you're just imagining things, that's just something I can't really comment on.
It's not
but
imagining.
What we actually see is that
know
people
all
who
of
are
the-
in power are very variable. There's lots of very, very different people, and they all have their own interests at heart. So there's obviously a lot of corruption. There's a lot of problems, and that's what we should be focusing on.
All right, so wait, real quick. This is related to Most Mad's military kind of thing that he's talking about. So when we went into Iraq under the presumption of weapons of mass destruction, what's your opinion on that? Because you're like debunking stuff. So like at some level, so like what's your opinion on all the weapons of mass destruction?
I think that they basically made up a case for going into Iraq, and that they essentially lied about the weapons of mass destruction by just exaggerating evidence that really wasn't there, like the stuff about Colin Powell said about the labs really wasn't.
So why
evidence.
can't you imagine them doing this at a different scale, a different subject? Why can't you imagine them lying to you
them doing it
about other things, dude?
Was that a conspiracy though? Was the weapons of mass destruction? Was that a conspiracy?
People, I think, conspired to modify the evidence to make it seem like there were weapons of mass destruction. Yeah.
But
The whole Iraq thing started with a secret conspiracy. You know that, right? The Sykes-Picot Agreement.
I'm not familiar with
the whole geopolitics. The Sykes-Picot Agreement was a secret agreement where France, Great Britain.
It's a secret. How do you know about it?
The Ottoman Empire decided that they were gonna divvy up Iraq. This happened in the 20s, right? So this
makes sense. I mean, they were doing
Iraq
that
war.
type of thing back then.
Yeah, so the current
colonial
Iraq
powers
war
were just...
is a base. That is the basis of the
Yeah, no, the Middle East is completely fucked by the
Kuwait, all that stuff.
The colonial system basically just messed up Africa and the Middle East. So it's this,
but that was a real conspiracy. That was a real conspiracy. I mean, you can Google it. It's called the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
I mean, there's lots of real conspiracies.
Oh, I'm just glad you admit it, because you believe in a conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
you believe in 9/11 was a conspiracy among
I wrote a book.
19 hijackers. It was a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, right?
Yeah, well, more than just 19 hijackers. There would have been a lot of other people. There's like who financed it. Then there was the organizational things. So yeah, there was a lot of people involved. So the conspiracy.
Well, I'm just saying the official story is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
is my point.
Yes, I'm not sure.
So calling other theories a conspiracy theory is just saying just a different conspiracy.
There's a difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory. I mean, a conspiracy theory is just essentially, in the scientific sense, a hypothesis, if you want to get scientific.
I believe in the lone wolf theory of 9/11, like Lee Harvey Oswald. Like there was just one person flying all three airplanes.
That's just silly.
I mean, I know it's silly. That's the point.
So why are you saying that?
Because when the government says it's a conspiracy, people believe it. When they say it's not a conspiracy and it's just some lone nutter, they believe that too. Like, you just believe anything that comes across the television set.
I didn't believe the weapons of mass destruction thing.
Well, it came across the television set that it was a big lie. But if
I didn't believe
it. If the New York Times didn't out that, then everybody would just believe there were weapons of mass destruction.
Well, how are you going to go to Iraq and find them for yourself?
Well, they could just put them there.
You can actually
find them.
You can measure the curve of the Earth yourself. It's hard to do things in geopolitics for yourself.
May I just ask a question? May I ask a question quick? This has come from one of my friends that's just messaged me. What's your opinion on Jeffrey Epstein? Did he kill himself? I mean, considering we're talking about conspiracies. Just a quick one.
I think he probably killed himself.
You sure he's dead?
Good. Yeah,
he might have been allowed to kill himself, and that's about as far as I would go in terms of conspiracy there. But I don't think he was murdered by someone coming into the cell and strangling him.
And what about what about his overall setup? You know.
I think he was a bit of a
What about the
perv.
broken hyoid bone?
That broken hyoid bones happen quite commonly in older people with suicide strangulation because it gets more brittle with age.
Well, I've seen two forensic pathologists with a total of 50,000 autopsies between them say they've never seen it in a suicide.
I don't know, but I've looked at a bunch of
unless it's at unless it's a height, you know what I mean, like 16 feet, something like that, not the 4-foot bunk.
There's been scientific studies that predate this by decades that show that the hyoid bone is commonly fractured in suicides, just by regular, like hanging from a bunk bed type suicides.
Well,
thank you for your time, Nick. Thank you for answering.
Cool.
Can I have my short question?
I should also say the hyoid bone wasn't the only bone that was broken.
Well, I'm not familiar with anything other than that right now. I could look it up, but
there was three. The hyoid bone was fractured, and the vertebrae underneath that had 2 fractures, and the cartilage had lateral tears in it.
The people who actually performed the autopsy say that it was consistent with the suicide. Now, the Epstein family hired another pathologist who attended the autopsy, and he is saying that he thinks that it might have been a murder.
Where's the video?
Yeah,
Where's
Michael
the security
Baden.
footage?
Conflicting opinions.
Real.
Then what?
So the independent one is saying it might have been a murder, but the one that's got paid by the government decides to say, yeah, it was.
No, the one who is paid by the family is the one who is saying there's something suspicious. The family have already said that they think that there's something suspicious going on. So they're paying a pathologist, and he's giving them an answer that conforms to their suspicions. Now, does that mean that they've influenced his opinion? You know, are they going to fire him and get someone else if he doesn't give them what they want? Who knows?
Well, Cyril White, who's a famous forensic pathologist, saw the autopsy report, and he says that it's more consistent with murder than suicide.
Well, perhaps you should do a survey of all the different pathologists. But
well, yeah, that's why when something like this happens, you have a coroner's inquest, right? And then you get a jury of people to judge the evidence to determine whether it's a murder or suicide. That's what we used to do in this country. Well, we'll see if it happens, because I seriously doubt it.
It seems like the family is kind of heading in that direction, but I don't think they would win such a case because they don't really have the evidence to back that up.
Well, it's not really winning. It's getting people to look at the evidence. Well, I mean, from one perspective, I guess, but it's not really a win. That dude's still dead, suicide or murder.
Yeah, but then they can sue the government and bring down people in power, which would be pretty impressive.
Why was the photo of his body not him? It was somebody else's body.
No, it was him.
Yeah,
but the photos look very different in different situations.
Why did you recognize any birthmarks?
You're comparing it to photos from 10 years earlier, and also he's dead.
His left ear was showing.
Flowing.
You can compare it to his left ear.
The blood flows down to the lowest point of their body. It's called lividity, I think, because you get all this pooling and purpleness. And when someone lies on the side,
without even questioning it,
I'm questioning.
You're not even open. You're not even open-minded. You never thought about it. You just automatically. You're like.
Well, no. The reason it seems like I'm not thinking about it is that I've spent an awful lot of time already thinking about it.
That's pretty weird.
Like I was on.
Is your default position to support the official story? Is that your default position?
No, it's not. My default position is to go with whatever I think is best supported by the evidence.
I don't think you've actually seen the evidence. You haven't seen it.
Yeah, but what I have seen is it doesn't really suggest a murder to me. Like there's things like the cameras being switched off or the guards sleeping on the job and things like that. Yeah, you can say that's very suspicious, but that's just something that's been happening constantly at that particular prison for the last 5-10 years or so, because they're grossly understaffed. It's a federal prison, and the federal prison budget is being cut, and they've got more prisoners there than they should have. All the prisoners.
Okay, well, name one instance. Name one instance where a person has committed suicide like that, and everything has been all the cameras from that location has been.
That prison has only had about 3 suicides in the last 30 years, and I think a very small number of actual suicide attempts. So
okay, he wasn't just any normal prisoner, was he? He was an extremely high-profile prisoner. This was an extremely rare case. So I get what you're saying if it was just another bloke coming through the prison system, but it was not. So, I mean, that's why what happened is highly suspicious.
I can certainly see that, yeah. And I think with hindsight, he should have been put on some kind of more full-time suicide watch. But
then what if those guys fall? But what if those guys fall asleep? But what if those guards fall
He was essentially if he was put on a proper suicide watch, they've actually got much more rigorous checks and balances.
Yeah, but then those guys can fall asleep.
That's like saying the doctor
guards
would fall
fall
asleep.
asleep, then any guards can fall asleep.
You're making
You guys know
hypothetical.
We got
tried
three
to
theories.
strangle him,
We
yeah,
got
before he got moved into the cell where he committed suicide. Someone did try to strangle.
We got conspiracy theory, coincidence theory, and incompetence theory.
So someone
You're
did
going
try
like
to
with the
kill him
incompetence
before he
theory.
actually
Like,
supposedly.
I am
everybody
going
in
with the
places
incompetence theory. Historically speaking, incompetence happens
It's hard
a lot
to make
more
an
than,
argument against the federal
than
employee
evilness.
not being incompetent.
Federal prison, and it was very underfunded.
Okay, look, basically, the end result is here. If Jeffrey Epstein went into a court trial, they had evidence and would have subpoenaed or at least tried to subpoena Prince Andrew, who was one of the main people involved in this situation. So whether Epstein killed himself, was killed, or was relocated, that's the reason that he's gone now. He couldn't go into the courtroom. It would have opened up too much information on Prince Andrew.
Possibly, quite possibly.
It's not quite possible. The main woman testifying in this trial is the lady that's living in Australia. She was the one that was in the first initial case that was actually abused by Jeffrey Epstein on his yacht. And they've got the photographs of her with Epstein and Giselle Maxwell, or whatever her name was, the co-accused or the co-charged in this case. I mean, it's blatantly obvious why he had to go.
Okay, well, I really have nothing more to add on that. I think he probably killed himself. Maybe he was allowed to kill himself. I think it's unlikely that he was murdered, and that's
Wait, how did he kill himself? With what?
He hung himself with, I believe, a blanket. Or
With and you know how thin those blankets are, tissue paper, dude. There was nothing to kill himself with, but you think he killed himself.
No, he was in a standard cell at that time.
Yeah, no. There was nothing to no. It wasn't in a standard cell. No, there was nothing.
They said he tore the blankets into pieces and made a rope.
Yeah.
So he weaved himself a rope in the cell with the cameras off.
You could actually
a rope of tissue. Okay,
you could do that actually.
Okay, cool.
Nick,
But I don't know.
Have you ever stepped a foot inside of a prison?
Well, only in tours and things like that, like Alcatraz and Folsom Prison.
No.
But I've never been arrested or anything
Not
like
an
that. Spent time in jail.
A fully functioning prison. Have you ever been in one? Okay, so the blankets in prisons, they are fucking thin. It would not be able to support Jeffrey Epstein's weight.
People kill themselves all the time with those blankets.
You just braid it up a little bit with a few things. Yeah, obviously people kill themselves in prisons. And they do it by hanging.
But here's the story though. We're talking about the McWest. We're talking about the official story, Brett. Okay, so he hung himself with his sheets. Okay, now I'm telling you that those sheets are tissues. Okay, but you say that that's fine. You can hang yourself with tissues. Now, can you demonstrate this?
I'm saying that he hung himself with the sheets, so I don't know how he did it.
And I'm telling you that the sheets are tissues, okay? And you think that people can hang themselves with tissues.
Okay, hold up. But
I'd have to.
Hold up.
I'd have to see the actual sheets.
Is it possible that he was told, can you threaten the man like that? Hey, end your life, or we're gonna do this to whatever your family or.
Possibly,
Is it
but
possible?
I think he knew what was coming down the line and he decided to kill himself.
So
Coming
when are you
down the
going to
line.
decide to kill yourself?
Hey, Hollywood, chill out, man.
What if they do that to Mick and he's going to do that? Like, what? I don't know. What if that's like that's how they? I don't know, man. I'm just possibility. I've already told
It's not
people.
They do it
nice.
to me.
I've already told people if
It's
I
not
get
nice.
suicided, don't believe it. I've already told people if you get a letter with my fucking handwriting or something, don't believe it. Like I've already said that. So it's possible to anyone, dude.
I got a flat Earth challenge.
I'm still interested about aliens, though.
What we ought to do is do 200 proofs in 200 hours, and every hour on the hour for the next 200 hours, pull up the 200 proofs and debate them. One by one, each one gets an hour's debate.
Oh, any other conspiracies or theories?
Yeah, I really have to go. So if you got any last questions, then speak now.
I have a question.
Thanks.
If that's okay.
Thanks for your time. Yeah.
Real quick.
My question would be, what do you think people's criteria for evidence should be? So when you see a claim and some substance presented for that claim, how should people look at that substance and decide whether it holds ground?
Well, good evidence is evidence that's verifiable and testable. So if you can verify, like, repeatable, testable, verifiable. It's the three criteria of evidence. But verifiable is probably the most important one. But then if you got reproducible, that kind of verifies it naturally. So things like, I don't want to get into a big argument again, but like the observations of Catalina is evidence that is verifiable and repeatable, and you can test it. You can do things like change the where you view Catalina from, and you can go to Catalina and measure it. No, it's not every day, because the weather is sometimes quite often actually you can't see it, but on a clear day it's visible with the naked eye. So yeah, if it's those things, verifiable, repeatable, testable.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Thanks for coming by. I just want to get that out there.
All right.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Stop by
well,
again.
Maybe some other time. And yeah, if there's anybody who wants to have a more extended one-on-one discussion about this type of thing, I do have a podcast, and I would like to talk to people, like more varied people than I have been talking to. So if someone is interested in being on my podcast, maybe have a quick look at it. It's called Tales from the Rabbit Hole, TFTRH.
Yeah,
and just send me an email if you would like to be on there.
The inverse is also
just say rabbit hole.
We've got one of our members here, Dr. Science. He does Flat Earth Initiative and Friday Night Fights. So it's a more structured sort of debate. So that also might be.
It doesn't have to be a debate.
No. I know. I'm just saying it's a more structured format where
it's kind of a chat, really. I like talking to people about where they're coming from and why they believe what they believe, and how their opinions change over time. Things like I
have a question for you. Have you ever thought of going to SLAC up in Menlo Park and going into the Stanford Linear Accelerator and look at that structure, which is probably the flattest structure in the universe, I would say. And you could do some tests in there, kind of go from the reverse angle. Now you have something you know is flat. You see if it then comports with the reality of curve or straight.
Well, I mean, if you know it's flat, then it would be flat. So I'm not sure what test you could do.
You get the plumb line at the ends that won't be, right?
Well, at each end it would be the same. Well, no, they wouldn't be. They would diverge from each other. But you could do that on the surface.
Be parallel, wouldn't they?
Right. And then the other thing,
they would.
One way,
but you don't need to have a flat surface to do that. You just need two lines that are some distance apart. But the problem is, how do you measure this angle? Which you can actually do. You can do it with good surveying equipment on buildings. You can see that
just measure the water
leaning
level.
away
Just
from
measure the curve in water level. It'd be easy.
That's a good point. Let's do that. Wallace experiment.
It's the same inclination that you'd have for the Nile River, right? We're talking about 8 inches, every 8 inches every
inclination for a river. Well, that's what rivers do, isn't it? That's what water does.
Downhill.
It finds its own level, doesn't it? It keeps going until it.
No, it doesn't find its own level. Actually,
it actually flows down to the ocean, Zanuck.
it finds
Yeah,
stability.
the inclination is the same as that building.
It's called sea level. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, and the sea level is curved all the way around
Weird
the
that,
Earth.
and it's not level's horizontal.
Dude, how can water be curved? How can water be curved?
Okay, relax.
So Mick,
relax.
the other question.
Let's fight the flat
I see,
Okay, Nick, peace out.
Mick, the other question.
I'm going.
The other question. So there.
All right,
I'm going now.
See you later.
Bye,
mate.
All right, Mick,
Yeah.
have a good one, Mick.
Nice
yeah,
try though.
Zanuck, be quiet, Zanuck. He
One
says he's
more.
wine.
Last question. Let's
Zanuck,
well,
Nick's
one
trying
last
to leave.
question.
Come
Then,
on,
that's
dude.
it.
The last question. You guys have had the whole 2 hours.
Last question. Go for it.
Well, I haven't said anything personally.
Remember, we have a little relationship, Nick. We actually worked on your curve calculator and added one little bug on it. Remember that a while back?
Yeah, there's a few people who did that, but
Anyway,
thank
so
you.
what about looking at mountains? Now, we're looking upward, getting away from the water refraction. Again, I like getting away from this refraction element and look at the angle of those peaks versus the horizontal to see if that comports with reality as well, or what they should be for how high they are and how far they are away.
You can do that. It does require a little bit of bit more math, for want of a better word, working out the angles and things. There's some very good examples though. I think like the twin sisters or the three sisters. What was it called? In Oregon.
Yep.
Mount Hood.
Mount Baldy, and then the other one over there in.
There's. I'll just post the link.
11,000 feet, and then you're at sea level at some point, looking up at that mountain, saying, "Okay, does that have the right angle for how far?"
It's actually the best thing is to be on the top of a mountain, looking across the tops of other mountains at distant mountains. And I posted a link of that type of thing.
Right.
But it's essentially a very large-scale version of the Wallace experiment. But you do have to kind of accept what the height of the mountains actually are,
right?
Which not everyone can accept. Because it's all based on numbers.
That's a great picture, by the way. Yeah, a lot of people here actually accept the altitude indicators and the air density measurements.
They just did the world. They just did the world record.
I don't.
326.
I don't.
Who are you talking for? A lot of people.
I accept measurements of altitude. I don't accept the model.
So when you basically in a helicopter and the altimeter says 1,000 feet, you don't think it's correct?
I believe there's an error within a certain range.
All right, so I think I've answered that question. But
What's going on?
Pineapple.
Put something on the box.
Yeah, what do you fancy? Send me a link to put on.
Will do.
What's it doing?
Could you play it from a timestamp? See if that'll work.
Could try it. It doesn't normally work though, but, or from certain times, yeah. We'll try it though.
Deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in a matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It's Free for All Fridays. So we've got a fair few people in, but well, it's free for all. So anybody want to talk about anything?
Yes, me.
Well,
Me.
Oh, go on then.
Me. It's Bev's birthday today, everybody.
Happy birthday,
It's
Bev.
really embarrassing.
I'm
Happy
trying to get
birthday,
away
Bev.
from it. All right.
Let's sing him a song.
No.
Not tonight.
We've already had that today. It was cool. Skeptic came in and he actually got a cake to me, and he's eating it right now. Is him and his family. That was quite good. That earlier. Yeah. Thanks everyone. 1 year older.
Actually, it's just your delivery date, Bev. Your actually birth date was the day of conception.
Well,
Way to complicate things, John.
I wouldn't know that, John.
I was
That's
gonna
not
say,
one of
good
the
luck
things
with
you
that
normally
one.
ask, is it?
Yeah, go figure that out.
You deny your connection to God if you claim your birth date as the date of coming out of the womb. You're alive for 9 months in there. So it's just your delivery date.
It
I'm not
makes the
trying to
math
ruin
harder.
your birthday, Bev. I wish you the best. You know that. Just tell Kevin to shut up.
You can do that. You're allowed to do that on Friday, John.
How you doing, Kevin?
Good, man.
Good.
Yeah, Kev's asking me to turn on super chats. No, but I might do soon. You never know. Hopefully not.
Super chats are hardly worth it because YouTube takes most of it
Yeah.
anyway, and it's giving them revenue, which is just like no.
So it's been a pretty eventful week, I'd say, and it's still not finished. The FE Dogma Twin Tangent saga is still going on. Blue Marbles trying to work out how to make it even more simple for us to understand, even though there's about 8 different versions of how people deal with putting 2 tangents on. Some of the latest ones are quite hilarious. And I did just get another message from Blue, so I will just I'll get that and put it in the chat. So
how many tangents are on your birthday cake, Bev?
I don't. I've got like a wheat allergy or something, so I can't actually eat any cake.
No, I'm just talking. I was wondering how many tangents are on that birthday cake. If, but I'm sure you don't want to say.
Oh, toothpick tangents.
I
suppose you could. You suppose you could, seeing it's its birthday, you could make them candle tangents.
The candles, you know, the tangents.
Candle tangents. 51.
Yeah, you did miss that, John. I mean, Skeptical did come in and he baked a cake. He baked a cake for Bev, but him and his family ate it. And the cake was geometrically approved.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah. The candles made a triangle with only 180 degrees. I mean, I don't know how Skeptical would have done otherwise, but you know, he did a good job there. And I think the cake itself was square. I think there were 490 degrees on the cake.
That's great. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was good. No, it was really good.
Yeah, I was impressed with that. Thank you very much, Skeptical.
You deserve it, Beth.
Yeah. Right, let me get this latest Blue Marble, because they're writing essays to me. I don't know whether you can read that.
We don't actually have to listen to his voice, though, do we?
Well, I don't know, unless we've got Redman.
Read it, Redman. Read it.
One wrong move, and you'll be banned up out of here. I'm driving.
Yeah. Right, so Blue Marble says at the beginning, Blue Marble Science, sorry, I can't, not just Blue Marble, but Blue Marble Science. We are going to do a thing about people with science in their name. There seems to be something really strange about them. It's like they're trying to make up for something by putting science in the name. But Blue Marble Science has been commenting about the twin tangent challenge of FE Dogma. And he said, after the plethora of explanations provided by dozens of people, which are all individually different solutions, because obviously you can't have 2 tangents on one line, they still refuse to grasp the simple idea, instead opt to ridicule normal intelligence. He thinks globe geometry is normal intelligence, as somehow being absurdly wrong. I would really like to know what motivates anyone to display this level of sheer ignorance, as it were an accomplishment of some sort, right? So he's talking about ignorance of the globe geometry. Well, yeah, nobody's explaining it. They just keep saying, we don't understand normal geometry. So I say, did you not find it strange that you all have different solutions to FE Dogma's LIGO twin tangent on a horizontal challenge? The new globe geometry being invented is amazing, isn't it? Will the comedy start soon? That's me asking them, because they're all saying they're laughing and whatnot. 2, I've never read this before. Blue Marble Science says, that's just a lie. That's not what FE Dogma did. What I find strange is the fact that none of us can figure out a way to dumb this down far enough to allow you to grasp it. Pitiful, to be honest. It is pitiful of the globe side that they can't manage to simplify a very simple thing to make it understandable to anyone. I can't understand it, and I'm pretty sure everybody around here can't understand what the globe geometry is going on about at the minute. He says, I know one thing for certain. The education system has clearly failed. That's good. At least he knows it, right? We know you're a flat waterer. MSL if you like that better than Earther, mean sea leveler, mean sea. He's wrote that because he has to do something. It's definitely not flat water. That's ridiculous, Blue. If you like that better than Earther, just call me Bev. I'll be fine. What? But it's a shame that your planar geometry affliction doesn't allow you to at least try to understand how spheres and tangents work. It's horribly simple basic stuff. The comedy has already begun, by the way. Everyone watching this is having a great laugh at your expense, I might add. Well, if that's makes me the comedian, I'll be happily obliging. I'll take this show on the road, Blue, if you want me to. Maybe try listening instead of try thinking. The thinking part isn't helping you.
That's just an attempt to get you emotionally, Bev, those words.
Yeah. Yeah, do you think it'll work?
No.
I'm liking my comedy routine. I really am going to take it on the road. And also, because of Blue, he says the thinking part isn't helping you. We were talking about this the other day. I'm thinking of opening up the Try Thinking College of Thought here on YouTube. For anybody that wants to join, just got to come and have a chat. Maybe try thinking a bit. And we'll go over this stuff with the tangents. But, I mean, I don't want to go over it. I can easily go over it with anybody with tangents. I mean, it should be simple enough. You can't have two tangents on one line. Especially if it's a horizontal line. Or any straight line. So what's everyone think of that? I've got some more as well. They've been on at us all day. Really. Who's this one? This is Hex. Hexaglobular. Everybody knows Hex. Sounds like a little bit like Kermit the Frog. And he's given us some absolutely wicked Globe Dictates videos. So Hex says, Bev goes out strong in the first 5 minutes, displaying his model affliction and inability to understand simple concepts. You absolutely can have a line with two tangent points on it. Now this is model affliction. Because he's just trying to sort out an answer. So he says you can have a line with two tangent points on it. Take a circle. Draw two lines tangent to the circle. That gives you two tangent points. Now, draw a third line between the two tangent points. Hey presto, you now have a line with two tangent points on it, or more commonly known as a chord. So Hex is having two tangent points by drawing a chord, and then he says, right? Genius. He says, of course, that line isn't itself a tangent to the circle at either point or at all. But both tangent points are on that line. That's the same distinction that Bev fails / refuses to make regarding FE Dogma's video. See, it's all about FE Dogma's video. He's drawn a straight line, A to B, and he's put a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. And then he's labelled the line, horizontal line. Inventive, though. I mean, like, if anybody isn't quite getting this, this is the most inventive the Globe Gang have ever been. They've always had everything dictated to them. But for this, they can't go to a textbook. Because there is just no geometry to deal with this. F.E. Dogma's obviously just made a mistake, but he can't back down. He has to still be correct about it, and this is where we're going. So he says, that's the same distinction that Bev Fails refuses to make regarding F.E. Dogma's video. In it, line AB is a tangent at point A, but at point B, it's just passing through or stopping without being tangential to anything. So it's not tangential to anything at B. An added complication is that two lines aren't even tangents to the same curve. That's an added complication for who? Probably for X and the Globe Gang. An added complication is that the two lines aren't even tangents to the same curve. AB is a tangent to the 529-foot elevation curve. And BC is a tangent to the 533-foot elevation curve. Brackets. I think it was. This is where the comedy starts, Blue, if you didn't know. The comedy starts when the Globers have to start redefining tangents. We've already had toothpick tangents. We've had extensions of radius circles enveloping the old tangent to make a new tangent. We've had drawing chords to develop two tangent points at the end of it. What else is there? Where else can they go? I don't know.
You forgot a tangent to there, Beth.
What he's trying to do here as well. Sorry, go on. Go on.
I say you forgot Jose's tangent to the ashtray, tangent to his globe. Go ahead.
You can have tangents anyway, yeah. Hey, that was Jose. But what he's done is he's got a tangent at an elevation point. And that's all they are. They're just points. The elevation points. They're the point where that elevation was taken. And it's just the height.
I think that he didn't realize that tangent point is where a line is touching, not intersecting a circle. Only touching, but not intersecting. So this is the only way how we describe tangent line. Because if we intersect this line, this is no longer tangent point.
Yeah, I think the mistake's been made by the Globe Gang. In the 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, I think we were saying today, 4 years since we've been here, they've just dealt with the geometry that we deal with by saying we don't understand it. Now it comes about that F.E. Dogma set them a challenge. They don't know what to do. They are literally making shit up. But I don't want to stop them because this is what the globe model does. This is where the globe model gets most inventive at these times, because all of the Globe Gang that's around here, individuals of the Globe Gang, all imagine that they know what the globe needs from this. So this is where globe geometry is going to be made. And it's got to happen. It has to happen. And we've been watching a few just recently. people go over the edge. I don't know whether I've got any more of these comments. They've been quite interesting today. And here's another one. That's doofus. Point B is tangent point for the line BC. Also a tangent point for the line AB. See this? That's FE Dogma's. That's the FE Dogma defense. Just draw a circle on the side of it. Extend the radius out through AB. Let me see if I can find that.
On this picture, we have one line, which is tangent line, and the second, AB, is not tangent line. Sorry.
But it is that I'm calling this one. There you go. Look, it's pretty much exactly the same. The FE Dogma defense to his own challenge, the twin tangent. He hasn't said where he's going to put the tangent at A yet, though. In that,
it doesn't matter how they describe this. On that picture, last picture, line BC is tangent, and line AB is not tangent. Simple.
It's just an extension of the radius, isn't it?
Yes, it cannot be because it is intersecting. So, and any extension will intersect. But at line BC, you can extend this line how long you want, and it still be tangent on line because it will not intersect.
Yeah, that radius and the line AB would be perpendicular to the line BC.
Yes.
As a true tangent is always. But yeah, that is so. In these particular defenses that they've got, the FE Dogma defense is just drawing a circle on the side, whereas Wally and Rumpus, I think, are going for the toothpick tangent, the extension of the radius of the original circle. That's what Hex was saying. Hex said here, the line isn't tangent the circle at either point.
So we will end with Wally's film, short film.
Yeah. Yeah, so in the initial one that Hex says, he says you could just draw two tangent lines and then draw a line in between them, right? That's the third way, I think. But then he does go on and say that they're not even tangents to the same curve. So that goes against this circle that he has here with two tangent points. So Hex seems really confused. He's got two competing ideas in his own head.
Yes, and he needs two tangent lines. And he, as I remember, he just wrote it that he is drawing one tangent line and then at the second point second tangent line, and then he is making this chord line.
Yeah, but then later on down here, he says an added complication is that the two lines aren't even tangents to the same curve. So he did put circle here, but he seems to go against that here. So I'm sorry, Hex. That's not allowed. That's absolutely ridiculous. But I mean, it is a different one. Throwing them out there for the globe model guys to have a go at. So we're up for that. So there's three different methods Toothpick tangent. The FE dogma defense. Just draw a circle on the side of it. Just draw a circle wherever you want a tangent to be. That's what Ruhif does as well. Ruhif says infinite tangents along that line. You could just roll a ball on it. Hex is in the chat there. He says, I'm not the one who's confused. I'm giving 2 examples. Bev is conflating them. Yeah, 2 completely different examples, Hex.
Examples of how to, I don't know, be dumb. I don't know.
Globfuscate,
yeah.
Yeah, because, like, this is LIGO. This is a line. A straight line. That's it. Like, that, how can you have 2 different solutions? One involving a circle and 2 tangents, and another one involving 2 different curves.
I wish we had a little drum soundbite where you could do, say, misplaced concretedness.
Sheer fantasy.
They will get more inventive, though, hopefully, because they have to. I mean, it does seem ridiculous to everyone, and their best defense is just saying you don't understand, which we have already predicted. And I have experienced the you don't understand a fair bit, and they're right. I only understand geometric proofs that say whatever FE dogma did is impossible in reality.
No question about it.
Mm-hmm. That's the simpleness of it. I mean, I do understand that, and it's very, very obvious. What I don't understand is why there are a group of guys that can't see this. Well, their model affliction is what stops them from seeing it, and the fact that it's a paralogism.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob.
Can I just say something real quick about that? When they say we don't understand, that's all they say. They don't actually elaborate and help us to understand, because they know that we do understand. They're just saying that to make us think we don't understand. But we clearly do.
No. What it is they have their own model. They've all made their own globe model, right? Which isn't based on anything in reality. So when they come up with their solution, it's for their particular model. Now, they cannot explain it to somebody else because somebody else has a different model and they're going to do it to them. So it's much easier to come over here and tell us we don't understand than try and explain it to one of their globe friends, because they are definitely not getting together as globe team and working a way out around this, because they would come to the conclusion that FE Dogmas shouldn't have drawn it as he did, because that's like a reality drawing where he just draws tangents and it's obvious that that's what he's doing. FE Dogma should come for a chat, and then he can explain to everybody that he's just drawing circles wherever he wants, because that's where it is. It's all in the meme. It's all in the words. You've just got to say globe and push this stuff out there, and it'll have to fit on the globe. Well, with geometry, it just doesn't. It provably doesn't. Definitely not doing Euclidean geometry. Go on.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if he knows that we have a song, shout out Buster, You Don't Understand.
I think so.
That's how many times we've heard that, my friend. There's a song about it. But trust me, we do understand. Sometimes we understand your model better than you.
All of the time we understand the model better than them. Because we can relate it to Euclidean geometry and see where the differences are. They can't. Because they don't even know Euclidean geometry to start off with.
As I remember,
go on.
As I remember, back into 2016, all discussions between flat earthers and globe earthers started with a long explanation, and flat earther had to explain in detail to globers how their model should work and what is impossible on their model, because they didn't understand. So this is very, very old. They don't understand their own model.
It can't be understood.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because this is full of contradiction. You cannot understand contradiction.
Yeah, you can't have a model based on fallacies, contradictions. It just doesn't work. But I mean, that's what they have to. It's what they have to live with in their mind. Contradictions. That's why most of them are diletheists. Blue Marble Science is definitely a diletheist.
Oh, yeah.
They all are. I don't know why Blue's talking about differential equations. Just come and talk about the actual geometry, Blue. We know you haven't got any. It's ridiculous to think you can outsmart yourself with fucking calculus when we're just simply talking about straight lines, the logic, the simple logic of it. It's ridiculous. Would you like to come and have a chat, Blue? Would you like to come and have a chat? It is my birthday. Pop on over. Come on over with George. No, George is banned. Bring your team over. Get FE Dogma. I don't know who's the best second in charge. Who is the best globe geometer? Has Blue ever said? Ruhif said Charles. Math.
I don't even think Charles wants to have anything to do with this.
I know. I
don't blame him. Yeah.
You could do with getting FE Dogma, though, involved in it, because he's caused a bit of a stir. Even Rumpus did the extension of the circle, whereas FE Dogma threw a circle on the side. They're two contradictory results. I get the... Perhaps we should leave this on screen. To prove that's where FE Dogma puts the circle on the side. Like Doofus. Jeff. Doofus. Almost as though they've all been teaming up together in the background to come up with more ridiculous answers to try and confuse people.
It is confusing when you draw a picture which is not relevant and it is not related to this problem. But some people may think that this drawing is somehow related to the problem. It isn't at all.
You know, Blue, we're not running from anything. We initially said that FE Dogma put 2 tangents. He put one at point A and one at point B. Well, if you look at this picture here, look what he's done with the point B in order to get 2 tangents. It's shocking. You've got Wally making, drawing triangles. Well, not drawing, sellotaping set squares on top of yoga balls. And then you've got FE Dogma just putting a circle on the side. I said that's shocking. Somebody doing that to poor Wally. You're treating him like I don't know.
You'd think they'd use their imagination, put another circle on no? Try to get away with it like that. But
well,
no.
That's FE Dogma. He's doing that.
Yeah.
Like he left Rumpus. Rumpus did a presentation at Blues where he just drew another circle a bit bigger.
Yeah, over the other circle, yeah. Concentric, yeah.
So you've got Wally and you've got Rumpus that are like making a tit out of themselves blatantly, showing how much of a sham it is putting 2 tangents on one straight line. Because what they do is they make 2 different circles. Well, FE Dogma's just put another circle over here. Completely different.
But they're not creative. They should have taken that one line and put one circle on one side, one on the other. You know, like those old weights.
Yeah.
The balls were stuck on. There you go. You couldn't even think of that. Damn. Of course, it would still be wrong, but, you know.
Let me see. I might be able to do a quick one of those if I... Oh.
Maybe this is their way to make a preponderance of evidence with contradictory evidence.
Well, I think somebody did send a comment to me like that. Blue was saying, look, there's loads of people that have told you that you can have 2 tangents on one straight line.
Yeah, so they are creating preponderance of the evidence, even if it is contradictory to each other. But I think they can live with that.
Well, I'm guessing so. Oh.
He does have good one-liners, though. I'll give that to Blue. He has a comedic... he can do comedy.
Let's see. Yeah, I've got just sorted it. Oh, come on. There you go. Like that. Do you reckon I see that?
Now you're talking,
That's
bro.
it. That's how you do it.
Now you're talking. There you go. At least be creative in your craziness, man.
That's the FE Dogma defense.
We got to do it for them.
There you go.
I need third at C, please.
No, you can't. You don't need another tangent at C to prove your point. You just need 2 tangents, one at A and one at B.
There's your double tangent for crying out loud.
That's how you do it.
We got to do it for you. Damn. Even this we got to do for you.
Did say to him at the beginning, you just draw 2 circles. It's dead easy. Put a tangent like what Ruhif says is you can have a tangent, multiple tangents, infinite tangents all the way along. Like he rolling a big circle all the way along there. Everywhere it touches along as it's rolling along is called a tangent point. Just roll a circle. It's dead easy when you've got a straight line. That's right, Blue. Here's another defense for you. Look, of course you can have 2 tangents on a straight line. Just doesn't fucking fit your model, does it? Doesn't help you.
And if we use it, I want royalties. If you use that one's ours.
No, that's the FE Dogma defense. It'll go down in history, I'm telling you. I hope it will do anyway. FE Dogma, LIGO. Twin tangents on a horizontal challenge for the globe model. All you've got to do in order to keep your model is justify the 2 tangent points. One at A, one at B. Boom. However you want to do it. As long as you come out of it at the end with a firm belief of your model and the 2 tangents on the same straight line, you're fine. But it's only for the globe truly committed. It's like a final challenge, isn't it? Do you reckon? Is there a stronger challenge? Is there like the geometric challenge for the globe model?
The double roundabout tangent line. It's like a road with 2 roundabouts.
I think it should be. We could do it and sort of set it out as a challenge. You don't need to do the elevations. They can be researched by the person that's up for the challenge. You just have the horizontal line from A to B and a horizontal line from B to C. Perpendicular. Challenge is tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Boom, go. How do you do it? FE Dogma's not explained it. He's done some writing in a YouTube comment. But FE Dogma said that you can have 2, yeah? Yeah, I know. We've seen. Hex, yes. You drew a chord. An FE Dogma put a circle on each end. Just drew a circle there. We know. I don't understand why you guys are getting so all feisty about it. So, I don't want to play this twin tangent. It is free for all Friday, so I don't want to be standing in anybody's way. But if anybody wants to come over and explain the how they would try and do it. I mean, if you want to come over and try and imagine you had a globe model, how you would do it to fulfill the FE Dogma twin tangent that LIGO on a horizontal line. You could try drawing it out. Get a compass and work out how you do it. See if it's not possible in Euclidean geometry, but obviously you're not going to be using that with the globe model, are you? We did go over watch a video last night. Here you go. Has anyone heard of Mr. Cheswick? And did you know that Mr. Cheswick had a debate last night?
If you want to,
well,
if you want to call it,
I think he would want to call it that.
Wait a minute. Mr. Cheswick, isn't that the guy that used to make the flat earth songs that were making fun of flat earthers?
Well, found out at the end.
But he's actually,
he makes
yeah, but he's kind of a flat earther.
Well,
yeah, he's been around a long time making music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you see the reality of this world, you don't go back to globe science.
Yeah. Don't watch that video page. Do not watch it. Not because it's on Fight the Flat Earth channel. It's just that if you like Mr. Cheswick for his music, then don't watch the debate.
or if you're on blood pressure medication, don't watch the debate.
There are some people that just shouldn't debate.
Yeah.
And if you'd like to practice, I think this is the this is where you should come. Not only for knowing which arguments, the good and the bad arguments, but the tactics, the methods, the plays, let's say, all of that, they're all known here. That's where we sort of specialise in the art of the debate. So please, just come and have a chat. That's all we do. We don't debate. We just talk to each other. But there is a lot of experience round here. And Mr. Cheswick, please pop in. That was sad. Really bad. It'd have done better to have watched I Can Science That's video on how to make a better flat earther. Because I think he fell into every one of the traps. It's like it's like he watched I Can Science That and thought, I'll have a go at all of those. Yeah, Hex. Yeah. See, he's put 2 tangent points on the line AB because he's drawn 2 different circles. 2 different curves completely. Yeah, we understand. It's not how a quadratic function works. You can't just restart it. You won't be able to match it up in reality. It means you're fucked. It means you've just unproved your model. Cannot be. You can't just restart a quadratic. Sorry. Numbers do not match up. Cannot be done. You cannot have 2 tangents on one line and get the mathematics to fit. That's why everybody's struggling on the globe model. Proved wrong. Which is the oh, night sky Jeff. Nice. Which is the line? Where's AB? He's done D. Can everyone see that?
Yes, I can see. It doesn't make any sense. Straight lines.
I was just going to say what paper said.
He's trying to give us the D.
Yeah.
Wait, where did D come from?
From the sky.
You got it wrong, SC.
The A is the center of the circle, is it?
Put me straight, Redmond.
It's all of the above. That's the D.
The points are B, C, and D. There you go. We're talking about A, B, C on LIGO with a horizontal line and a tangent at A and a tangent at B. Woohoo! Like, where does B, C, and D come into it? At least label this one B, C, and D, then we know what the fuck's going on. Wow. Would you like to stop tossing out strawmen and red herrings and talk about LIGO elevations and why they aren't collinear on a flat MSL line? No, we're talking about A to B, a horizontal line, which I don't think has ever been addressed by anybody yet on the globe side. The fact that he has put a horizontal line from A to B and a horizontal line from B to C with a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Pretty simple. Oh, there you go. A, B, and C. Are they both horizontal then? Yeah, there we go. He's not in the chat here, is he? No. Just talking from the chat. Text chat trolls. So we're going to have to be dealing with that. I don't know who... Does anybody know who Night Sky Jeff is? Is he the representative of the new globe geometry?
I have no clue who he is.
He spoke the other night, I think.
Yeah, but he's rolling his sleeves up, isn't he? Hey, hang on, lads, I'll take this.
Yeah, he came in here as an ambassador for some other guy yesterday.
Yeah.
He had never heard about the twin tangents before yesterday. So he's definitely fresh.
So which one is the where's his toothpick tangent?
Yes, he's replicating Wally's film.
Yeah.
He's just replicating this.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Both B and C are above the circle, and A is below the circle.
It's the way it looks.
Yeah, that's a
No,
toothpick tangent.
this is a 3D. This is 3D picture.
Okay,
So
so A is touching the circle.
Yeah, but there's only A
Oh,
that's
okay,
touching
okay.
it. Yeah, yeah. And
Oh,
B
yeah,
and
right.
C are both above.
Floating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toothpick tangents. Yeah, well, if you've got a toothpick tangent at B, then you have to have a toothpick tangent at C. You're right. You've got 3 tangent points now. He's just developed them.
Wow.
A
Why would
is
you
on
call
the
them
surface.
tangent
B is above the surface. And C, yeah.
How can you call them tangent points in any way?
Can't.
Exactly.
So B's
I guess
not a tangent. He's going to say Jeff will tell us that B's not a tangent.
C is where most of the earthworks took place, I imagine.
4-foot slope.
And B.
Well, it looks like he's got a bit of a slope on both of them, but
yeah,
can't have a slope because they're horizontal. Right.
Oh, this is
can we not crowd Jeff? Like, I would like to try and get some answers from him before he gets taken into the weeds with everybody, and he can just answer whatever he wants then, and we never get an answer. What we need is B a tangent point or not? That's the only thing we need to know, because there's 2 it's a twin tangent challenge for FE Dogma.
according to last drawing, we have only at A tangent point and nothing more.
That's supposed to be
not hurt the Highlander. They could only be one.
Yeah. It's supposed to be representative LIGO as well, right?
I think so, yeah. I mean, this is more of a representative of their model of LIGO than FE Dogma, and he's drawing a ball on the side. Right? Now, these guys, Wally and Night Sky Jeff, are making a good go at it, right? They're really trying hard. Whereas FE Dogma, the guy that started the challenge off, this is a bit of a poor effort, really. You've got Night Sky Jeff and Wally really trying hard to do this, but unfortunately they're dealing in 3D Euclidean geometry and they're setting themselves up for a fail. Yeah, I don't know. FE Dogma does have A and B on a horizontal line. Is he coming back or not? No. Night Sky Jeff's gone.
And their insistence is still that those are tangent points. B and C.
See, FE Dogma did the video a year ago. And it's only since we watched it that all of this stuff has occurred. So that stuff's been sat in the video for all of that time. Nobody else spotted it.
Nobody addressed it.
So, as yet, I'm unaware of... I've not had a chance to talk to anyone about it. Obviously, you heard the conversation I had with Blue. Blue, we're talking about the geometry of the horizontal line with two tangent points on it. That's it. That's all we're talking about. Once you can address that, we can go on to the further. But that needs to be sorted first. That issue, the basic geometry, two tangent points on a straight line. It's impossible in the world of geometry that I know. Unless you just draw two different circles, but I was under the impression that it was meant to be your model. And there's only one of them, unless you don't have two models here, that you could just move them around. Conceptually, or like for reals. Maybe that might be it. It's just a make-believe model that you can move around and use wherever you want. And if that's the case, let us know. That's good. As long as we know the rules that we're playing with, that you can just make up shit wherever you want and just inject it at any point wherever you want. And then say, oh, I don't have to answer that. You don't understand it. But hey, it's just me. I've been around here for a bit. I've never really had a proper answer from anybody off any of the questions I've ever asked. Yes, Hex, you just draw two fucking circles. That's the only way you can do it. The only way. Toothpick tangents are globe model geometry. It's not Euclidean. You're going to have to come up with a whole new set of geometry laws to get away with the toothpick tangent. It's very inventive. But it doesn't make the tangent, well, it doesn't make the line a tangent at point B at all. And then again, when you have both lines as being horizontal, that's an extra challenge, because then I think you have to justify horizontal as well. You have to change the definition of horizontal, tangent, all sorts of stuff. Yeah. I know Blue Marble and the Globe gang, they're upset. And don't worry, Blue, not a flat earther. So your model's not at stake to a flat earther. I don't want to come and take your model off you. I don't want a model. I just want to try and get an understanding of how the geometry works. I know how geometry works in reality, and I know how the basic concepts of Euclidean geometry work. And what FE Dogma has done is impossible. It's like to know how the globe model deals with it. Let us know if I'm getting it right. You either draw two different circles, a circle wherever you want a tangent point, or you invent some way of extending a radius, and like this is in 3D reality. You have a ball, a 3D sphere, the spherical object, and then somehow extend the radius past the circumference, i.e. a toothpick tangent, which is It is a new thing to me. I didn't even know it. I bet most people didn't even know about toothpick tangents. But they've just been invented just recently because of FE Dogma's twin tangent challenge. Very inventively by Wally, the number 2. And that's why, if anyone was doubting why Wally is the number 2, it's undoubtedly because he has the ingenuity to do the toothpick tangent. And there's nobody else that could have done that. Hex says that horizontals, the definition of horizontal doesn't need changing. It just fails to realise that horizontal is not universally parallel. But that would need it to be change its definition because horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. All of them. Which means all horizontals are parallel to each other. Geometrically, of course. Provably within mathematics and geometry. Only Euclidean geometry, actually. Some sort of a straw man. Not what FE Dogma drew. And I'll put it in here. I'll put it on screen for you, Blue, what FE Dogma drew. That's one of the ones that FE Dogma drew. And then that's the other
Anybody
one
there?
that FE Dogma drew. I put the A and the B and C on it.
When was this recorded?
Contradictory, Blue. This B here doesn't seem to have a circle on the side of it. Like he drew here. Look, he drew that circle there. But didn't do it here. Really weird. In fact, I might see if I can get that on the overlay one on top of the other. I'm going to plug my charger in. Anybody else want to talk about anything? I'm just going to try and see if I can overlay this. Oh, that's good, Saragaki. Lastly, remember that your faculties of reasoning and argumentative powers will be sustained and matured by a course of mathematical study. It will enable you to distinguish that of which is solid and useful from that is which is what's that? Specious and flimsy. Spacious.
It's like specious.
Specious. Yeah. So that's a different word. Flimsy, gold from tinsel, truth from falsehood. That's mathematics, Blue. Come on, put your maths up to the test. It will prove truth from falsehood. We can with mathematics. Just come along, Blue. Send your best.
Do we have spacious math? Blue?
That is
It must
good.
be how they get them triangles greater than.
But specious means superficially plausible.
Yeah, no way up.
Superficially plausible. I like that.
I'll give you a spacious truth.
Actually, it looks like specious means superficially plausible, comma, but actually wrong.
There you go, that'll do.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the point. It's been associated with the word flimsy. It's not solid for you to build a foundation on. It's just some flimsy.
Spacious, extra room for bull whenever you need it. You know, you have extra room there.
That's a good way to say it.
So you agree with that?
Superficially plausible.
Jesse, you agree with that?
I was just stating the definition. I don't know what we're calling specious, but that is the definition for the word specious.
Have you tried the FE Dogma Twin Tangent Challenge?
No, and I just got back from work, so I just missed it.
Wow. You must know LIGO, though.
I have heard you talking. You asked me about that yourself, actually, the other day.
Yeah. It's one of those, we're calling it sort of a challenge, isn't it?
What is?
The challenge set out by FE Dogma.
I'm not familiar with FE Dogma's challenge.
Okay. There you go. LIGO. Have you heard of LIGO?
That I have.
The straightest thing in the universe. Right, he's got a horizontal line, like LIGO, from one end to the other, corner station. Right, and he's got a tangent point at point A, right?
Oh, you showed me this a week ago, I think, or something, a few days ago, and I hadn't gone and looked, but at your...
He's put it on fucking YouTube. Wally,
yeah,
we told you not to do that, man.
At your suggestion,
unbelievable.
I did go get the as-built drawings, and that's what it looks like he did. He just took the blueprints, and that's where he got all those numbers from.
Yeah, but the challenge is the tangents. He's got a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. With A to B being a horizontal line and B to C being a horizontal line. The challenge is, how do you do that? Geometrically, how is it possible for you to have two tangents on one straight line?
So what exactly am I looking at here? Southwest arm. Oh, are you saying that the two lines are at right angles to each other?
No, the two lines are at right angles to each other. It's LIGO.
Okay.
The problem is you've got a line going from A to B, which is the straightest thing, right? The concrete pad. It's dead straight. He's labeled it horizontal. So you know it is a dead straight line. Now, at point A, he has a tangent point. And at point B, he has a tangent point. How? How do you solve that? That's the challenge. The FE Dogma LIGO twin tangent horizontal challenge.
And so your question is, how could B be one tangent when the other B was not the tangent? Is that, am I understanding you correctly?
It's got a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. How is that possible? That's the challenge. That's FE Dogma's challenge. He's put it in a video. All it is you have to sort that mentally. I've done it for myself. Everybody here has already done it for themselves. How do you manage to solve that? Is it a puzzle? It's not really a puzzle. How to challenge the FE Dogma's set?
All right, let me look at these pictures here, see if I can figure out what you're asking.
I don't know if I should just let that one slide.
It's quite easy, right? Everybody understands the FE Dogma twin tangent challenge. I think it's good. See, as far as I am aware, the Globe Gang have never really engaged geometrically with us at all. And like, hats off to you, Wally, but should you really have put that on YouTube? Should I we get that? I'll get it for you guys and put it in get Wally a few views. I didn't know you'd put it in the here you go, guys. This is Where's Wally's video coming in the chat if anybody wants to go and watch it. Wally's going to show you how what FE Dogma has done exactly is impossible on the globe model. At least the 3D globe model. And you will see, for the first time, looks like Jeff sort of reinforced it here as well with the toothpick tangent. It's locked in. Jeff's done it. Look at that. Boom. Ah, see. Look at that.
Wow.
Don't look in the chat because you might find out.
I guess what I posted inspired him, huh? Yeah. I thought they'd do that. Just move the line over. Doesn't work like that, dude. Sorry.
I'm going to have to get this one because, Jeff, thank you very much. Save that one. He's got 3 though, right? Triple. Jeff's gone for the triple. He's on 1 extra. Triple tangent. I'm saving that. But, yeah, in case anybody wants to see, in case they missed it, there you go, in the chat.
He added some circles,
Jeff.
if you noticed.
Yeah. He's got like little nipples, hasn't he?
This is too good, man. Oh,
so
God.
Jeff has gone with the triple tangent. added one for good measure. Thanks, Jeff. Wally should be good. Wally might be making adding that to his video. Seem to have ditched the toothpick tangent. I was hoping for that. I like the toothpick tangent.
No, Wally posted it.
Yeah, I know, but Jeff with his nipples and, those circles.
It's just as ridiculous.
Yeah, but the toothpick tangent was a good idea. Like seems like Wally's invented the toothpick tangent, and then Jeff's come along and
I spoiled it for him.
Yeah, he's just sort of ripped it off. And I don't know whether this Jeff's one's going to take off more than Wally's toothpick tangent.
Well, that's not nice.
2 different lines. Yeah. Look at it, Blue.
That's not neighborly like stealing somebody's idea.
Yeah. The 2 different lines. Actually, there's 3 lines. It's triangle ABC. But only 2 of them are actual physical straight lines.
Do I see 3 radii as well?
Oh, yeah. But then you'd be talking Euclidean. Wouldn't you? 3D balls. One tangent point on each line, but you've got 3, Blue. There's a tangent point at each end of every line. You've got 3 lines, A, B, C, and at each end of those lines have all got tangents on them. Even Jeff has drawn it. Blue. How can you not see that? It's like you are blinded to it. Tangent point at A, a tangent point at B, and a tangent point at C. So line AB has got a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Line BC has a tangent point at B and a tangent point at C. 2 tangent points again. Line CA has a tangent point at C and a tangent point at A. That's 2 tangents again for that one line. It's pretty obvious.
Sometimes people don't want to get. Sometimes people don't want to get topped, so that Rumpus is tangential points.
Yeah.
And now we got tangent points.
How many tangent points does LIGO have, Blue?
3. It's got to have 3 there. Jeff's drawn it. And 1 at A, 1 at B, and 1 at C. You've got an extra one.
That would be 3, right, Blue?
That's good. 3 tangent points.
Trifecta LIGO.
I mean, who'd have thought that FE Dogma's twin tangent point would end up getting a triple tangent? And do you know what that means? If you've got triple tangents, you've got triple nutsacks.
Oh no.
Yeah. The old triple nutsack. A maneuver not attempted. Yeah, this is the first attempted to see whether they can get away with the triple nutsack.
Danger, Wilco.
It's like seeing the gymnast, right, waiting to go up, and it's like a first attempted. Here he is.
Triple pike.
Jeff Night Sky. A new entry into the arena. He's attempting to pull off a triple nutsack.
Triple nutsack reverse pike. And you see the judges ranking it. Ooh, that was a nice entry. Little splash.
Well, I
give
don't
it a
know who
9.
he is. I don't know if anybody else knows who he is, and we can't have him just coming in here. Imagine all of that time that Wally's spent in here. It's like nearly a year. Typing day after day, spending hours here doing that. And then comes Jeff Night Sky. Night Sky Jeff. Jeff. You reckon Jeff? Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Who else was called Jeff? I remember there's a surveyor on Twitter called Jeff. Did a fair bit of work with Plumb Bob's. A Plumb Bob surveyor, he was. I don't think we should allow Jeff to come in. We'll have to have words with Wally, see whether Wally's okay. Because Wally did the video first, so at least Wally's got the claim to fame with the toothpick tangent. Dated as well. Please save that video of Wally's. I've downloaded it. I got it an early copy. Straight to Discord. Exclusive. As Jesse, what do you reckon, Jesse? Which way are you going to go with it?
I'm not even sure what question you're asking.
The twin tangent challenge for LIGO. Would you triple up? Would you? Can't really call it doubling down, like Jeff. Jeff's added I don't know. We call them nipple tangents. He's added little bits. You know where Wally did the toothpick tangents.
And I'm not familiar with Wally's toothpick tangents.
He's put a video in the chat. Did you watch it?
Maybe I need to watch that.
It's only a really short video, but I think you should. Because this should be... I don't want to sway you, though. I mean, FE Dogma did just draw a circle on the side. Wally may be taking it into extra realms that it's not needed, but hey, he's put it in on YouTube, so he's going with it. I'll put it in here.
How they can... This is like a twin drop. They don't even see it. Not only do they have two tangents, they have two drops. One from A and one from B.
Yes, of course, two drops, but it means two tangent points. So, sorry,
Yeah.
You cannot go around this.
At LIGO. LIGO has two drops.
Have you ever heard of FE Dogma, Jesse?
You always talk about it.
No, have you ever heard of him, the guy, FE Dogma?
I think I've just heard you guys talking about him.
Okay. So, do you think it's a good idea to put two tangents, one at A and one at B? Bearing in mind, his name is FE Dogma. And he's put a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. And he's labelled the line horizontal line from A to B. And his name is FE Dogma. What do you think the FE stands for?
Frequently enhanced.
Probably. I would say so.
Yeah.
Because if it was that other one, you wouldn't be supporting him, would you?
Well, why don't you show me some of his work so I can tell you what I think of it?
He's put a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Have you never watched the video where he did it?
I'm not sure. You got a link?
No, we went over it. It may be on the thing. Blue Marble did it as well about a year ago. It's an old video.
Well, let me ask this then. Are you saying that he's saying that a single straight line has more than one tangent points on its axis?
Yeah, he put a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B, at LIGO, one of the arms. Now, B is the corner point, so it is common to both line AB and BC. It is the common point, the corner point, B.
And you're saying it's not possible for it to be a tangent point for one of them and not for the other?
Well, you can only have one tangent point on a straight line, can't you? That's the thing about tangent points.
But there's two straight lines, so why can't they each have one?
AB is a straight line.
There's no rule that they both have to have their tangent point in the same spot, unless they're on a plane.
It's a tangent point on a straight line, right? Two different tangent points, one at each end of a straight line. Now, how do you
say that again?
justify
Wait.
it?
No, back up. It sounded like you just said that there are two. Oh, I see what you're saying. There shouldn't be, but he's saying there is what you're saying.
Yeah, he's labelled it in his drawing. He has. He's also labelled the lines horizontal lines.
And explain to me why you couldn't have two lines at right angles to each other, which do not share a tangent point, but they share an endpoint.
Well, because you can only have one tangent point, can't you?
Yeah, but those two lines are at 90 degrees to each other. They don't run in a straight line with regard to each other.
No,
So
but the line AB is a straight line. And he's put a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Right, B is the end point of the line AB. I'm pretty sure I've had this conversation. Sounds like fucking deja vu. Pretty sure I've had this conversation with Blue. Can I point out again that this video is from a guy called F.E. Dogma. Right, and he's labelled a straight line with a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Now, I don't know how much geometry you did at school or at college, maybe university, but you should know it's impossible to have two tangent points on a straight line unless you have two different circles. Now, how do you I may have given it away there, helped you out a little bit. How do you deal with it? Remembering that it's from a video from a guy called F.E. Dogma.
Frequently excitable? I'll go with that. Although, I mean, I'd rather discuss the issue rather than a name of some guy, right? Why do we have to keep going back to that? But let me ask you this. If you had a line, like you were talking about toothpicks. So let's say we had some toothpicks and you've got a beach ball. Do you have beach balls over there? Like these inflatable toy rubber balls that you play in the water with?
Like we've got Wally's done a video. Have you seen Wally's video yet?
I keep asking
Please
for it.
have
No
a
one will
look.
post it.
I've put it in there.
Oh.
In the live chat. It's in there now. I'm going to click it.
You guys need more Wally.
Everybody can see it.
Explain LIGO
Which one is that? The
tangents to you.
Stark Otter one?
Super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, Stark Otter takes LIGO tangents to a whole new level. And the elevation drawings as well. which is what he
Wow.
has there.
Discord lets you upload an 80 megabyte file. That's cool, I guess.
Yeah, up to 100. Got a good Discord server. I quite like Discord for doing that. Best for presenting and chatting, obviously, and you can play games and show all your screen, do all sorts of stuff. But you can see that he has marked on the screen in a green, he has a tangent point on the northwest arm. And then at the other end of it, he's got another tangent point. I mean, these are LIGO arms. I know it looks ridiculous. And I didn't do these elevation profiles. And why do you think he labelled them horizontal? And then Wally's drawn a picture like that. Can you imagine? I can't.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a toothpick, plop it on a basketball, it'll have a tangent point. Now take another toothpick,
The
lay it
toothpick,
across the
sorry,
first one.
the toothpick will have a tangent point.
It's that kind of toothpick.
The standing up toothpicks, the one like Wally's done. The one
I
to
don't know
prop
what
up
Wally
the-
did with a tooth.
Have you watched the video?
No, it's
Why
downloading.
haven't you watched the video?
I got slow internet. It's downloading, man. I clicked it. It's downloading.
You can just press play. You don't need to download it.
Huh? No, it's just the only option I had was to download, and so I did it. But it's downloaded. Let me play it.
I'll get the picture. Buster got the picture for it. Tangent point of B.
Oh, is that the toothpick you're all moaning about?
Moaning about it. I was just saying it's very inventive. A toothpick tangent. He puts point B at the end of a toothpick. So that's the toothpick tangent that he's talking about. That's how Wally solved the problem with a solid sphere. FE Dogma just drew a circle on the side of it. How do you solve the problem? I think FE Dogma's trolled the shit out of you, really. Especially by drawing a circle on the side of it. But hey, Wally's very inventive with the toothpick.
So I don't see what the problem is. That second line, it's the end which is perpendicular to plumb is at a point at the other end, at the end of the other line, which is not the first line's point of being perpendicular to plumb. They obviously. Let me ask you this: which end of the second line is perpendicular to plumb?
Which end?
Yes, which end of the second line?
The plane, or the whole plane. A, B, C is horizontal. So all of the perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel. Right? So where's the perpendicular? Horizontal plane, perpendicular, vertical. What tool do we get to establish a vertical? A plumb. All the plumbs to that horizontal plane established A, B, C will be vertical and plumb. Perpendicular. All of them.
So tell me about the B end of the first line. Is it
where
at right angles?
That's where he put a tangent.
Is that line at right angles to plumb?
Is that the B that he put a tangent on? Yeah, just to make it sure that we know what we're talking about. Is that the point B where he has a tangent point? FE Dogma placed the tangent point at point B. Are we talking about that point B?
This is so simple and you're not getting it, and I'm not sure why. Maybe you're just pretending for likes.
Why
I don't
can
know.
you not answer that question? At point B, he has a tangent. Are we talking about point B where FE Dogma has a tangent? Are we talking about the corner point of LIGO?
That's what I'm asking you. Is the B end of the first line perpendicular at right angles to plumb?
The horizontal line, AB, that has a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B, you're asking me if that horizontal line, AB, has a perpendicular at B. Is that what you're asking?
Well, not exactly.
Okay, please, Jesse, clarify your question.
Okay, let's look at just the first line.
AB.
AB is point A of the line at right angles to plumb.
I haven't got a clue. Where does it say that? Well, he's labelled it a horizontal line, so yes, perpendicular all the way along that line. If it's a horizontal line, like FE Dogma has labelled it, then yes, perpendicular, plumb, all the way across, I would say.
That's not the question I asked. Why won't you answer the question I asked?
What was the question you asked?
Is the A end of the first line at right angles to plumb?
The A end, right angles to plumb?
Yes.
Yeah, the entire line is horizontal. Yes.
No,
yes, Jesse. It is a horizontal line from A to B. So, perpendicular to any point along it will be plumb. Now, did that answer your question for you, Jesse? Or can you not understand?
Well, no, you didn't, because I'm asking...
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Go on, answer your question. See if somebody else can answer it for you. Go on, ask somebody else.
Me ask somebody else, or somebody else ask me?
No. You've asked me 4 or 5 times. I've given you a very comprehensive answer 4 or 5 times. Please try and ask somebody else. I'm going to keep quiet. So is there anybody else willing to answer Jesse's question for him? Because he doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying. Go on, ask your question again, Jesse. Let's see if anybody else can answer it.
Okay. According to Dogma's presentation and the triangle and all that stuff, whatever, is the first point of the first line, in other words, A, is that line at right angles to plumb at that end?
That would be
You cut out there.
affirmative.
Okay. And within Dogma's model and claims, is the B end of that first line also at right angles to plumb?
That would also be a yes. Affirmative.
No, I mean in FE Dogma's model, because that's what we're talking about in his claims.
That's what he claims, isn't it?
No, it's not. He
Is
shows
that not what the horizontal means?
Not in his model.
Is that not why he put horizontal there? Are you going to say at the other end, it's not perpendicular to vertical?
It's not perpendicular to plumb. That's the way. Look, it's drawn. Look how it's drawn. He shows
He's drawn
The
them
water-
both horizontals. AB horizontal, BC horizontal.
But he's shown level as curved. Do you see?
I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't bother about the curved bit because he's put two fucking tangents. One at A and one at B. It's impossible. Forget about the fucking curve. Now.
Well, it's not impossible on a curve.
What's not impossible on a curve?
It's not impossible for two lines at right angles to have separate tangent points.
Really?
Really?
Wally seemed to struggle, didn't he, with his little thing? He had to do toothpick tangents. How do you resolve the inability of having two tangents upon a plane or straight line? That was the question to you at the beginning. How do you resolve it? I know you've just said it's not impossible, but how? Go on.
I tried to explain and you cut me off. I'll try again. Let's say you had a beach ball and you take a toothpick, or do you do pickup sticks? A little longer. It's like a long straight matchstick. You lay a long matchstick, onto a ball. It's got one tangent point, right? Now, take another matchstick and lay it on that first toothpick, but at right angles, so it forms a cross or a plus or a T or an L, any configuration where they cross at right angles. That second toothpick or that second matchstick will also have a tangent point, but it does not have to be at the same point that the first toothpick's or matchstick's tangent point is.
It's at the corner point, Jesse.
I beg your pardon?
It's at the corner point, isn't it?
Well, each line has its own tangent point, and there's no reason to expect that the two tangent points have to be in the same spot because they're two different lines in different directions.
No, it's one line, A, B. I don't know how you can separate A and B from the line A, B.
Because the second tangent point is for the second line, not for the first line. They each have exactly one.
AB is a line, though, isn't it? And he does have a tangent point at B.
Yeah, AB is a line, but it's a separate line than BC.
But B is also part of AB. I've been over this with Jesse.
That's where the lines cross, but that doesn't mean that either one of them has to have a tangent point there.
But FE Dogma has labelled A and B a tangent.
Well, he's labelled A the tangent for one line, and then he's labelled B the tangent for the other line. He did not label two tangents on one line. He gave one tangent to each line.
Mm-hmm. Which means you have to have two separate circles or two separate curves. Not the same one at all. Completely different, right? It's impossible to have one straight line with two tangents to the same circle, isn't it? Impossible, Jesse.
Well, that's because the Earth is a ball, according to his model, to Dogma's model. And yeah, a ball has two curves, one in each direction.
Wow,
Didn't you know that?
That's
Did you hear what you just said?
A ball.
You were laughing at your own answer. That sounded like you were laughing at yourself for a moment there. Sorry.
A ball is not flat. That's a different. A disc, like say a dinner plate, a flat dinner plate like disc, like a pizza. That, yeah, you couldn't have.
Jesse, whoa, calm down, calm the mind. We've just got two straight lines. This is LIGO. We've got like an X and a Y. That's it. That's all we're dealing with. No need to go off the rails. It's like FE Dogma shouldn't really have set this challenge for you Globers, especially being FE Dogma. I mean, wow, imagine that, having is he a flat earther? Setting a challenge for you guys and you struggling so much with it.
No, we're not struggling. You just don't get it, my friend.
You're damn right I don't get it. He's got 2 tangent points, one at each end of the same straight line. I can't get it. It's impossible. I know that. I know it's impossible. The question was to you, how do you try and resolve it and make it possible within your framework of your model?
I mean, it's simple, but you don't understand the 3D spatial geometry. You don't realize that 2 lines at right angles could have their tangent points at any place on each one of them in different places from each other and still cross each other. It's basic geometry, but it works, but you're not mentally grasping it. And I don't know how to help you with that.
It's impossible. Yeah, I did. So I told you it's impossible. It cannot be done. That's why I'm enjoying this, because I know it's impossible, and I know that you're trying to work some way out how to do it, but you aren't coming up with any solutions, Jesse. Words are just blotting out of your brain, right? There's no solution to it, and you're going to keep trying. It's going to be fun.
Well, yeah, you gotta use the definitions that Dogma's using, and then maybe it'll make sense.
Well, Dogma just drew a circle on the side of it.
I don't know anything about a circle on the side of anything. But if you take the tangent points to be the one point on the straight line that's at right angles to plumb.
Yeah, I've got a picture here. Now, when Ruhif saw this picture, he just said it wasn't relating to LIGO, but it was how FE Dogma decided to put the tangent point at B. Do you agree with that?
Let me try to figure out what I'm looking at here.
Yeah. It's I feel sorry for you as well. FE Dogma should be here doing this. I don't know why he's not. But he's made Blue go through it. Now you. I don't know who else. Wally's got Wally drawing things. He's got Rumpus doing presentations on blues.
It's like Blue is taking in all the stray cats. With the exception of Rumpus. Rumpus has been around forever, but what's up, Blue? Are you feeling sorry for
Jesse's mopping the floor with Bev? Carry on, Jesse. Keep going. Blue was loving this.
Sure.
See, FE Dogma just drew a circle on the side, but I'm not too sure. Ruhif said this wasn't LIGO. He wasn't trying to represent LIGO with this. He was just explaining how you could have a tangent point at B.
It's funny how they're laughing at us and they have toothpick tangents. It's hilarious.
At least we have tangents.
Yeah.
Actually, Jesse, that was I saw that smile. On which geometry? Because tangents are definitely Euclidean geometry, right? Aren't they? The 3D solid spheres. Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about Euclidean 2D circles? with tangents, straight lines.
Well, can't you divide a sphere into...
Jesse, which one are we talking about right now? Which ones? Because you were laughing. Which circle and tangent are we talking about? Are we talking about tangent planes or just tangents to circles?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're thinking.
Okay, well, which geometry are you using? Would you wanting to be using Euclidean geometry or non-Euclidean geometry? Spherical geometry. Take your pick now.
Well,
because these are our fighting tools. You obviously know I'm going with Euclidean geometry. You were laughing about tangents. I'm going with Euclidean geometry. Which geometry are you using, Jesse?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Don't answer it, Jesse. Go on.
Well, you cut me off so many times. I wanted to see if I could get a word in. I don't know. I can get the tests in, but I can't get the words in. But anyway, can't we slice a sphere in half?
In Euclidean geometry, yes, you can.
And then look at it as just a circle, and then
in Euclidean geometry, yes, you can. Is that what we are doing, Jesse? Are we using Euclidean geometry? Just so everybody knows that's listening, so we can all be sure we are using Euclidean geometry with circles and tangents, like everybody knows.
So why can't we slice the Earth in?
Hello.
Okay, never mind.
Are we using Euclidean geometry, or do you not know what Euclidean geometry is?
Well, my friend, my kind of rule is when you cut me off that many times in a row, it means you're interested in talking to someone else. So thank you, sir.
Once you don't answer enough times, Jesse, it's time you fuck off.
Yeah, he asked a very pointed question 5 times. You avoided it 5 times.
And that wasn't the first time that's happened, Jesse. So, yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
See you later.
Another one bites the dust. Nobody can actually go through the FB Dogma twin tangent challenge. I think he's done a good job for the flat earthers, really. I'm not too sure why the flat earthers haven't picked up on how good a work he's done for them. So if anybody else wants to come and take the FE Dogma twin tangent challenge, I think we should go with the which sort of geometry we're using from the beginning, really, just to make sure that people actually understand the geometry that they're using. We should put that Plato's Academy, shouldn't we?
Basically, yes.
When the banhammer starts cutting you off every time you're trying to say something. Jesse, you've still got your mic open. The banhammer, what are you talking about? Shocking, Jesse. Yes, let's move on.
What diagram is Blue on about?
Oh, I don't know. He's telling his friends somewhere that he has a way to make this all clear. But as we know, Rumpus has gone with the 2D circle extension of the radius. Wally's gone with the toothpick tangent, which is the 3D version of that. All talking about Euclidean geometry, might I add. And Rumpus and FE Dogma have just drawn circles wherever they want to make a new tangent point. And Jesse didn't even know what the line was. He couldn't even understand that A and B are at each end of the same straight line. And that FE Dogma had put a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. Jesse didn't even know that B was part of line AB.
Yeah.
It's a terrible thing. But the FE Dogma twin tangent challenge is... Don't know, it's a tough one for the globe model. Rather ironic that he did the video, right? Because, I mean, he is called FE Dogma, and to hear these guys not say it's impossible, you can't do it. Why would they do that? Why? Ask yourself, why would all of the globe model defenders be scrambling so hard to defend a guy that drew a line from A to B and labelled it a horizontal line and put a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B? Why would they be trying to defend it if the guy's called FE Dogma? Not wanting to say that I'm into conspiracy theories or anything, but, you know, it's worth asking yourself, isn't it? I'd say we should offer this up as a challenge. We make a video of exactly how tough a challenge this is. Could the model be at stake if you take the FE Dogma twin tangent horizontal line challenge? Can you come out at the other end with the globe model intact? Is it possible? A few simple steps.
Negative.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm saying, do you think we'll be able to develop a test based around FE Dogma's video to be able to present to people just with the line A, B, horizontal line, tangent point here, boom, there you go.
Very easy, yeah. Tailor-made tangents, we'll call them.
Drop from horizontal, as they say.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? A drop from horizontal, but then it goes back up again.
But it drops from both sides.
I'll never forget the first time I met you guys. We went through the Ballers Canal.
Yeah, I was hoping to get take somebody through that sort of thing, because maybe Jesse might want to go through the 12. I mean, it might be better to start off at the simple groundings, then we can have a simple understanding. We know we're all coming from the same point of view.
It does
that's
set
genius. The Ballers Canal. That's genius.
It does set a pretty good baseline, the 12.
Yeah. Because it does seem like we are not really understanding all of we are not of the same understanding, obviously. Nah, I didn't play. Look, he's there. He's here on the screen. Look. Ooh. He's not booted or muted. He's just here. But nice try, Blue. Do you want to come in and help him out? We'll go through the 12. Blue's just making stuff up. It's all right.
Just trying to gather his thoughts.
Yeah.
He found himself in a pickle.
Would you like to, we've got like 12 steps of understanding, Jesse. Like, they're really simple to go through, just so we know that we're on a similar footing.
What's the first one?
The first one. Oh, let me get it. Let me sort this out for you.
You see, there might be hope for Jesse Blue, unlike some of the more seasoned ones.
There you go. And okay, there you go. Oh, wait a minute. There you go. Okay, can you see that? Don't be put
Where am I
off.
looking?
In the
Where am I?
I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, let me bring it up. I see it.
Okie dokie. Now these are very, very simple. 12 steps to t-shirt logic, we call it. Straight line is right. A right line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points, that is, without curvature in any direction, being the shortest path between those 2 points, never deviating from that path. Not a concept, but a fact of reality and basic logic. Would you agree?
I think you've given me a definition, so I don't know how I can disagree with the definition if that's what it defines.
It's a straight line.
Okay.
It's a pretty comprehensive idea of a straight line, right? But that all of those points have been put in because we've had to.
Understand.
Okay, so that's definitely a straight line. Next step. Plane. Superficies, plane surface, is that which has only length and breadth. Those 2 dimensions, length and breadth, make this a 2D conceptual surface on which plane geometry is based.
Okay.
The 2D plane obviously does not enter the 3rd dimension.
Fair enough.
Okay. Next one. Euclid's Elements, Book 1, Definition 10, perpendicular. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called perpendicular to it.
Okay.
As stated, axiom 11, all right angles are equal. Therefore, the lines must be straight.
Okay.
Perpendicular to a plane. Euclid's Elements, Book 11, Definition 3. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Book 11, Proposition 6 states, if 2 straight lines be at right angles to the same plane, then they shall be parallel to one another.
Got it.
Okay. It's basic. Geometric basic. Now get real. Vertical. At right angles to the horizon. Perpendicular. Upright. In mathematics, it is a plane position or a straight line?
I think it is a plane, comma, position, or straight line.
Mm-hmm. You agree?
Yeah.
Not just a straight line. Horizontal plane. Parallel to or in the plane of the horizon. At right angles to a vertical line. In mathematics, either measured or contained in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay.
Agreed? No problems?
There are situations where where not all of those definitions would apply in all usages. Okay.
The horizontal plane.
But from the viewpoint of an observer in a location, then yes. Assuming we're talking about his location and his horizon and his plumb.
Jesse, can you just sort it out for Blue? Did I mute you?
Did I
mute you?
Not yet.
There you go. Sorry, Blue.
But I was worried it was going to happen.
But we didn't. You didn't send Blue a message to say that you were muted or anything, did you? Because
No.
Blue seems to be thinking in the chat there that we muted you. He's telling everybody in the chat that we muted you.
Oh, not yet.
Why would he be doing that?
Nothing to do with horizontal, you
Why-
idiot.
Why would Blue be
Horizontal is
talking
defined
about...
by being perpendicular to the vertical.
Fucking hell, Rumpus.
Don't talk about
Jesse,
horizon.
This is sadly surprising that Rumpus comes in to do this.
Get a grip, Jesse. The horizon has nothing to do with horizontal. Do not agree to that. Thank you.
What?
You came in to
Yeah,
straighten
get a
JC
grip,
out.
Jesse.
Okay,
Holy shit.
Jesse, there's no need for you to be coerced or anything by Rumpus. It's just Rumpus. Don't worry about it. This is just a definition we're going through. Cartesian axis. I mean, you can go and check it. Check a mathematics definition of horizontal if you don't believe us.
You see how triggered he got, Jesse? To a simple thing.
I think we got to the next one, did we? Horizontal and vertical geometrically are perpendicular, with horizontal being the plane and vertical being perpendicular to it. They both have a common factor being the horizon, which they are either parallel or perpendicular to. Would you agree with that?
Let me read this one again here. Horizontal and vertical geometrically are perpendicular. Goodness, who wrote this? What book and chapter and proof was this?
What?
Yeah, you're quoting Euclid before, right?
Yeah, that other one was, yeah.
But who wrote this? Where did this come from?
With the words, where did the words horizontal and vertical geometrically are perpendicular? Is there anything wrong with that?
Well, I'm just asking
have you got a better spelling, or what is it, semantics, or what?
Well, I just want to know who wrote.
That was Euclid's cousin.
Yeah.
Oh, it's twice
Spiro.
removed.
Yeah.
Twice
Yeah.
removed. Okay, Euclid's cousin.
Euclid's
Twice.
cousin Spiro, yeah. What does it matter who wrote them?
I'm just asking, because you had Euclid mentioned earlier and his various proofs and axioms and whatever you call them.
Yes.
But this one didn't have a credit that I saw. I was curious.
No, it's just all right. I did it.
Oh, okay. You know, somehow the grammar struck me as being being used.
How would you say it then?
I don't know that I'd
Horizontal
do any better.
and vertical. Oh, you don't know how. Oh, sorry. Sounds like me then. Good. Horizontal and vertical geometrically are perpendicular.
With horizontal being the plane and vertical being perpendicular to it. They both have a common factor being the horizon, which they are either parallel or perpendicular to. So from the perspective of somebody at a certain location,
From a perspective of anyone at any location, I would add.
no, I'm telling you what I'll agree to. I'll agree that for a person in a location, from their perspective, that for them, horizontal at that location and level will be perpendicular to plumb or vertical.
Okay, well, I will give you what you just said, but I will also give you any person in any location will also have the same thing.
But I'm not agreeing that plumbs are all parallel in different locations, nor am I going to agree.
Nobody said that.
Nor am I going to agree.
All we're just saying is this. Are they both perpendicular or parallel to the horizon? Anyway.
From the vantage point of that observer at that location, looking at his horizon as seen from that location. But I don't necessarily think we can draw from this that it's correct to infer that someone else's horizon or horizontal or perpendicular will be parallel, or plumb will be parallel if they're on some other location on the Earth. I'm not going to agree that all horizontals in different locations are all parallel to each other.
That doesn't say that, does it? It just says. Can you read it again? I mean, does it say that all horizontals are parallel to each other? At the minute, we're just building up an understanding of what horizontal and vertical are. And all that says is that horizontal and vertical have a common factor of the horizon. They're either parallel to it or perpendicular to it. Verticals being perpendicular to the horizon and horizontals being parallel to the horizon. And I know Rumpus has just come in and said, don't agree to it. But I mean, like, have a look at the definitions for yourself. I mean, don't think that I'm writing this down to try and coerce you into anything. Go and look for yourself to see, see if horizontals do have a relationship to the horizon or not. I mean, don't be coerced by Rumpus.
No, it's not him. It's that you and I actually discussed this the other day, and you posted a number of different definitions that you had grabbed off the net, and other people may have been posting them. And one of the definitions, which was not you quoting yourself, actually said that horizontal was, parallel to the horizon and perpendicular to plumb at a given location on Earth. And so that's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I agree with you that at a given location, but I would say at any given location. See, I don't make a specification of that. I would say at every location, any and every location. So can we just go ahead with that, right? Because you do go with a specific one, that being where you are. Where I am, it would also be perpendicular and parallel. Right? And wherever Kevin is, Emma, anyone, right? Anyone and everyone. So can we carry on to the next bit?
Well, so long as I'm not agreeing that one person's level horizontal plane is going to be parallel to another person's level horizontal plane in another location.
Just perpendicular. Then we can carry on. Just perpendicular at the minute. Horizontal and vertical geometrically are perpendicular.
Perpendicular to plumb in that location. So
okay,
that's what you get.
Wherever, yeah. Always. At any point. Got reference frames.
And I'm also not agreeing that a horizontal plane is level in all locations. As I've said many times before, a flat horizontal plane would only be level at most at the tangent point.
Mm-hmm. We're just going through horizontal and vertical at the minute. We'll get to the bit. No need to jump the gun. This is 12-point step, right? So next one, reference frames, horizontal and vertical. So in reality, horizontal and vertical are the reference frames we use as our baseline. Any inclined plane will be measured as an angle to one of these reference frames.
I cannot agree to that.
You can't agree to that?
No, because a lot of times when we measure an incline, we're referencing it with reference to sea level. And
an
until
incline,
we can
reference to sea level. No, it'd be rise over run, horizontal distance, vertical distance.
Right. If you're driving a truck up a road and you're gaining
vertical,
and you're gaining 1 foot every mile, that's measured relative to sea level, right? Mean sea level.
Well, that 1 foot would be a vertical, and the 1 mile would be a horizontal. So, therefore, in reality, horizontal and vertical are the reference frames we use as our baseline. Any inclined plane will be measured as an angle to one of these reference frames. You've just said there, to measure the slope, you would need a horizontal and a vertical. So there you go, proved. They're the two reference frames you're going to use.
But in reality, we don't always necessarily use a straight reference frame when measuring an incline. Because we don't always use a plane when measuring an incline.
Rise over run.
We use sea level.
Rise over run you'd use, though.
See, this is also...
Please explain then. Sorry, I may be putting in. Please explain by what you mean your incline. Tell me exactly again.
Who is this? Is this page also you quoting yourself?
Quoting myself. It's just I wrote some words down.
Okay, so it's not from Euclid's book. So in reality, horizontal and vertical are the reference frames we use as our baseline. I mean, it depends on what we're doing. If we're building Lego, then yeah, it looks like we do use a flat horizontal plane, but it's not level at all locations. If we're talking about a road that's gaining so many feet a mile to get up over a mountain, we're talking about referencing it to sea level, which may be curved, in which case we're not using
sea level
a plane.
Be curved. No, just a point. It's an elevation point, right?
Well, yeah, I don't.
And all the elevations are actually on the vertical datum. So you would be using, if you're talking about elevations that are on the vertical datum, you are obviously referencing vertical. So I think you would be once again agreeing that that is one of the reference frames that we use as the baseline, the vertical datum. Elevations.
The thing is, according to the surveyor's manuals, the vertical datum is based on a geoid of some sort.
It's vertical. Read it again, please. In reality, horizontal and vertical are the reference frames we use as our baseline. So if we use the vertical datum, that is us, in reality, using the vertical as a reference frame. It is exactly what is wrote down there, is it not?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
I don't know what you're arguing against. You're trying to tell me that the elevations that we use, reference to mean sea level, the vertical datum, seems to go against me saying that in reality, horizontal and vertical are the reference frames that we use as our baseline.
Maybe we could do this. Could we change it to say that in reality and in a strictly rectangular coordinate system, then vertical and horizontal are reference frames we use as our baseline?
Do you not use vertical as the reference frame, as the vertical datum? And why do you have a problem of me saying that vertical is the baseline of us using for the vertical datum? Like, what's up?
Well, you're trying to slip in some false definitions at this point so you can then tie it up to prove something, or to pretend like you proved something at the last step that isn't true.
No. These are just the 12 steps so we can have a clear understanding of what we're talking about. Do you not agree that a vertical datum is part of the vertical reference frame?
I don't even know what you mean by that. Do you have a definition that says basically what you wanted to say here, but that's by someone other than yourself that writes on the topic?
Is somebody else, anybody else in the room?
No, I mean like
having
Euclid.
a problem with this.
Rumpus might be.
Doesn't seem like there's
I'm
anybody
not.
else having
I
a
don't
problem
know.
with it.
I'm not.
Does anybody else understand why Jesse might be having a problem with it?
I think he's worried about his model.
Already? We're just talking about vertical and horizontal. It's obvious that they are the reference frames we use. Can you think of any other reference frames that we would use instead of vertical and horizontal?
I think he wants to use a curved line instead of a horizontal.
But he doesn't know what it is. Don't be leading him. He wouldn't know what to call it or anything, would he? How would you use that as a reference frame, Jesse?
You can't.
You're not trying to slip in some sort of a curved axis somewhere. What would you call it?
Well, so how about we just say that in a strictly rectangular coordinate system, then horizontal and vertical are the reference frames we use as our baseline.
Yeah, it does say at the top there, Cartesian axis, X, Y, Z. Surely you've heard of them in mathematics. Yeah.
Okay, we can move on then.
Yeah. So we are of the understanding that the Cartesian XYZ coordinate system that everybody knows, vertical and horizontal, right?
We can use those terms if you like.
Okay. Ooh, good.
Horizontal is a dangerous term, but because you're going to slip it up to mean things that you didn't just define later.
No tricks. Plumb bobs and perpendicles. That's another song for you, Buster. I need a perpendicle now. That's a little bit easier.
Perpendicle?
Yeah. Maybe you might need some backing singers. Maybe Tina. Yeah. Perpendicle. Right, a perpendicle is anything hanging down by a straight line. A plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical reference. This is used in reality daily by many people. A vertical line is a straight line. Try to keep it as simple as possible.
I'll definitely go through.
Ooh, who's that?
It's just me.
Oh, you've got bad mic.
Do I got bad mic?
Feedback. Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh yeah, are you okay with them?
I'm okay with the vertical line being a straight line.
Yeah.
And a plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical reference. You're kind of, that's a little mushy. You're kind of quoting, or not mushy, but like ambiguous. You're quoting yourself again here, I see.
quoting myself. I was writing
Yeah.
some words down. A plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical reference. Right? Can you think of some other wording? How would you want to word it?
Vertical reference?
Yeah. What you do is you hang a plumb bob, right, when you're building a wall, and you refer to
I see.
that
Okay.
as a reference when you are building the wall. Just as a practical example of how to use a plumb bob.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It can also be used to transfer a horizontal location from a higher to a lower position.
On the vertical datum, you mean? The elevation along that vertical datum. Because that's how you notice a vertical change, is an elevation change, right? Along that vertical datum.
Well, I think we can agree that.
Mean?
I think we can agree that a plumb bob string is vertical and straight.
Okay. And perpendicular. That's an old skill word.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
I know. It's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't make it up. Right, here we go. You might have a problem with this one. Level. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference from which vertical distances can be measured. An instrument for determining whether a surface is evenly horizontal. From Latin. Can you do that one, Essie? Libella, is it?
Libella.
Libella. Balance. Level. That balance thing, I think, is the key.
Right. So
this is normally where certain model afflicted people come to a bit of a halt. Let's say.
Right. So basically, you're saying that a straight horizontal plane is level at all points.
Yeah, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Yes, level is horizontal. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right, and see, that's where you get in trouble with the definitions of horizontal, is because in some cases it's used to mean level, and in some cases it's used to mean flat or straight, and so that's where you can prove one definition and then you switch to the other definition and pretend you proved the first one, and obviously until you can explain this so-called optical phenomena, which you mentioned the other day, which causes the water to appear to drop away from a laser beam at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, then obviously I can't accept that flat is level at all points.
Nobody said
that a straight line or a flat plane is level at all points. It would be level at the tangent point.
Whoa. Okay. Time out. Calm the mind. Let's have a breath. We just say there's no mention of flat in this at all. Just the level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Which it is. Right?
I'm going to go with saying that a level is a tool for establishing perpendicular to plumb.
Okay, well, that's the next one, perpendicular. So that's a straight line, because we've just dealt with perpendicular. Perpendicular is two straight lines, and as we've just done, plumb, vertical, perpendicular to it, horizontal. Boom. Yeah?
Say it again.
You said perpendicular to plumb.
Yes, level is perpendicular to plumb.
Okay, now, perpendicular, as we went over a little bit earlier, is two straight lines. And if
perpendicular
plumb is a straight line, a vertical, which we just agreed to, a straight line, perpendicular to that would be another straight line at right angles. Now, you just said level is perpendicular to plumb. So level is that straight line that is at right angles to the vertical. Therefore, horizontal.
Let's see, you're assuming that a straight line of significant length is level at all points along that straight line.
No, I'm just assuming, like you said, perpendicular. That's all. We went over perpendicular and what perpendicular was earlier. 2 straight lines. You just said level was a straight line.
No, I said level was perpendicular to plumb.
Yeah, you just said it again. It's a straight line.
No, that's you saying it.
No. You said perpendicular.
To plumb. No, perpendicular is a straight line.
Mm-hmm. And plumb is a straight line.
But level is not a straight line.
Well, why did you just say it was perpendicular to plumb? You just said that.
Well, level being perpendicular to plumb does not mean that level has to be a straight line just because plumb is a straight line.
But go back over perpendicular.
If it's perpendicular, it is.
That glober is crazy.
Straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Perpendicular, when a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called perpendicular to it. 2 straight lines. So can we at least agree that it's a straight line? Level is a straight line, whether you think it's horizontal or not. But I mean,
well, I will agree that a straight line can be level at one point.
Okay, like the vertical and horizontal being perpendicular.
See, you started out with this rectangular coordinate system with no concept of the direction of down. But see, now you're working in the direction of down, which is outside of that rectangular coordinate system.
No, it's plumb. We just did it. Vertical. We just went over that. That was the last one. We did just go over that. Plumb bobs. Plumb bobs. You agree
anyway,
the vertical is a straight line. And then we've got here, now you've said level is perpendicular to that plumb, and that's a straight line. And perpendicular is a straight line, so level must be a straight line. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
I'm sorry, that does not logically follow.
Well, it doesn't logically follow. You've just said it was perpendicular. Go on, try again then. See if you can convince us.
But the best you're going to get from me is that a straight line can at most be level at one location, and a plane, a flat plane, can only be level at most at one point, and that's the tangent point.
Well, when I buy a level, a tool, I know that all of the points along it are level. Not just one point, all of them.
You don't know that. You assume it, but you don't know it. How do you know it?
It's a level, I bought it.
I mean, obviously, it's within a very, very small error, but you don't know that it's actually level. You don't know that if you were to somehow measure level at different angles with an infinitely sensitive instrument, you wouldn't find out that they were actually at different angles slightly.
What was it different angles? The perpendiculars?
Let's say your level was 1 mile long. Okay.
Like let's say like a water level, like a canal. Let's say we've got a stretch of canal 1 mile long. with a lock at one end and a lock at the other, right? A water level. No?
No.
No.
I'm talking about a bubble level, a carpenter's bubble level, like
A
you got
1
in the
mile
picture there.
long carpenter's bubble level.
Yes. Well, I don't care. We can make it 2 kilometers for you.
You'd be better off with a water level. It'd be a bit more practical. Are you sure you don't want to go with a water level?
Well, we're going to go with both of them.
I am trying to sell the water level. I quite like water levels. But go on, carry on.
So if you had a 1 mile long carpenter's level that was straight, you don't know that it's actually level along the whole length of it. You might suspend that above a canal and find that the canal actually curves compared to the level. So obviously, if there's an angle difference at the ends of your 1 mile long carpenter's level, then how can it be level at the ends?
The water curve, would it drop away?
What if it does?
The water. The water drop.
Right, that's what my
Of the
observations
canal.
seem. That's what my observations seem to be telling me that. And the best answer you have to that is there must be some optical phenomena, even though you have no evidence that there is or that it would act like that.
So do you think then, if you were to put that level out, the water would drop away from it?
That's what my observations are telling me would probably happen.
You know how? Do you know how water flows?
I don't think he knows what drop
That's
is.
what I just typed. Wouldn't the water be flowing?
Oh, don't give it away. Do you know how water flows, Jesse?
I'm talking about stationary water, non-flowing water.
Yeah, but you just said there's a drop. How could it be stationary and have a drop in the distance?
Well, I said a drop compared to your 1 mile long carpenter's ruler.
The straight one.
Correct.
Like a measured vertical drop?
If you were to set a rectangular coordinate system on the surface of a sphere,
no, just at the side of the canal. We've just put a level along, and we've got the water that you say there's a drop. Would you be able to measure that on that vertical datum?
compared to a rectangular datum?
No, compared to the level that you've just put out, that's a straight line, and then you said the water drops. Would you be able to measure that difference between the level that you put there, the one that you made, the 1 mile long level, and the water that you said would drop away from it? Can we measure it?
I believe we could. Obviously, I don't have a rigid 1 mile long ruler, so I'm using other things. But as far as I can tell, we would be able to measure a 2-inch drop at each end of that 1 mile long ruler.
Sorry, a 2-inch drop at either end.
Correct. If the center of the 1 mile ruler is sitting right on the water surface, not above, not below, just skimming, just touching it, then I'm saying it looks like we would measure a 2-inch drop of the water at each end of the ruler.
What about if you were at one end? What about if you start your ruler at one end?
And had the ruler level?
Yeah. I thought that's what we were doing anyway.
Well, I'm saying
Can you put it at one end?
The ruler is level in the middle, but if we move the bubble on the bubble vial to the one end of your mile long ruler, or your mile long level, and you level your ruler at that one end, then the other end would be 8 inches above the water surface.
Okay. Can we move the bubble to the other end?
Yep.
What would happen then?
And if we re-leveled it, so it was level at that end, then that would become the tangent point, and then the other end would be 8 inches above the water, or the water would be 8 inches below it, whichever way you like.
Wow, double drop and a fucking hump. Well done. You started with a hump and then you did a double drop. The nutsacks.
Where did the tangent come from?
That was good, that, wasn't it? Has anyone ever seen it that quick? Hump.
No, he got to double drop pretty quick.
Nutsack. No, he started off with the hump.
Yeah, he had the 2 inches, and he went
Yeah.
to the no, it's
Went to
8
the
inches.
8,
both
what, 8 and
ways.
8 double nutsack. That was fucking quick work. That we're getting good at this. I take a bow. Do you not think that's fantastic, Jesse? Or I do. I think the mind tricks that your brain just did then, whether you were aware of it or not, fantastic.
I'm not sure what mind tricks you're talking about.
No, I think you did it to yourself. You started off with a hump, right? And then you went to the other end of the same stretch of water and you had an 8-inch drop. And then you went to the other end and you had another 8-inch drop at the other end.
What's the problem with that?
It's impossible. You live in Fantasyland.
I know you believe that's impossible, but how can you demonstrate to me that that's impossible?
Because the water level is obviously horizontal.
Oh, self-evident.
No. There's tests you can do.
The carpenter's water level.
No, that was your test, the carpenter's water level. You just did a big mile-long stick and moved the bubble.
Oh, that's what
that's
I'm
all
telling
you did. All you did was move the bubble. I didn't hear you move the level at all. You just moved the bubble.
No, you weren't listening. I very clearly said we move the bubble and re-level it at that end where you move the bubble to.
It's the same level.
Mm-hmm. It's the same water.
But when you level a carpenter's level, the bubble level vial is in a position, and that's the position that you're actually leveling.
No, you're leveling. You know how to extend, how to make a longer level.
I used a 2x4, straight one.
Yeah, just get a straight edge. Any straight edge, as long as you want, and put the level on it. Hey presto. Longer straight edge. Pretty much like LIGO. You know, if you had LIGO and that was 2.5 miles long, that would be your straight edge. You'd just be able to put the bubble level on it. Anywhere. Won't change. But that's just me, my understanding of it.
Well, I don't know
wouldn't want
how
to go out and make any extravagant claims of level. So what do you say then?
I say that a straight line or a flat plane will at most be level at one point, and that is the tangent point.
Okay. So how would you reword this statement? Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. How would you have a go at rewording that?
I would say that level is perpendicular to plumb.
Straight line.
And plumb is a straight line.
Yeah. Well, it's a horizontal plane then, right? It's basically, a horizontal plane of reference.
No.
Yeah, perpendicular. Well, plumb is like a straight line. So that means 90 degrees to that line is like completely all the way round. It's a plane. That's why horizontal is a plane established from that one vertical. That is in reality how you establish a horizontal plane, isn't it? That's why horizontal planes are always perpendicular to vertical. Not because mathematics or, just because it's wrote down in a book. It's just because it literally is. That's why they wrote it down like that, because horizontal and vertical have this relationship of perpendicularity.
See, and that's the definition where you're saying horizontal is level, but if the Earth was curved, then that would require horizontal to be curved, right?
Sorry?
You
Horizontal
just said,
isn't curved. I didn't say that.
but what if not all plums are parallel? Then horizontal, if horizontal is level at all points, then horizontal could not be flat. It could not be a plane. It wouldn't be a plane unless it's flat, right?
Well, that's what horizontal is. It's perpendicular to vertical.
Well, your definition is not working with the reality that I'm observing when I go out and measure the deviation between the path of light and the path of water surface.
Okay, so what would you call it? Horizontal then? Can you...
Like I said, it's a word that's been used by a lot of people for a lot of things to mean a lot of different and sometimes contradictory things. And
what,
you
horizontal?
Yeah, one definition says horizontal is a plane,
Uh-huh.
and another definition says horizontal is level at all points.
Yeah.
And my observations are showing me that level and a plane are not the same thing. A plane is not level at all points, according to my observations. So we're not going to get past this until you can show me how my measurements aren't showing me that the Earth has non-parallel plums.
What
if that makes
measurements
sense.
have you got?
Well, I've measured the water drop from distances of from 1.5 miles to 105 miles.
You mean an angle? You've measured an angle.
Never mind how I measured it. I measured it.
Is it an angle that you have measured?
Look, you don't understand how angles actually could
Jesse,
measure height.
please don't answer whether you don't understand. Is it an angle that you, Jesse, have measured when you say you've measured something?
I used angles in the process of some of my measurements, but not all of them.
Okay. The angle being measured from an uncalibrated tool.
Well, that last measurement I made was just a telescope looking at two lights that are in the telescope, and the lights were all exactly 48 inches above the surface of the water.
Okay, is this because you're struggling with the horizontal? It's just we were at level is a straight line on the horizontal plane, but you seem to want to redefine. Is it the level or the horizontal plane that you want to change? Is it just the horizontal? So could we say level is a straight line on a plane? Would that be okay?
No, level is perpendicular to plumb. And
which would make it at least a straight line. But because of the relationship of vertical and horizontal, that would make it a perpendicular to a plane.
No, a straight line can be level at most one point, and that's the tangent point.
Which straight line? We're talking about vertical. We're talking about the plumb bob.
No, a horizontal straight line can be level at most at one point, which is the tangent point.
What tangent point? It's just perpendicular, right?
Well, it's only going to be perpendicular to plumb at one point, according to my observations.
What's only perpendicular to plumb at one point? Because you do realise that perpendicular is the relationship of one straight line to another straight line. So where's your point? What you talking about? I'm missing it.
That you are.
A point on a vertical is just a vertical datum.
Yeah, like an elevation.
So can we just go with level is perpendicular to plumb?
Yeah.
And
sort of what we were saying anyway.
And a straight line and a plane can be level at most at one point. And
every point. Perpendicular.
I can't agree to that. My observations tell me that is not true.
Every point is perpendicular to, like you said that earlier.
No, I didn't.
But that everywhere you were, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Oh, for different observers or at different locations. With
wherever you are, Jesse, wherever you are, you can have that plumb bob, and you can walk along, and there will always be perpendicular to it, wherever point you are at, always, anywhere, and perpendicular to that straight line will be another straight line. Since you've got a plumb bob that establishes a vertical, perpendicular to that is a horizontal plane.
No, that's what I'm saying, is as you travel with that plumb bob, it becomes out of parallel to its original starting angle. And so as you travel, perpendicular to that plumb bob is forming a curve, not a straight line.
No, perpendicular is a straight line, though.
No, perpendicular is an angle. Perpendicular is 90-90.
Yeah, but those
plumb
two
is a
straight lines that make the 90, because in order to make an angle, you need two straight lines. Jesse.
I don't know. You could have the angle with respect to a curved line, a curve. I mean, if it butted up to a curved line, like if you balance a toothpick vertically on a
curved
soccer
line?
ball.
Where's this curved line coming from?
Well, I'm telling you, when I measure the height of water or the height of
on the vertical
flashlights.
Datum.
So I had those two flashlights at exactly the same height. Imagine that was a flat, level, horizontal plane. I had two flashlights right at that plane and the camera right at that plane. The light goes in a straight line from the camera, or from the flashlight to the camera, and it goes in a straight line from the other flashlight into the camera. How could one of those lights, which is on the exact same flat plane that the camera is, and the other light, how could the one light appear drastically higher, even though it's on that same flat plane?
Is this a cog-dis reaction?
No, it's until you understand that, you're not going to be able to sell me on this claim that level.
So it was the level bit that you stopped at. Is this your bridge?
Well, you're saying that.
Strange, isn't it? It's level.
That all points of a straight line will be level. A horizontal line will be level. And my observation is that that's just not true. Unless you can show me a demonstrable phenomena which is causing light to somehow bend in a way that causes that one flashlight to appear higher than the other.
So we come to a stall here for level. You're unable to have level as being a straight line on a horizontal plane, but you want level to be perpendicular to plumb. And just so happens that perpendicular to plumb is a horizontal plane. And earlier on we went over the definition of perpendicular to a plane, and that seems to be the fitting of a perpendicular plumb to a horizontal plane. It's tough, I know.
Well, you can have a horizontal plane that is perpendicular to plumb at one point. To my own observations, if you leave that plane in place and then deviate from that point of the plumb and hang another plumb, it won't be exactly perpendicular to that flat plane. So how can you say that it's level at all places if it's not perpendicular to plumb at all places?
It is. You said it's perpendicular. The geometric implications are perpendicular. Don't think you understand. And when I say that, I really, truly mean I don't think you understand what perpendicular is, or the geometric proofs around it, surrounding it.
But see, all the geometric proofs in the world and all the fancy definitions don't change the fact that I look out at two flashlights that are exactly both at the same height as my eye. They should be on the same flat level plane, and one of them appears significantly higher than the other. As long as you are skirting around observable reality, we aren't going to be able to move any farther on here with a claim that, you know, you're a nice guy. You know what? I really like interacting with you, but I got to tell you, I can't just disregard what I've seen with my own eyes just because you say so, right?
But dude, we're going over the basics just as an understanding, and yeah, we've not got to the end of it, and this is literally to sort of show how easily it is to communicate through geometry and an understanding, practical understanding of how the space is described in reality. That's as far as I'm going with this. That was my idea of doing this. So what would you say the definition should be? But you have just said that level is perpendicular to plumb.
Yes, level is perpendicular to plumb.
But which actually says that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It's the same thing. They are identical. It's just that I used a few more words.
Well, let's see. How could we move on? Obviously, I can't agree that a straight line could be level at multiple locations because my observations aren't working with that just yet. Could we... maybe this will work. I will agree that a 1 inch long straight line, or a 1 inch long horizontal line, is, with my equipment, indistinguishable from being level at all locations. Does that make sense?
Are you sure? 1 inch?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so you could definitely tell with 1 inch. You could have like a half-inch shared straight line segment, and we could then extend it to like 1.5 inch. And we could probably do that indefinitely in every direction, and therefore end up with an infinite horizontal plane, exactly like we started off with. Yeah.
No, I'm saying.
No.
I'm saying if you'll let me, if you'll let me go with saying that a 1 inch flat horizontal straight line.
Why do you only want an incher?
Well, because I have no way to measure whether or not any point on that is not level. Okay, we can say for the sake of discussion that a 1 inch long horizontal straight line.
Have you ever heard of a water level?
But see, we can't use the shape of water to measure the shape of water. That's circular.
We're not measuring the shape of water. We're just trying to establish what level is. And even though you seem to be saying it is perpendicular to plumb, which means exactly the same as level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, exactly the same thing.
Well, that's where we're at. I'm not going to agree to an infinite length horizontal line being level at more than one point, but I will agree to, for all practical purposes, a 1 inch long horizontal line being level along its full length.
Okay.
So as
I think we're done with this then, Jesse. I don't think we're going to get past this. I think this, you have hit your particular bridge.
Yeah, observable reality is a bugger, isn't it?
No, not really.
Well, yeah, but I observed.
Understanding of what that is, it isn't difficult at all.
I personally observed these
sorry,
two
guys,
lights.
I tried. I got all right, didn't I? How far did we get through?
Now you did a good job, Bev.
Okay, sort that clean up. So, if anybody else wants to come through, I mean, there's not much reason for me to try and explain the test to you, Jesse, if you're struggling to understand the basic concepts of how we actually understand our reality.
Yeah, unfortunately, your understanding doesn't explain observable reality. And that's what I'm dealing with, right?
What, the vertical and horizontal, perpendicular?
Yeah, but, I mean, these two
That
flashlights...
is obviously observable reality.
Well, that's a construct, actually.
What, vertical
a human
and horizontal?
construct.
Horizontal and vertical are observable in reality.
So then these two flashlights and my camera were all on the same horizontal plane, right?
I don't know, Jesse. It's your test.
Well, let's just say...
all you've done is just come with some pictures. I mean, you cannot agree that perpendicular to plumb is the relationship of two straight lines to one another. Those straight lines being vertical and horizontal. You struggle with that. There's a block somewhere. Something that happens.
Yeah, I saw those lights that were both 48 inches above the water appearing at different heights.
I think it's more to do with a model myself.
Well, let's say a person did do this experiment, and that is what they saw, because I did, and it is. Why does that have to be model affliction? Why can't that just be me doing an observation?
The problem is that we were talking about level being perpendicular to plumb. And your diversion has gone to some lights that you've seen. Rather than you face the level being perpendicular to plumb.
So when I look straight at the firelight, we can agree that that was a level. If I drew a line, that would be a level line, right? Straight from one end to the other light at the other end, right? And then, but if I wanted to look straight at the middle light, then I have to look up. So which one is level? Which one is a level path? From me looking at the far light that's at my same height, or me looking at the closer light that's the same height? See, they're not the same level. Which is level? See, do you see the paradox there?
You have a paradox. No way. How did you get that one? Explain it to us again, please. I was just making a brew for myself. Please explain the paradox. I missed it. I like paradoxes.
Hey, I actually drank a quart of water while we were talking, and there's some consequences for that, and I'll be right back.
Okay. You did just say you had a paradox, right, guys?
Yes, he did. He said that these lights, if he would draw the straight line between these two lights, and he would put some third light in the middle of them,
higher.
If it were on a level, I think
Uh-huh.
it would be higher.
Yeah,
so
higher,
he's creating
hump.
creating hump in the air. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe I am wrong.
He started off with the hump before when we were doing the original straight line thing. He starts off with the hump every time.
And by the way, he didn't notice that you cannot have perpendicular to curve because you cannot have the two 90-degree angles then.
Mm-hmm. He knows
So-
that. He said it's perpendicular to plumb. Level is perpendicular to plumb. That most people will say that. It's a mind trick. Something happens in the mind where perpendicular stops being perpendicular, but they can still keep it as perpendicular. Model affliction.
Yes, but he said that he can measure angles. But if he realized that he can measure angle, so he should realize that you cannot measure angle on curved surface.
I'm back.
Okie dokie. Making me brew.
So is that like a coffee brew or is that like a craft brew?
No, a cup of tea.
Oh, wonderful.
So, can you explain the paradox that you have? Please.
Yeah, let me try. Well, so I guess it's about the two flashlights that were 48 inches above the lake, 1.22 meters above the lake, and the observer, the camera, that also was. When I point the camera straight dead at the far light, we would agree that that line formed between that light and that camera is a straight horizontal level line, right? Both ends are the same height above the water.
Oh,
And it's
can
straight
we
between
assume that we've got a professional surveyor with fully calibrated equipment? And these are all on the same... Are we going to say elevation?
There's no surveyor and no surveyor equipment in this thought experiment. It's just
the same
an
altitude.
Observer, the same, exact same 48 inches above the surface of a calm lake. Calm, non-moving lake.
All at an even altitude.
Yes, 48 inches above the surface of the water. The observer and the far light are exactly 48 inches above the surface of the water.
Okay, I've got it. I've got a mental picture of that, yes.
Okay, perfect. That would form a straight, level, flat, horizontal line, right?
Well, if it's a line, I don't know whether you'd want to be calling it flat. You might be showing your model affliction there, but it's just a straight line.
Well, flat is straight, or straight is flat.
Straight line is just a straight line, though. There's no need to over-embellish it. It's
okay,
just
a straight line.
Yeah.
All right. Then, let's say we place another flashlight halfway between, and it's also exactly 48 inches above.
On that straight line.
Yes. Or could we move it over just to like 50 millimeters so that it doesn't block the first light?
Hey, it's your test.
Okay. So we place another light right in the middle, but also 48 inches above the water, just like the observer and just like the first flashlight. Now the observer notices that we'll see that second middle light will actually be significantly higher in his view than the first one. So he points his binoculars up a little bit to look straight at the middle light. So, but the middle light is also 48 inches above the water, as is the observer. So that line would also be a straight horizontal level line, right?
Don't know. You got what you binoculars.
Would it like a
Or are you,
know
just
those little,
using those measurements that you've made? If you want to establish a horizontal, I think I'm pretty sure I told you this the other day. If I were you, preferably use a tool for establishing a horizontal, not a ruler for measuring vertical.
but would a straight line between the observer and the middle light be level and horizontal?
Geometrically, are you drawing it? Because that's all I'm doing. Like, I really think dead really geometrically. So you're saying you've got 48 inches vertical. 3. Yeah?
3 points, all 48 inches above the surface of a calm, stationary lake.
Okay. So that's a straight line. And then 48 inches going up vertically.
Correct.
Yeah, I say, like, geometrically drawing it, I'm pretty sure everybody else can do that too. But what is it that you're saying?
So the fact is that the observer will have to look up a little to be looking straight at that second flashlight that we put in the middle.
I thought you said it's on the water.
What's that?
You said it's on the water.
They're all 48 inches above the water.
Right, okay, and you say one of them has to look up.
The middle light appears slightly higher, significantly,
Higher.
but slightly higher than the distant light. Yes.
Higher.
Yes. That's the picture I
Are
showed.
you saying, yeah. So the center, the water in the center is higher.
Well, that's what it looks like. I'm not sure what else would make that flashlight higher.
How does but not the water. How the water can't go up, can it? I've never heard of that before.
Well,
is that a globe thing?
You having never heard of it before doesn't really make it not so, of course. But if
so the water is going up.
It must be. That's the way you said. You have to look up. Water doesn't do that.
You think the water's going up?
Well, I mean, I placed a flashlight 48 inches above the water in the middle of the run, and it appears higher. So you tell me how it appears higher. How can
it can't actually be higher because water doesn't do that, right?
How can light in the distance appear to do something? Are you really asking that question?
Yeah. Sorry.
Over water? Over water. You're not really asking.
Appear, and he still doesn't get it. He keeps saying appear.
Sugar cookie, you sound like dead low.
I put a light over water at distance, low level, and it appeared to do something that... What? Please say that again.
That again.
Yeah, he's going for the hump.
I know you got to get there.
At least an optical hump.
You could make that argument.
Would you commit to saying at least you're going for the optical hump?
Well, I would need some evidence that there is an optical hump.
Would you be assuming that the two lights at either end were level, and the other bit was higher, was also level. And when you have the two, one at each end, is that like level, or is that like dropping down, like you said earlier?
I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Well, earlier you said that the water drops away from the horizontal. So where would you put the horizontal in relation to those lights that you've got there? Because you said the middle one's higher. Would that make the horizontal across the other two?
Well, I think that's what I'm asking is if they're all on the same plane, a line between any two of them should be level and horizontal, and yet they're at different angles. And so how can two different angles...
You can't be doing this for horizontal, right? All you've done is measured 48 inches vertically. You can't be seriously considering this as a test for horizontal, can you?
Well, a line between any 2 points which are equal height above the water, that line should be horizontal and level, right?
Is that what you're doing? You're getting and you're measuring 48 inches and you're doing a test for horizontal?
Is that an argument from incredulity?
No, I'm trying to work out what exactly it is that you're doing.
I'm showing that horizontal and level and flat or straight are not all the same thing.
Horizontal and level and flat and straight are not the same thing. Well, like I said earlier, straight and flat aren't the same thing. Right? Definitely.
Right, but...
Okay, so that's that one sorted. What about horizontal and level? And straight, actually. Horizontal, level, and straight. We can say horizontal and straight. They are the same thing, aren't they?
Horizontal has two common usages, one of which is straight but not level except at one point, and the other is level at all points but not straight.
What, level at all points but not straight? Horizontal is straight, right? Did you say it's not straight?
Could we avoid using the word horizontal? Are there other words we could use?
No, vertical and horizontal are the reference frames we have to deal with. We are not taking horizontal off the table. But did you just say it can be straight and not straight? That's definitely something that needs to be looked at.
There's two different definitions. There's two different usages for the same word.
Can
Believe
you
it or
give us-
not.
Go on, give us
Can I try
definition.
to-
Give us definition 1, please.
Can I try to add something here? If what
No,
he's
no,
saying
wait,
is,
no, please.
just for clarity, just for clarity.
Please.
Okay.
Jesse, definition 1 for horizontal, please.
Oh, from what dictionary?
Well, the one that you just said just then.
I don't know where all the definitions are. I just know I've seen people using it to mean a lot of different things.
Okay,
In
so
addition
what
to
was
those two.
definition 1 that you just gave us? I didn't catch it.
I'm not defining it. You're the one that needs to define it, but you're
No,
the one
you
that's
said
using it.
you said one was straight, and then one was not straight. What was the defining factors that made one horizontal straight and one horizontal not straight? What was that? I missed it.
May I?
Please.
Okay, so when we say that horizontal is parallel to a person's horizon at a certain location on Earth, then we're not saying that that horizon is parallel to the horizon of somebody somewhere else on Earth. that horizon would curve. It would change angle depending on where you were, compared to someone else's horizon at another location. And that, in that case, we're saying horizontal is level, not necessarily flat. And the other usage is like they used it for the LIGO thing, where they said horizontal is flat, but it's only level at one place.
Which one's the one that's not straight? Which is the horizontal that's not straight?
The one that's parallel to the observer's horizon.
But parallel is straight lines, right?
Okay.
So the one you're saying, the one that's not straight is the one that is defined as being straight. That seems a little bit contradictory too.
Yeah, it's a word that's has very inconcrete meanings, and that's why that's the one word that you build your entire argument off of, because you can shift its meaning kind of back and forth and in and out and up and down, trying to prove one definition and then switch over to the other definition and use it in a way it's not.
Who has? I only have one definition of horizontal, definitely. And I also only have one definition of level. They are both exactly the same in my definitions. Like, I'm not confused. I don't swap and change at all. Seems like you do, though. You seem to have two different definitions of horizontal somehow.
Well, see, you're grouping them into one and making the false assumption that certain observable reality doesn't exist. When we try to look at these lights over the lake, we have to realize that horizontal and straight and level aren't all the same thing.
How are they different?
Well, so back to the 3 points above the lake that are 48 inches above the lake. If you drew a line between a straight line between any two of those points, that would be a straight line. In your assumed reality,
Jesse, you sound confused. Are you sure you want to be trying to do this? You sound like you're just trying to make it up, freestyle it. And I'm not too sure it's coming off. Is anybody else having any of this?
Of course they don't.
Yeah, I mean, I posted a quick video in chat just for you, Jesse, and I think it might. I don't know if it will help you, but it might. So, and it's actually a video that Bev posted a while back.
Okay, what was the timestamp after the hour on that?
I can't tell.
25.
Okay, I was distracted in VC, obviously. Sorry to all of you who were responding to me in the text, and I was just busy with the VC. I have a one track.
Yeah, just take 45 seconds. There's not really any audio to it.
Okay, yeah. I have a one track mind in the rare occasion that it tracks.
I posted a screenshot of Axiom 1 earlier. I feel like that may be quite relevant to the discussion right now, personally.
Wow, I had to scroll down a lot to get to the bottom. You guys were busy. Okay, it's downloading. Do I need to hear the audio?
I doubt it.
I don't think so. I think it's just mainly some wind noise and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Because I have a USB headphone set that actually has the microphone, which I use for Discord, and then but actual videos play through my analog speakers, which so I don't actually hear when I have my Discord headphones on. I don't hear movie sounds.
I got 3 hours 20ish, something like that, on the timestamp. I'm gonna have to go back if somebody wants to go and check it. Pretty sure Jesse did a bend horizontal. He defined it, I think.
Let's see. So I'm looking at the one from Sugar Cookie at 325 or at something 25, and it's a video 0.mov.
I think that was the first video I ever made, you know. Oh, the first test I ever did.
Okay.
You've got a guy here. Do you know Das Oven?
No.
He's Do you need any help?
I just started watching the video. We've got 2 camera tripods and a builder's level, right?
Yeah. Sugar Cookie.
So what am I looking for here exactly?
There you go, Sugar Cookie. What's he looking for?
It's cameras sighting past a builder's level on 2 tripods.
Mm.
And it's level according to its little bubble.
In the center.
Right.
Yeah. But that's the only place it's level, is it?
That's what seems to be the case, although I have no way to check for level at that distance, at a couple feet. That would be a very, very small amount of change of level.
Seems to be sighting something through it though, right? Or, past it.
Yeah, looks like it.
What do you reckon that is?
Looks like clouds to me. But there might be a hill in them clouds.
Could it be the horizon over there?
I can't really tell. Is that water out there? Is that a city? Or what are we looking at, actually, I guess is my question.
You're looking at the horizon, right? I'm guessing.
It's hard to tell. The clouds or the horizon or the fog bank, or I don't know.
But I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because it's only level where the bubble is. So looking in the distance doesn't really matter with one of those tools because it's only really level where the bubble is, right?
Well, thanks for the video, Sugar Cookie. It's nice, but I'm not sure what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was actually going to help you, but it should.
May I explain shortly?
I'm all ears.
Yeah, go on, it might help him.
Because if you said that you have 2 lights and in the middle the light would be higher, then you are creating chord line. through the earth or water. And on this picture, you can see that this horizon is below, slightly below, as it should be. So in your model, this level should deep down to the earth, through the earth, and it doesn't. It disproves your claim about 3 points with hump in the middle.
Oh, not at all. I had to tilt the telescope down slightly to point it straight at that light 3 miles away.
Point it down?
Yeah, I had
So
to point
it wasn't
down.
up then. Why did you say it was up?
I said the middle light appeared higher compared to the far light.
He said the guy had some binoculars and he had to point them up.
Higher. He was first he started out pointing them at the distant light, and then he had to raise them slightly to point them at the near light, the middle light.
Can you draw this for us? Elevation profile.
Well, if I drew something that would cause what I saw, then I would have to draw a curved lake, and you wouldn't like that.
No. If you draw it, then we'll all get an clearer picture of what you're talking about. Can you please draw the elevation profile of what you're talking about, and then we can all get a grip of it? Because I think you said higher with the center one. But if you draw it out, elevation profile, I'll be able to see whether you actually mean higher or not higher. I'm pretty sure that you said look up.
Well, look up from the first light.
See, I said, give us a picture, give us a drawing. Just a quick rough hand sketch.
So you mean just so you know, like, where the lights were in the observer, or?
Yeah, like an elevation profile.
Like a orthographic side view?
Yeah, elevation profile. That's what I call them, I don't know.
So an elevation profile shows the contour of something compared to something. In other words, usually it's the height of land above sea level over a certain path or distance.
Oh, I thought of it. I thought of an idea for you, Jesse, if I could, real quick.
Sure.
In that video of the level and looking at it from one end to the other, can you imagine that each of those ends is a flashlight in your experiment or test or whatever it was? And then does that give you, then at that point, when you look at it from that perspective, does that help?
I'm not sure. To me, it seems makes more sense to do it on a lake where you can measure the height of your 3 points carefully off the surface of the water.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure out how to help you.
Yeah. Did you see the picture I'm talking about that I took?
With the crosshairs
and the two lights and their reflections in the distance.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the one with the telescope leveled?
No.
Okay, it's an awful picture, but it's the best I got. Okay, I tagged you in the text chat. That's with the telescope leveled, like your guy in the video with the level. If you had been sighting past the carpenter's level, that's what you would have seen. You would have seen both lights below the carpenter's level, but the further one quite a bit more below the carpenter's level.
So it's down, it's dropping down.
Yes, but that measurement did use the instrument's ability to level, so you might want to complain about it being not calibrated for that picture.
So what is it you're saying? The middle one is higher?
It appears higher.
Yeah, obviously. Now, do you think that the water in the middle is higher?
Well, that's what I'm asking you guys. If it's not,
Absolutely
then what's
not. No, the water level is a horizontal plane. There's no hump. There's no drop. It's horizontal. Now,
so why?
What is it that you think? Now that you've asked us, or asked me particularly, you can ask anybody else if you want.
To me, this is pretty good evidence that not all horizontals are parallel.
Hump. Which horizontal in there isn't parallel? What do you mean?
Well, let's say I were to tip the scope down a little bit so the crosshair lined up with the bottom, or with the farthest light at 3.1 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be a horizontal line, a horizontal level line from the observer to that light, or from that light to the observer, since
That
that's
black
the way
line
the
that goes horizontally across the your crosshairs. That's what you're talking, is it? That horizontal?
No, I'm talking about the path taken by the light from the flashlight to the observer. The starting and the ending point are both 48 inches above the water, and so that would be a straight horizontal line, right?
So if you put that black line, the one that's horizontal across there, over the light that you're talking about, then you would have a horizontal there, right?
We would have established a horizontal from the observer straight to that light.
And then we could
right?
move it to the other light.
Right, and then
then that would have that horizontal.
Right, so we've got two horizontals
that they would both
that
be
are not
parallel. No, they would definitely be parallel. On the screen as well. The crosshair, it always will be parallel, right? One position of the crosshair and the next position of the crosshair will make those two crosshairs parallel.
Oh, you mean in the picture?
Yes.
On the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, that's of course, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's just a visual effect in the scope. It wouldn't need that there. You could just point straight at one light or the other light. But the point is, how can both of those lines, from the observer to the far light and the observer to the near light, how can they both be level if they're at a different slope?
Are you saying you've got horizontals at different slopes? That's what your conclusion is?
That's what it looks like to me.
Reductio ad absurdum.
I mean, have you got another explanation?
That is a reductio ad absurdum, that right?
I'm not going to agree to that.
Horizontals that are sloping differently.
See, I told you it's a paradox. Either they're not sloping, or they're not horizontals, huh? Or they're not level.
Or you're just looking at lights through a telescope.
You do realize you just agreed to the crosshair in the picture. When you move it, they're still parallel.
Well, of course they're still parallel, but that's on a different axis. That's irrelevant. I'm talking about the line...
On a different horizontal axis. Is it? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're just doing red herrings now.
Don't think so.
The point is, the crosshairs don't even need to be there for this. They just happen to be. But you could just look with a no crosshair telescope straight at the lower light, and you're not looking at the upper light. You have to move the telescope up to look straight at the apparently upper light. And yet, they're both at the same level above the lake.
So the crosshair that you don't need to be there, we're looking at because you need it there.
No, it's just there. I could have used a camera that didn't have it and we wouldn't be talking about this red herring, but the problem would still be the same. Those two lights, still appear at different heights when they're not at different heights, unless horizontals are not all parallel.
They're not at different heights though, because you said you measured them the same height above the water.
Right, they're the same height above the water.
All horizontals are parallel though, right?
I'm not agreeing to that.
Obviously, but I mean, geometrically, it is provable that they are. At least geometrically, right? Within mathematics.
Hold on a sec.
Am I in the... I don't know, it is my birthday. So
Oh, happy birthday.
somebody paid some dude to come round here and take the piss.
Happy birthday, Bev.
Thank you.
I'd sing you happy birthday, but I don't think anyone wants to hear that.
Yeah, thank you. Other people have already, so I've already heard it too many times. So, but thank you.
Nice.
That's why I missed here in voice only wrote in the chat to not disturb with that.
Thank you. This paradox thing is a bit too much, I think. I should have gone over the cog disc bit at the beginning, shouldn't I, with Jesse? I didn't realise how powerful it is.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. That was a good presentation.
Well, so I'm not sure where we go from there, Bev, but thank you.
Well, I can't even remember what I was saying, but I was asking you a question, and it appears that you've gone away from that.
Well,
go on. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. At the end of the day, the lights should appear at the same height if they're on the same plane as the observer, and they don't appear at the same height. So that either means the water isn't straight, or the light isn't straight, or some heretofore undiscovered fact of reality. And so far, no one has been able to show me a demonstrable phenomena which would cause light to do this to me. So I think it's reasonable of me to consider that perhaps the water isn't straight until further evidence comes forth. How's that?
You think there's a drop to the water? I know. I got that.
There's some deviation between the water and the light.
You did say there was a hump as well at one point.
I mean, that just depends on how you look at it. It's the same thing with a basketball.
Well, that's a paradox. That's obviously, that shows. You've got a paradox. And it's a bit hard to resolve it, isn't it?
Yeah, and kudos for spotting it yourself, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
It's hard for someone who denies a curve to resolve it. For those who think the Earth is curved, it's no problem. So it's a paradox for you.
Say that again.
Was that a reversal?
No, it was a paradox for you the whole time.
Don't think so. But like I say, we've just said horizontal. Where is the paradox? You just tried to hand off your paradox, haven't you?
Well, the paradox for you is that the straight line path between the observer and light A and the observer and light B, those two paths are not vertically parallel to each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear at different heights.
You're not even making coherent sense anymore. The vertical. The lights look at a different vertical.
Yes, how can one light appear higher than another light when both lights and the observer are on the same flat level plane? That is your paradox. You're saying they can, but you don't know why. And I'm saying I've got no explanation as to how they could be, and that it probably indicates that the water is curved, or at least that not all horizontals are parallel, and that not all plums are parallel.
Dude, you've got a picture of some light. That's it, in case anybody's wondering what we're talking about. It's these. Some lights. From this picture, you've decided that horizontals aren't parallel, or verticals aren't parallel. Like, what is it you're getting from this picture of some lights?
Well, I think it's pretty reasonable to conclude that horizontals are not parallel. And if horizontals
from
are
this one picture, well, maybe multiple other pictures, but please explain to us, or to the people listening, how we conclude that horizontals aren't parallel from this picture.
Well, very simple. Because a line drawn between 2 points of equal height above the water, you're saying, is a horizontal line, correct? And so we have two flashlights at different distances. So if we draw a straight path from the far light to the observer and a straight path from the near light to the observer, according to your understanding, those two paths would both be level and horizontal because all endpoints involved are exactly 48 inches above the water. But it's clear...
Jesse, please don't speak of my understanding. Just speak of your own. I'm not so sure we're on the same path, let's say.
Well, how can I debunk your claims if I can't reference your claims?
What claims?
Optics are weird, dude.
What claims, Jesse?
Your claim that all horizontals are parallel?
Well, that was we were going over the level, you know, the way to get there, but you got stumped at level. But even though you said it was perpendicular to plumb, which means it is a straight line on a horizontal plane, you couldn't understand. So if you don't understand what level is or a horizontal plane is, how are you meant to understand how they can be parallel to each other? Because we got to level and then you had a sort of a cogdice moment and you started pointing out that you've took a picture of some lights in order to explain level. But then it's developed into you proving with this picture that horizontals aren't parallel. Debunking mathematics of some sort. I don't know how you managed to do that, but I mean, bravo. Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll go down in history, Jesse. On my birthday too. Still in my limelight.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Bev. You should have said something earlier. I would have baked you a cake or something. Of course, I would have had to eat it.
Don't lie to him like that. It's his birthday.
Skeptical got me cake sorted anyway, thank you very much. And he actually did bake me a cake.
Yeah, not a theodolite cake either.
And he honoured me by letting his family eat my birthday cake. Does it trouble you, Jesse, that horizontals are parallel?
It doesn't. It does not trouble me that a horizontal is another horizontal at the same location on Earth, but my observations make it very difficult to accept that a horizontal in one location is parallel to a horizontal in another location, unless horizontal is not straight.
You just keep saying the same shit over and over.
Did you say horizontal is not straight again?
That was some words in my sentence, but it was not my whole sentence, nor was it the meaning of my sentence.
You said unless.
Well, sir, I think you're just quote mining me now, which is fine, but do you think we're going to move forward more on this, or are we just stuck in a little circle now?
Don't know. I think you hit your bridge ages ago. Level it was.
Well, we got a good distance after I hit my bridge, though.
Yeah, destruction.
I don't think we did, actually. Where did we get to?
Well, we did get to something that I've been wanting to get to for several days now, and that is looking at a good example of what very well may be water dropping away from level, from a straight level horizon that's level at the observer's location, dropping away from a straight line. And we had a good opportunity for all of you to help me understand how it's possible to see this. And there was nothing.
Rumpus is your man.
Well, yeah, he's just going to say it's curved. How does that help?
No, because he's got a test. Dropping. That's what you're after, innit? Water dropping in the distance.
I think what's he shooting? 6 miles?
Yeah. He's your man. Get him, get on his team. He's doing a video presentation. He's going to have cameras all over the place.
He's actually supposed to be using an auto level,
Mhm.
which is not an angle measuring device.
Yeah, yeah. You'd be right on that.
Is he taking that to the Bedford?
Mm-hmm.
Wish I could be there.
He's even got a dark shark. A little water level sighting thing. Like you have. You might be able to have a word with him. Get on the team. You can tell him how to do that dark shark with a little water level.
What precisely is a dark shark?
It's when you use a water level as a sighting tool.
Yeah, when you line up the two ends of a water level and show that the horizontal is parallel with the water level horizontal.
Oh, so are you sighting across the ends, or are you looking at it from the side, the orthographic view?
You just
Either
look at
way.
it, don't you? You get a water level, and you look at one end from the other end. We did a few. There you go. There's the classic. A normal one. And the Solaris.
Oh, thank you.
It does say tubing and water not included. You have to get your own water level. I was thinking of doing like a mini one, like you could get it and just put it on your finger. Like a little gun sight on your finger. Do you like that?
Alrighty then. I am gonna see if I can catch up with some of these critics here in the text chat.
Well, have fun. And
Thank you.
I hope you've enjoyed yourself today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I hope I wasn't too much of a pain.
Thanks for coming. And I guess everybody, it is free for all Friday, so take it away for a bit. I want to eat some crisps and make myself a brew. What do you think about tonight? I don't know. I would say it's getting close to Alice in Wonderland, isn't it? In fact, not close, but...
Yeah, I mean...
I think we're in and we bought property.
Yeah, you know something is straight because you've measured it straight, but then you look at it and it looks funny. It appears not. Or level, I should say. Appears not.
I am struggling. I am struggling with these lights because the first light was like 1.5 miles, and the second light was like 3 miles. So, with my understanding of perspective, if you have two objects on the same elevation and one is farther than previous, this one which is closer to you should be higher, visibly higher, because it is going down, for example, to horizon. So I cannot see any problem here, because the farther you see on the same elevation, the lower it is closer to horizon. It means it is going down in perspective. So I cannot see any problem here.
We could ask an expert builder that if you want to level something or make something straight, can we just look down it? Nobody. Rucky.
I don't think that's, I wouldn't think so. No, Buster.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Just look at it.
You just look down. Well, I mean, the stuff that I've done, I would never just look down something to line things up.
What would you do?
String lines, level, square, those types of things. And then once you've got it all set, like say posts or concrete, you'd measure it off of objective tools.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
We're in some strange times.
Strange time. Indeed.
It's interesting. It goes back to what we talked about yesterday in a sense, with just changing the identity of the subject right then on the spot. How it's an instant contradiction. Also, right then on the same spot. And I had an interesting conversation today. Somebody said that, how would you translate this? He said, binary thinking is a fallacy. And to me, in general, I'm thinking to myself, like, but the identity, though, you have to be able to say this or not this. It's binary. That's the whole point. So,
yeah, excluding the middle.
Yeah.
Don't be bringing logic into this. Come on.
Is that my bad?
No, that's right, though, right? That excluding the middle is part of logical system. It's vital to it. It's one of the laws.
Yeah, that's the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he agreed to it. Perpendicular to plumb, to vertical.
Mm-hmm.
But then just no, say no right afterwards, like, but no.
It's not like there's somebody somewhere has severed the connection from perpendicular and plumb. Saying those words, level is perpendicular to plumb, doesn't mean level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, apparently. See why I use those words at the beginning? It's genius. No, and nobody will disagree. Level is perpendicular to plumb. That's what everybody will say. They just imagine a curve that obviously isn't there. Not within the geometrical statement.
And by the way, if he was creating a hump, and to see the farther this light was lower, so it should be out of level, because he should dip down to create that chord line through this hump. So he immediately would go out of level with his level tool. This tool would no longer show level. If
he has an uncalibrated total station orthodolite.
Oh,
it's not an auto level. It can be adjusted, and it is not calibrated. So he did say he was just using it as a telescope. So don't be confused by the lines on it, because it looks like a theodolite. It's not.
Therefore, he cannot prove anything with that.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was saying. Like, you can't just take a picture of some lights and say that horizontals aren't parallel. It's a little bit silly.
So his example was pointless.
As always. And it was only to get away from the admitting that level is perpendicular to plumb, which means level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Yes, that I think that this was job of Rumpus. So he was aware that you are leading him to a trap. So don't go there. Don't go there. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Don't
And-
agree that level horizontal is parallel to the horizon, is what Rumpus said to him.
Rumpus must have been DMing him like crazy in the background.
Well, I think he wouldn't have listened to those. That's why Rumpus came in to give him his orders vocally. I mean, like, Rumpus doesn't come in here that often, does he? Rumpus obviously tried to intimidate him into some globe thinking.
And, well,
which I think's pretty, I don't know, it trying to influence somebody else by coming in and shouting like that.
Jesse, if I was you, I'd be checking your DMs. I'm sure they're pretty full by now.
Blue said he was doing really, really well. Slaughtering me or something like that.
Oh, yeah, making you look really bad. Yeah. Yeah, according to Blue. Of course, I don't think he was watching the same conversation as us, but, you know.
I do. I think they are. Like, Jesse couldn't see that level being perpendicular to plumb is a straight line. Blue can't see that, you know, the basic statements that we've made and what they mean.
Yeah, the horizon's got to go. It's got to get sacrificed. Something has to go, so it's the horizontal.
I'm pretty sure Jesse Bendy's horizontal, but definitionally, he placed horizontal side by side with horizontal, and one of them, pretty sure, was Bendy's horizontal. Did anybody else hear it? I've got it on the board.
you have to have this conclusion that he was talking about bendizontal because otherwise his explanation cannot make sense.
Yeah, now I don't know whether that's I don't know whether that's an order or whether they're preparing anything, but I think the LIGO elevation profiles have forced them into a bit of a corner, and they're going to have to develop. I don't want to say it. I don't want to influence it. I want them to do it all on their own.
Sure, they're hard at work right now. All huddled. Blue Ops is going. It's going on right now, I bet.
Are you in Blue Ops, Jesse? Have you been given? I think you did, didn't you? You got in there.
I think
since last time. Blue Ops over at Blue Marble.
I don't think I've got an invite to that one yet.
Oh, have you not? Somebody dropped Jesse an
Is that
invite.
a Discord?
I'll give you an invite to Blues.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you'd have already been in there, Jesse.
No, I don't think so.
They'll love you over there. Star player. Rumpus does presentations over there. You could do some of yours. There you go.
There you go, Jesse.
Dang it.
Still banned.
Tell Blue I sent you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm in. You're still banned.
Yeah.
Boo. I got in. Boo.
Who, you?
No
way.
Yeah, he's in there. Cheers, Blue. Take Buster off as well. Come on.
It's about time, Blue, you came to your
get
senses.
Buster off. What's Buster done?
Take Buster off, and then we'll come over and do a shindig. A group hug.
I'll play a song for you.
Me, Bev, Rakia, Mobius, Buster.
We'll do you a new theme tune.
For this occasion.
I'll sing at your next wedding.
Holy shit.
Sing you a theme tune.
Yeah.
Now that's an offer, Blue.
I don't typically do it, but I did put some words in there for, well, you know who. Maybe that's why I'm still, no.
Yeah, I can't
Rakia will do the catering. He'll furnish the catering.
Have you guys got a surprise when we get our tests going? But I mean, you do have to have a bit of an understanding of geometry and what a straight line is. Even, equal.
Darn, I shouldn't have mentioned Rakia. That Blue, that I ruined everything. I'm sorry, Blue. I didn't mean that. Forget I mentioned that name.
Oh, Genesis is in the chat.
In which chat?
YouTube.
Is he?
Somebody held it.
Two points on a canal, 27 miles long, establish a chord. Really?
Oh, this guy's nuts.
Wazinski. Wow, look at this. They're going for it, aren't they? Be careful. Don't feed the trolls.
Don't feed the troll.
And if he establishes a chord, it means that he needs to deep down. So he is going out of level immediately.
Yeah. It's got a hump. And water doesn't do that. It doesn't rise.
Yeah.
And I am saying about a local level. So he is going out of level in his location, not over all level, earth level, whatever. Just on this location, his device showing level would go off level immediately if he is creating chord line. And it doesn't happen, so it is impossible and absurd.
Lots of weird stuff going on in the chat. Discord chat, anyway.
Yeah, we've got some new members in, haven't we? Gets hot. It always does this sort of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why as well. It always, when we talk about these really basic concepts, and I'm presuming it's got something to do with the twin tangent of LIGO challenge set by FE Dogma.
It is amazing how many people have tried to explain it on that side.
Yeah.
Or I shouldn't say side. Hate that word.
Yeah.
From that
it's just the amount of people that are willing to try and explain it. Right? Most people go, we can't. Even my missus. And can't. And that's normally the end of the conversation.
Yeah. Even Hex said it. It's like, well, I mean, you could make 2 points from 2 tangents. But it'd be a chord. I mean, you know.
And then they go on to justify how you could do it, right? rather than just most people. Like I say, when I say most people, I do. Yeah, I do. I mean, most people. The most people that I've asked have said you just can't. But I guess they don't know the implications for the model when they say that, or most of them are those of us round here that have probably just dropped the model already, right? We don't have the model to cause a conflict, to give us paradoxes.
Well, just using the word, that word in the first place is crazy. To describe do you or do you not have a soundbite where Rumpus says tangent to a horizontal?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, didn't he just say on Blue's show the other day that tangent equals horizontal, or was it the other way? I mean, it doesn't matter.
A tangent point is the point that it is horizontal in his mind, because that's the point on the circumference, isn't it? The tangent
but I
point.
think, if I'm not mistaken, on that video, he had tangent equals horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just crazy the places they go to.
It was in its globe axioms.
Yeah.
Why would you switch
the
from
rules.
like months ago saying tangent to a horizontal, however that soundbite was the months ago, to now saying tangent equals horizontal? I don't know. I guess it's working out the problems. I mean, it's good though. Hopefully they'll solve it.
I think that they are going wrong way, because now they are saying that it is horizontal or vertical, whatever, at a point. It means that they don't need any more horizontal plane. So they are going out. They are throwing out whole this tangent plane, and they are reducing this to one point, which is nonsense, because if you have no horizontal plane, you haven't got any reference frame anymore. So this is
exactly
nonsense.
why we've been saying aporia. Can you go the wrong way when you're in aporia?
Anyway is wrong, so they can go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a cul-de-sac. Emporia cul-de-sac. Can't get out.
Here we go. It's tangent to a horizontal. 8 seconds.
Ah, I gotta hear it.
Along the surface of the Earth, it
Yeah.
always. You do know that the artificial horizon in an aeroplane will change angle as you move along the surface of the Earth. It
Yeah.
always keeps you to a tangent to a
no.
horizontal.
But now he's got tangent equal to a horizontal. Well, anyway.
Yeah. Tangent to a horizontal. That was why I saved that one, because...
Classic.
Yeah. That's impossible, but, I mean, that's the string of incoherent babble that comes out of the mouth when they talk really quickly.
I think it would be Rumpus tactics, because this is a long time. He didn't change anything. This is his way of speaking, and I think it serves him well, because anybody you cannot understand what he's talking about, really. So you can interpret
Not
this
just twat speaking.
as he can interpret this as he wants.
Somebody says the link isn't working.
Which link? The blues?
No, for this place. There you go. Discord link. Sent. I might have to check that out. Jesse Gordon's put in the thing. Look, man, to Mike. Look, man, if I handed you a crystal ball and a match and said, here, glue the match perpendicular to the surface of this sphere, would you know what I meant? Of course you would. He's answered it. But Bev doesn't understand that. He's already made his mind up. Can't have perpendicular to a sphere, Jesse.
I mean, don't you know that, dude? Really?
Well, but if you're holding a sphere, there is a horizontal and vertical plane.
Only in your mind.
I mean, if you're holding a sphere, there's going to be a horizontal and vertical plane that cuts it.
Yeah, but you've only got a match and a crystal ball.
Yeah.
That's the only apparatus you've been given.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
No tools?
If I handed you a crystal ball and a match and said, here, glue the match perpendicular to the surface of this sphere, that's the
No
that's the
samurai
instructions.
sword.
Off you go.
That's ridiculous.
You gotta go find your own glue?
Do I have to find my own glue?
You can have some glue, no problem. You just gotta find that nice, perfect, perpendicular spot.
You ruined a nice crystal ball.
I don't have to go. Yeah, that's
Good
cool.
luck.
I don't have to go find my own glue then.
We'll give you glue, crazy glue if you want.
That's what I want.
I can glue you.
I've never been part of a group of people that doesn't understand any more than any right now. Come on. Surely y'all understand better than this. That guy's nuts earlier, whatever his name is.
Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse.
Well, I tried to evoke the Rakia, but he didn't show up.
Well, Rakia, it sounds like you and I were kind of on the same page because we started talking at the exact same time, but you said exactly what I was going to say anyway, so it was all good because he kept saying it appears over and over and over. And just didn't. It appears to be higher or lower or whatever.
You mean lights that in your own photo you have reflecting or in different positions over distance? Yeah. Nice one.
Look, man.
Yeah, I never said, but I mean, have they never heard of optical compression over distance? Mick West called it perspective compression.
It's just as normally perspective works. Things are going down. Like, for example, if you can see clouds on the sky and they are roughly on the same level above the Earth, but in perspective they are going down and even they are touching the horizon. But no one thinks that they are really going down. They are on the
I
same
wouldn't
level.
say nobody thinks.
Okay.
There are people.
Oh, maybe there are some globe perspective thinking people.
Do you think you could draw lines to them and say that horizontals aren't parallel? Because that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, for anyone, really. Jesse, have you... Oh, I see you seriously never heard of perspective compression. That's... I mean, it is primarily why we don't deal with the optics normally over distance, because perspective compression. And if you want to know what that is and how that works, then you look at the stadia lines. But obviously there's a problem with level first. That's the main hurdle you have to deal with. It's making me brew.
Is it time for some model affliction?
Oh, your live performance. Okay.
I mean, it seems like a little bit of a lull spot. I could liven it up a little bit.
Okie dokie.
Are we voting for model affliction or something else?
That'll do for me if that's what you've got ready.
I can do it.
Thank you very much.
All right, here we go. I wrote a song about it like Here we go.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. Is it a straight line or does it curve? You got twin tangents, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. Everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric propositions. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction, that model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. I've heard these arguments year after year. I'll just sit back and have myself a beer. Everybody wants to be heard. Nobody wants to turn it to zero. We all know that you got to be the globe earth hero, or the flat earth hero. Globe earth hero. Globe earth hero. Take your pick. Everybody wants to be heard. Nobody wants to think, though.
Woo! Thank you very much, Buster. World famous Buster.
Thank you, Buster.
You're welcome.
Model Affliction Blues.
I think there's some parallels with I got big butt, or I like big butts, and I cannot lie. There's definitely some parallels to that.
Really? That's the connection you made?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Check this out. SE put hump or drop. Because that's your first line, isn't it? And them versus us. Put drop.
There could definitely be some sexual innuendos in that, for sure.
Choice has been made.
And you don't understand. That's it.
What a song. Shout out Buster. I think this definitely is my especially since it starts off hump or drop. I mean, come on.
I did add the twin tangents in there. I don't know if anybody caught it or not.
You did?
Yes, I noticed two tangents, yes, at the beginning.
Twin tangents, yeah.
Did it record it, Buster?
Well, it'll be on. You can go back and watch
It's on YouTube. We're at about 4 hours 38 at the minute, so tomorrow you want to go back 4:30 or something like that.
It's always different. The song is never the same.
Yeah.
Twice.
It's always new verses and new bits fitting in the current topic. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, meh.
Ooh, yeah, it's been a mad night again.
Birthday night.
I know. The Discord link's
Happy
not
birthday.
working. I'll have to
How old is it? Half a century? Is that how old you are now?
51.
What? Oh, you're over the hump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all downhill from here.
Just going down the drop now.
The slope is measured optically.
Slope, blue slope.
Allow you to talk in the
I'm really struggling to see how we can even communicate with people, because you could show them the geometric drawing for it and they won't accept it because they've got pictures. So I really don't know where this is going to end up going. They think we're deluded. They think me particularly, I'm doing something a little bit strange. Thanks, Mike. Jesse's middle flashlight. That's all, Jesse. You can't just go to that as he's gone. That's all he's doing. He's going to the water. It's curving. Like, that's the only reason that could possibly happen, is if the water's higher at the midpoint. I think he thinks he can see a quadratic drop.
If you're running your boat across that, you would get high centered on a sandbar.
Well, then why did they switch to all of their optics being an angular measurement? If they're so sure of a quadratic function, then why did it switch to angles?
I don't know. It's a massive stolen concept wrapped up in it, isn't it? Like, it
yeah.
I can't even imagine, because like I'm guessing, because you know a little bit of geometry and a little bit of the practicality, you can see like 2 or 3 steps further along. I don't think they can.
Well, I thought it was brilliant. You pointed out where the bridge was. I mean, that was where, wished we'd had that terminology the last like 4 times you went through the 12,
yeah.
Through, like, some people hit it at, what was it? One person hit it at the 3rd one.
Yeah. They're all putting a lot of faith in this thing from Jesse. Who is Jesse? Why do we now have people coming into thingy talking about 48 inches above the lake as though that's meant to be something like a drop of the lake in the distance? Are you sure, guys? This is what you want to go with?
This icon is a theodolite.
Who, they? Them? No. It's us and them. Pretty sure that was Chunky Butt Boy. Chucky Brad Boy. Wasn't it they and them? Maybe.
They, them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember something like that.
They and them, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. That's, I think, or it just sounds familiar.
It gets pretty
Oh,
obvious.
there was a person by that name for sure.
Oh, yeah, they.
Yeah.
Now we got them. It's always obvious when somebody has an account and they just text chat roll.
Thank you very much, Science. Yeah, it was a really good show. I think it's time to wrap it up now. If anybody wants to come in, it is the weekend. Next Level Discord. Click the link underneath the video in the description. Think that one might be working. If it isn't, I will have to check that one again as well and re-upload Discord links. I don't know why they would have ended, but they haven't. We will be back maybe sometime over the weekend. Who knows? Probably not though. And back on Monday for Model Affliction Monday. No doubt some new stuff will have happened. I think next week we were gonna go over the Rumpus test and the build up to the next level trip to Bedford levels. Coming soon, so if you want to get involved with that as well, if you're in the UK, fancy coming down to Bedford, meeting up with the crew, having a look through cameras or what, it doesn't really matter. Please come into Discord, let us know. We'll be going on all the time now for a fair bit, probably. I'm going to end with a Buster song.
I want Jesse to come back now. I'll probably speak to him again.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. I was going to put him. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was put him judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. I was put him I caught part of President Putin's press conference. I was put him So the best way to get something done, if you hold near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway, I was put him You know, folks, that's the America that George Bush has left us. And that's the America I got to the Senate 180 years ago. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him I caught part of President Putin's press conference. So the best way to get something done, if you hold near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway, I got to the Senate 180 years ago. My President of the United States, I could be vice president. My mother and father believed prescription drugs. Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. I was to put him Come on, man. That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. We choose truth over facts.
Yeah, boy.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store. I was to put him You know, the message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by the you know the thing. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him I was going to put him So the best way to get something done, if you hold near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway, that was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. I was to put him You could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. Prescription jugs. Prescription jugs. I was to put him America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was to put him
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him I was going to put him
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
I was going to put him We choose truth over facts. We choose truth over facts. You could inject some bleach in your arm. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. I was to put him 1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happens? I was going to put him. So the best way to get something done, if you hold near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station. I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond.
I was going to put him.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
The Earth is flat.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
I was going to put him.
Yes. There is no Earth curve. We can see way too far. Patrick, yes.
At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. I was going to put him. And by the way, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs. Come on, man. We choose truth over facts. That was really a productive segment, wasn't it?
Something that absorbs water on the back of your head. Hey, let's use a diaper. I thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
Yeah, pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too,
Unexpected turn. The astronauts doing the spacewalks will now be wearing snorkels after the last astronaut who performed the spacewalk nearly drowned when his helmet filled with water.
Just my gut inside me said, that's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. The message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake.
Nice.
Some flat earthers will also define science in such a way to include only experimental science, not observational sciences like astronomy, marine biology, or paleontology. I want you to notice something about the form of these arguments. You'll see that they generally say something like this.
A sea and an ocean, right? Everywhere you go, we see and observe flat
level water. If 70% of the surface of the Earth is flat, it cannot be a ball, right?
Flat earthers mean the surfaces of oceans follow a perfectly straight line. That's just the common sense idea of flat and level. We mean flat as in flat means smoothly curving around the globe. We're using a slightly different definition, but that's because a curved surface can look perfectly flat. So, do you think a tiny ant standing on the hour hand of a clock would notice it moving? But that's because we're using a slightly different definition, or you have the science wrong. Another kind of argument is to say something like, all oceans are flat, or water always seeks its level. I like to use this analogy. Flat earthers are correct, but remember, we humans cannot sense speed. Finally, what about air pressure? Again, flat earthers are correct about pressure requiring a container, but only on small scales. Next, flat earthers say we don't feel rotation, and they are correct. But that's because globers are saying that we're using a slightly different definition.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Houston, we have a problem.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
The Earth is flat.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
I was going to put him. The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway.
Yeah, boy.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Yes.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
Yes.
The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat.
We choose truth over facts. You know, folks, that's the America that George Bush has left us. And that's the America we'll continue to get if George. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Houston, we have a problem.
Nice.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going to Mars should be one of the next series of steps that humans do. The first step should be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons. And then after that, Mars, maybe high orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets to go to, places of interest in our solar system. The
emotional damage.
Put him.
How many sun bites do you have? Clay.
I think a lot. I just wanna show how ridiculous
You gotta have
reality is.
You have a lot of spare time, I see.
Right now, yes, I had a nice bike ride today, and just figured since no one is talking, I'm just gonna play some stuff. Because America can be summed up in one word, according to your president.
I was going to put him.
Yep. Welcome to America.
I was going to put him.
But you would also find people like this.
The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat.
Or you find people like where is he?
When has anyone in your group, Nathan Oakley's group, when has anyone measured to that horizon? Because the Black Swan states that every measured horizon must be 1.22 meters times this whatever, right? When have you measured it? And when was the Black Swan put through the scientific method? You can't destroy 2,500 years of science with logic.
Emotional, damn it!
Yeah, boy. Does anyone know that guy's name? Who said that? The Black Swan.
I think his name is NASA Shill or something on the.
Oh, paid NASA Shill, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that. Maybe I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is. There's this guy with this weird profile picture that says NASA Shill or something.
They're all deluded over there.
You can't you can't just destroy 2,000 years of science with logic.
No, you cannot.
200 years, sorry, 200 years.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
There's a foot in foot.
Houston, we have a problem.
Also, putting Black Swan through the scientific methods is about cause and effect relationship, so it doesn't apply to this even. It's an observation, not a scientific experiment.
That's why I find it so funny what he's saying, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Just handed himself red-handed. Not like that.
Yeah, globers are so. I mean, the anti-flat earthers. I'm just sorry for them at this point. I really am. Really, you know, like, I'm just sorry that they put themselves in such a limited reality.
No, he's not using logic. That's why.
The funny thing is with these people, like, regardless them being presented with the flat Earth, they also, you know, since they're anti-flat Earthers and they're sticking to the globe, they're the same people that would say, yeah, there's no problem with taking this or that, and what the TV says is all good and so you know what I mean? These people, they force themselves to be in the Matrix, in this satanic matrix, you know, not a computer program, so no one misunderstands me.
Yep.
I mean, a matrix can be a construct, right? It doesn't need to be a computer simulated construct, if I'm not mistaken.
As in what? Making a model out of it?
Yeah, I mean, in mathematics, it's like a table, if that's the right term. No, not like a table. Tabelle auf Englisch. Tabelle auf Englisch. Yeah, table. Table with lines. And it has a certain order. Aber es gibt, but there are different type of matrices. I'm just using it as a metaphor, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna take a shower. I'll be right back.
Ooh, yeah. Rest.
This was awful.
Hello, Discord. Is anybody in here? Is my mic coming through? Probably not. It's a lively bunch. Okay.
We are here, Dave. Don't worry.
What's up, Sasha?
Oh, waiting in background for nothing.
All right. Well, nothing wrong with silence. We're just waiting for proof of this globe everybody thinks they live on. Need to start with the curvature measurement. Need to see drop over distance, please. Over a body of water. Thank you. At least 10 miles, show the 60-foot drop, 6 foot, whatever it is. That would suffice. Thank you. Anybody got that? Come on in here and tell us about it. Show it to us. Demonstrate. That's a word the globe believers hate. Demonstrate. Don't just talk about it. Show it. I'll shut up now. My mic sounds like shit. I'm tired of using my crappy mic. See if there's anybody new on here. Look at the screen right now. If you're new, say hi. Or don't. That's your choice. Thank you.
Beans.
What was that?
Beans.
Beans? What are you saying? Come again. Back to silence.
Yes. Mm, yes.
Whoever's trying to talk, that was incoherent, at least to me. Say it again. You know, whoever's trying to talk. Learn.
My turn.
These brief utterances that make no sense, I cannot communicate with. Unless that's just me hearing it that way.
Oh! Oh! Hey! Oh! Hey! Attention! Oh!